Peace and love, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good night. I did want to apologize for earlier because, of course, I was supposed to have an interview with American Ancestry Decoded, but we weren't able to connect today. So, no worries. We will go ahead and bring that back for another day. But what we're going to do tonight is just have an open panel, kind of discuss. I've heard a little bit of discussion of people talking about slavery today and just talking about is slavery real? Were the slaves African? And how much we can believe of the story. So that's what we're going to go into today. Hold on, let me get some things pulled up. Now, I noticed one major thing. Hey, Savage, peace. Go ahead and click on the link. Come up. So I noticed one major thing is this whole making Spanish and Portuguese conquistadors the same affiliation, saying they work together. Hey, is your head okay after getting beat up by Lucky in that debate? What's up, Cube? I think y'all have a problem with reading numbers because I won. Lucky didn't win in that debate, but if ever you guys need some instruction on math, y'all let me know. Go ahead and reach out, and we can work on our math together so y'all can understand numbers. Which numbers are bigger? Peace, milestone thoughts. Let me go ahead. I'll pin it to the chat. Salute, Anthony. But according to your belief, I didn't win. Would you like to come up and talk about that, Cube, and discuss why you say I didn't win, even though the numbers say clearly say I did? All right, y'all. The link is pinned on the top. Salute K Dub, Girl Dad Vino, Peace Copper, Miss Parker. So I won't wait to see if Cube does. No, no need. He most definitely cooked you. You'll do better next time. I'm sure of it. Okay, Cube. Whatever you say. So, like I was saying before, when we're talking about the slavery, one thing that they keep doing is they'll say a Portuguese ship can be a Spanish ship, or Spain and Portugal are the same places, or we're working together in America. So, we need to start off where Spain and Portugal's relations were at the time. All right. So we're just going to do a quick overview. We can get it a little deeper as we go. But for now, just so we can understand what's going on. So the Iberian Union, the Hispanic monarchy, describes a period from 1580 to 1640, which the monarchy of Spain under the Habsburg dynasty and personal union of crowns of the Castile and Aragon brought in personal union also the Kingdom of Portugal. It incorporated the Iberian Peninsula except Andorra, as well as the Portuguese and Spanish overseas possessions under the Spanish Habsburg monarchs, Philip II, Philip III, and Philip IV. The union began after Portuguese succession crisis of 1580 and the ensuing War of Portuguese Succession and lasted to the Portuguese Restoration War and lasted until Portuguese Restoration War during the House of Braganza was established as Portugal's new ruling dynasty, acclamation of John IV, the new king of Portugal. As a personal union, the Kingdom of Portugal the Crown of Castiles and the states of the Crown of Aragon remain independent states, sharing only a single monarch. So this is important. Highlight this part. They remain independent states, sharing only the single monarch. The kings of the Spanish branch of the House of Habsburg were the only element that connected the multiple kingdoms and territories, ruled by six separate government councils: Castile, Aragon, Portugal, Italy, Flanders and Burgundy, and the Indies. For periods, Portugal maintained a viceroy appointed by the king. Although the turnover was often rapid, in the 60 years of the Union, the country had 13 viceroys and 4 regency councils. Similar viceroys were appointed in Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, and other kingdoms of the Union. The governments, institutions, and legal traditions of each kingdom remained independent from one another. Alien laws determined that of the national one kingdom was a foreigner in other kingdoms. So, just breaking that down of what we read so far, we can see, yes, indeed, there was a union that came with the Spanish and the Portuguese, starting in around 1580, as it says, and going into the 1600s and into this time where they're saying slavery is coming into the mainland America. But it says they remain independent nations from each other. That means that there's not a Portuguese war in Angola working with a Spanish ship that is going to Mexico and then turning up to go into the mainland. That just didn't happen. All these territories were specified by these individual kingdoms and they were independent from each other. So when we're listening to these stories or they're saying slave ships that are happening, we can't just put and lump Spain and Portugal together. That's not how it works. Let me see if I can make this map a little bigger on the screen. So you can kind of see how this is divided up between the map of the Portuguese Empire of 1598. And if you see this, when you see this map, you see there's no union of the mainland or the states of America at all. That is completely run by the Indies Council. But you can see in South America parts of it being ran by the Portuguese, but the majority of South America is run by the Indies Council as well. So let me go ahead and let's get into the Indies Council really quick. Peace, Ariana Nicole. Thank you guys for coming in. Make sure you're liking on the way in. Subscribe to the channel, share it out, and the link is pinned for anyone that does want to join in the panel. This is an open discussion that we're just talking about right now and really getting our grasp on what is slavery and what can we believe about what they say about slavery and what's not true. It's not letting you hit the link. Is it giving an error? Let me go ahead and drop it again. See if you can try now. Hold on. Let me check settings real quick. Okay, let me go ahead. I'm going to put it in the community. So here we have the Council of Indies. As you could see before, they were represented in the red. They're the ones that are going across the Americas, even down into South America. So give me a second. Okay, let me go ahead and make that bigger. The Council of the Indies. Officially, the Royal and the Supreme Council of the Indies, pronounced, was the most important administrative organ of Spanish Empire for the Americas and those territories it governed, such as Spanish East Indies. The Spanish crown asserted absolute power over the Indies. Okay, read that again. The Spanish crown asserted absolute power over the Indies. So when they're combining this whole Portuguese, oh, this big battle in Dongo or Angola or Sierra Leone, what does that have to do with anything if the Portuguese are there when the Spanish had the Americas? The Spanish had claim to the Americas. The Spanish did not unify their territories with the Portuguese. They agreed to have separate territories. So, says the Spanish Empire for the Americas and those territories it governed, such as the Spanish East Indies. The Spanish crown asserted absolute power over the Indies, and the Council of the Indies was administrative and adversary body to the crown in respect of those overseas realms. It was established in 1524 by Charles V to administer the Indies, Spain's name for its territories. Such an administrative entity on the consular model of the Council of Castile was created following the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire in 1521, which demonstrated the importance of the Americas. Originally an itinerary council that followed Charles V, it was subsequently established as an autonomous body of legislative, executive, and judicial functions by Philip II of Spain and placed in Madrid in 1561. It says the Council of Indies was only abolished in 1812. And we already know that they already stopped uh, transfer of any slaves across the Atlantic to Americas in 1808 when it was outlawed. Can you guys see if is it not working still? Clicking the link. Has anybody tried? Hey, so it worked for you. Did you see any error?
No,
Yes.
I just came up to see if it was working for you. That's all.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't know
Yep.
why it's not working for other people. It shouldn't show an error. Click the link that was. Did you click the link that's pinned at the top?
No, I clicked the one that was in the chat.
Okay. Okay, I'll pin that one to the top. Thank you, Milestone. So give me a second. I'm going to get into the first Spanish accounts where we have them going into this slavery in the West Indies. All right, and I pinned the new link to the chat, so hopefully that won't have any issues going forward. All right, so let's go into this laws of the Bargos. So we see that this is going to be from December 27th, 1512, in the Crown of Castile. We're still talking about the Spanish and their first codified set of laws governing the behavior of the Spaniards in the Americas, particularly in regards to the indigenous people of Americas. They forbade slavery for the indigenous people and endorsed their conversion to Catholicism. The laws were created following the conquest of the Spanish colonization of Americas and West Indies, where the common law of Castile was not fully applicable. The friars and the Spanish academics pressured King Ferdinand II of Aragon and his daughter, Queen Regent Joanna of Castile, to pass a set of laws in order to protect the rights of natives in the New World. The scope of laws originally restricted the island of Hispaniola, but was later extended to the islands of Puerto Rico and Santiago, later renamed Jamaica. These laws authorized and legalized the colonial practice of creating encomiendos, where Indians were grouped together to work under a colonial head of a state for salary, and limited the size of these establishments to be between 40 to 150 people. They also established a minimally regulated regime of work, pay, provisioning, living quarters, and diet. Women more than 4 months pregnant were exempted from heavy labor. The document also prohibited the use of any form of punishment by the encomenderos, reserving it for officials established in each town for the implementation of the laws. It ordered that the Indians be catechized, outlawed bigamy, and required the huts and cabins of the Indians to be built together with those of the Spanish. It respected in some ways the traditional authorities granted by the chiefs, exemptions from ordinary jobs, and granting them various Indians as servants. They later amended these to the laws of Valladolid in the following year of 1513. The limited fulfillment of the laws sometimes led to protests and claims. Sometimes they were seen as a legalization of previously poor situation, which created the momentum of reform, later carried in by the Les Nuevas, new laws, in 1542, a set of stricter regulations about the life in the New World, including the rights of indigenous people, as well as the law of the Indies to encompass the Papa Bull and all the edicts. Generally, the laws are considered to be precursors of the Declaration of Human Rights and international law, although some scholars criticize their lack of implementation. So we get into the origins as far as coming out of Seville with the Cardinal Archbishop, and when they're first starting to bring these friars into America, and then the missionaries that are coming amongst with the settlers, where they're going with the Indians. So we see in 1512, they're working under a system, even though they're identified as free people, but their system of the encomiendos makes it where the Indians that are working the land are also planting all the food for the new settlements that are coming in, and they're coming with a portion of the food that they're giving them as well. So they're working on these lands as far as uh, the Spanish are saying under their rules, but generally these are just people that were working already, and then it was just adding on to as far as the Spanish settlement and missionaries that were coming in, and how they would get their food. So let's go ahead and get to 1526. Savage, you still can't hit the link? See, it's working for you now. See, it's working for you now.
I had to come on my computer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So it wasn't letting you come from your phone? That was the problem?
Yeah, it won't let me come from my phone. Hold on, let me get this other one put up. All right, put the speaker on. Oh shit, this is my first time coming from the computer.
Right, facts. Now you can share your screen. So let's go into this where we're starting off at San Miguel de Guadalupe. So this is supposed to be our first big slave revolts that everybody cites as African slaves coming over. So San Miguel was a short-lived Spanish town founded in 1526 by Lucas Vasquez de Leon. It was established somewhere on the coast of present-day Carolinas or Georgia, but the exact location has been the subject of long-running scholarly dispute. It was first temporarily successful by European settlement in what became continental United States. Leon's expedition made their first landing at or near Winya Bay around August 9, 1526. They quickly found the area unsuitable for settlement and relocated to the south, possibly at Sapelo Sound in Georgia, where the colony lasted just 2 months before it was overwhelmed by disease, hunger, a slave uprising, and hostile Native American population. Of the 600 would-be settlers who set out, only 150 lived to leave. The enslaved Africans brought by settlers became the first documented black slaves in what would become the continental United States and carried out the first slave rebellion. So let's start here. Last we knew, we were in 1512. They were establishing laws of how they would do the land. We have Lucas Vasquez of Leon coming from the Castile family over to the Americas, and it's saying that he's coming with some Africans. Let's see. So when you ask where the original Africans that are with Lucas are coming from, they say general things like West Africa, but their original origins are not known. They believe it could be somewhere with Senegambia, the Coast, the Bight of Benin, but they're not quite sure because there's not enough records of being like where these enslaved people even came from. Okay, so here we have what routes they have documented. So they have him going from the Dominican Republic to the South Carolina, Georgia area. So here they suppose that this, let's blow this one up. Somehow he sailed through the top of South America, but somewhat of saying them going from West Africa into South America and then going up into the Caribbean.
And
Yeah.
Dosa.
Hmm.
Uh, okay, now it's going the other way. I was gonna say, ain't them going across what is that?
Yeah, that's
Bermuda
Atlantic. But let
Triangle?
me.
Is that what it be? No, the Bermuda Triangle on up.
Well, it does. I don't think it has him going through the Bermuda Triangle because it has it going through the landmass. But let me try to make this bigger. But yeah, this route in which they're saying leaving from West Africa, you would have to go through the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible.
Let's see. It's not impossible anymore with the technology you have, but impossible for the type of ships we were talking about in the past. Why did it go away? Hold on. Here we go. I'm trying to make that map bigger. So you see, I don't know how it has it going through the land masses. I really don't understand. But they're trying to say that it will be leaving, I'm guessing, here in the more central west part of Africa and then come into South America and then go into Hispaniola or the Caribbean.
So even this, so even this map though, this is they got them coming from America.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, because I think this one is probably the best one. Yeah, because it's pretty impossible, like of the type of sailing they're saying that they're doing. They're just putting arrows on the map. So let's look at the currents. So this is going to be a branch of the Atlantic North Equatorial Current, forming the part of the clockwise setting ocean current system in the North Atlantic. This will be merging with the Florida Current, Gulf of Mexico, Straits of Florida, and Gulf Stream. So I'm just waiting for it. Yes, let's make this bigger. So you see this current going down called the Guinea current here. Let me show. Then I can go back to the other picture. But if you see that Guinea current that's going down, you can see it does not go across from that central west side of Africa. It doesn't even go across in the north side. You have to catch the current from what it looks like on top of Africa going into Europe, like that Spanish Portugal region, for you to be able to catch the current. Sorry. For you to be able to catch the current over.
Yeah, that's what like where Seville and
And there,
stuff is. Like.
yes, Seville, Lisbon, um, more regions in England. There's like the inner where you see Europe over here and coming out of here and then coming out through here. Their ports. But when you see this Guinea current is going to go all the way down. Dulcie, look at Cape Verde. It was a jump off point. They was only the coastline. They never went across the ocean. Yeah, isn't Cape Verde up here? Let me see. Yeah, because I think that would be like the Canary Islands. So that's part of the Canary current. So yeah. But all this, they're saying that this is coming from Central West Africa. This is Angola. So this is going to be down underneath where that Guinea current is coming from. There's no way. There's no way that Guinea current can go across to here, starting here. You can't start over here in Central West Africa and then end up over here without going down first and then catching the current up. Which I wish I had all my stuff because there's this there's this interview with David Eltis that I guess he kind of said that of like they would have to jump into the other current to make it up. Like how crazy would that be to be like a ship could be in one current and then jump itself into another current? Ridiculous.
Oh, I got that for you too. Maybe we can. I can share it with you on here to be easier.
Yeah, once I go off, we can talk about it. Here I found Cape Verde. So y'all remember this map, the Canary Current, where we're talking about the Guinea Current and where the currents lie. So they say Cape Verde is pretty much over here. I think it's barely making the current. What do you think?
Barely. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the most advantageous place to leave from is going to be Spain and Portugal. That's going to lead you right into the current that's going to take you over. So, did Lucas come with some Spanish people or did he come with African slaves? And then when he got here, what happened? Who were those people? So,
I'm over here like a kid in the candy party chiming. Uh-oh, y'all in trouble. Trouble.
so let's get into Francisco de Chicora because he's one of the uh, servants or work for, as they say, um, Luca Elion. And it says that this is his baptismal name given to a Native American kidnapped in 1521. So now, if we see that Native Americans are being kidnapped and baptized in 1521, again, who are these Africans in 1526 that they're saying was brought across? Who are those slaves? So let's go ahead. Same thing here. We're still near. It says along with 70 others, which we'll go back and see the number of slaves they say in the 1526 story. But it says that Francisco, along with 70 others from near the Winya Bay, again, where they were, it's 1526, by Spanish explorer Francisco Gordillo and slave trader Pedro de Quesos, based in Santo Domingo, and the first Europeans to reach the area. From analysis of account from Peter Martyr, a court chronicle, and ethnographer John R. Swatton believes Shakura was from the Catawban group. Hey, Tight Sam.
That's them North Carolina Indians, ain't it? North and South Carolina Indians.
Yeah, I think they're in both regions. I think they're part of South and into North Carolina, the Catawba. But so
Hi,
already showing as far as Indians that they're supposedly subjugating. Where are they jumping to be like getting the Africans? When did they travel to West Africa to go get them? Why isn't this part of the story?
can you hear me? Can y'all hear me, Dawson?
Yes, I hear you now, Tyson. Peace.
How you do? How you doing, Dawson? How you doing, Ralph Savage?
What's going on, Tyson? How you doing today, brother?
Oh man, y'all on my type of stuff right now. I'm glad y'all going down this goddamn rabbit hole, boy. This rabbit hole here is tough. I'm just getting out work and shit, man. I'm gonna get home. I'm gonna drop some links with you. We gonna roll through this. I'll be home in about 15 minutes, Dawson. We gonna roll through this thing. You on my type of stuff, right? I don't see
Yes,
nobody
sir.
do it like this. Yeah.
Let's let's
Well,
go.
yep. I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna be on the panel. But when I get home, we're gonna drop some links. We're gonna have to deal with this.
Okay, sounds good to me. Because yes, where this all started is people are going back and forth. We're saying slavery is not real. Slavery is really the Slavs. There's all kinds of things as far as what the history is really saying, and people are fighting about it. Not even on code amongst the American paradigm because of slavery, whether people
Yep,
believe it's real or not. So I think it was something we have to explore. What happened?
yep, that's a fact. And see, I was about to beat Luck up on this one night. He ran because what they leave out the story is that 1526 is not the first time uh D.A. Leon went to that area. The first time he went to that
Ah,
area was in 1520. See, they skips over that. They try to leave that out. But if you don't do your research, you won't know, and they'll keep telling you that these people was Africans in 1526. Which, when you look at the story, not the 1990 made up story. When you go listen to the original story, he never went to Africa and got any slaves from Africa at all. In the story is that he was enslaving the indigenous people.
Hey,
And
what's going
y'all,
on, my niggers?
hey, what's going on, fella? And the thing is about that, Dusty, is Chikora later on became known as, we gonna get to that. And the Yamasi later on became known as the Seminole. That's who the Chikora is, the
but
Yamasi.
yeah, and what I'm understanding of it is that he never even went back in this time, right? Isn't he going back and forth between South America, Mexico, and that South Carolina region? Is he
He
going
was
back at
he
all over there at
he
this
was
time?
he was stationed in the Bahamas. That's where he was taking
Yeah,
these people
nigger, he
to.
was. That
Right.
nigger was stationed in the nick.
Who in the hell was
Yeah.
that?
Troll.
See, that's what
Yeah.
happened when you try to get to the bottom of some real information. Somebody always gonna try to come in. You did good, Dust. I like that. Get him on out of here quick.
Yeah. We ain't got
No
time.
nonsense. We on
Yeah.
no nonsense time over here.
Hell yeah. But yeah, y'all on point, man. I'll be at home in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. I just wanted to throw those little pointers out there so the people know who we talking about. We're actually talking about the people that became known as the Seminole. These are the same people that they was enslaving, or they quote unquote enslaving in 1526, which started in 1520. This is
Right.
why the rebellion. And the rebellion is happening in the same place that they call Stono Rebellion. It happened. This same rebellion happened in the same place. I
Yep.
see people don't know that the Stono are actually Indians, indigenous people. But I'm gonna let y'all get to it. We'll get back to it. I'm gonna catch up to y'all. Go on, do your thing, Dusty. You on point right now.
And yes, and as you can see, they've been rebelling for a long time. So whenever they try to take these rebellions and make them all of a sudden African, oh, the Africans led this rebellion. How when Indians are having rebellion after rebellion after rebellion? If we even believe that some Africans came over here when they joined a part of the Indian rebellion, I don't know, just something I would think of. But I see you, Milestone. That's Cape Verde.
Yeah, this is Cape Verde. You know, I've been doing my research on this, so you know, them Africans that they was saying was the Africans that came with the Spaniards was these people. They was already Americans that went to Cape Verde, and half of them on one side is mixed with Portuguese, but the rest of them don't mix with them.
So when you say that they had already gone to Cape Verde, is this something that would have happened um, more so in the
In the
world
1500s,
time,
in the
like
1500s,
1500s? Okay, that
yeah, it
Americans
was like, huh?
that Americans were
It was,
going there.
yeah, Yeah,
Scrolling
they
down.
got the story all backwards.
Oh yeah, what them coming over here versus Americans migrating into there. Do you
Yeah.
know somewhat of why? Like I've read some things about the Canary Islands, but I have to admit I haven't fully done all the research on it. Do you know some of the reasons why they were going into the Canary Islands and Cape Verde?
Well, our people was going around building like structures in different places. So like Cape Verde was like a jump off spot for them to go to like England and other places, but they never went to Africa though. They never stepped foot in Africa. It was like they went from Cape Verde to Europe and France and all other places like that.
Got it. So it's like an in between Europe
Yeah,
going into those the islands
What up?
really,
What up?
or what they call it, Hispaniola. What
yeah.
up?
And see, like the largest population of people from Cape Verde is in Massachusetts. Massachusetts got the largest population of people from Cape Verde, but they are Americans. They're not Africans. They're Americans.
Do you know why the or where the Massachusetts connection comes from? That's interesting because I think of
Because they're really the Pequot Indians. They're the Pequot Indians.
right. Hey Sachi.
Hold on, brother. So you saying that the Spanish ran into the Pequot in the 1500s, brother? That what you saying?
No, I'm
Or he's
saying
saying
the
that the
Pequot.
Pequods took over Cape Verde in the 1500s is what I'm hearing. But is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I thought I was right, bro.
yeah,
What I'm hearing, I knew my ear wasn't letting me down. Y'all got it.
yeah. Them the ones that they was talking about that was coming back as Africans. Them was the ones that left and came back. It's a lot of stories of our people that left and went somewhere like in where everybody keep on calling themselves a Irishman or something like that. That was our people leaving, going over there, building something, and then coming back. Because if you go to like Iceland and Greenland and other places, you will see mounds there. You see mounds, and then you will see like them obelisks there. Is because it was aligned with the stars. So it was teaching people how to grow a harvest in their own land. That's what the mounds is set up for. They align with the stars to tell when the harvest is coming. So it wouldn't make sense for them to go to Africa because the alignment don't go towards Africa. But you can see the buildings that we built in France and England and other places that we went. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's none in Iceland and Greenland. I think it's just mounds there. If I'm correct, I think it's just mounds there.
In Iceland and Greenland, you're saying only mounds? I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
That's interesting though. So,
One more question. One more question,
go
does
ahead, Tyson.
brother? You telling me that the Pequot? You telling me that the Pequot left the New York area, Massachusetts area, and went to Greenland and built mounds, brother? Is that what you telling me?
I'm
Cause
I'm,
this
I'm
new to
saying
me. This
like
new to me.
I'm saying like a lot of our people left and built mounds and different structures in different lands except for Africa. You know, like we have, let's just say we have the oldest ports and everything that you need to make a boat is here. So it never, I don't know how people be saying it happened in England and Africa that they was building boats. It don't make sense when all the proof that you can make a boat is in this land, you know, because they have all the oldest ports, all them ports that you be seeing like in Florida and New York, Seattle, all them is old ports that they just updated and put new things to it as the years went on. But they're like old ports. South Carolina, you know, they got them real big old ports. Them is like places that their boats was docking from
Okay, let me get
already.
your opinion on this. Do you think the Europeans came over here and built Star Fort? Because I'm not going to disagree with you on the ports and the fort, cause pretty much wherever you find a fort at, uh, the port ain't too far from it when you look at it. So,
No, 'cause- no, because when you go to Europe, they don't have as many ports. They don't have as many points as the United States has. And on top of that, the United States has the oldest trees, rivers, and lakes. You know, and Europe is not known for having trees like that. They're like mulch. It's like mulch and some other stuff that they have in England. That's like they have them little
What up,
bushes
Dustin?
trees too. So it wouldn't make sense to say a European built a boat. And plus they don't make the type of metal. They don't have that type of sense of making that type of metal at that time too. Because the old quarries are here too. So no, I wouldn't say that a European brung nobody from nowhere and had no boats to bring nobody from nowhere. No, I would be safe to say that.
Or if they did have boats, like you were saying, maybe it was constructed by the Americas and give it to them. That's where it's interesting to make Canary
Yeah.
Islands this point for the Americans having this connection to Europe and not the other way around. Peace, Derek, come back.
I'm trying to get my green screen to work.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So, would you say when this is happening and the Americans are going into Cape Verde and making their way into Europe or anything and those kind of things, is this when we're first seeing the first context of them coming up with the laws of how things will be organized as they come into America? Or are we saying the Pequots is one of the reasons why Europeans start their first time coming over to America?
I would say that they the ones that was interacting with the Portuguese and they was bringing them this way, the Spanish this way, but they wasn't coming inland. They went to like the southern part of America. They wasn't coming directly into the northern part. It's from what I've been diving into, just like you had showed before, is no proof of them coming into the land part. They only just went to the South America. They never came to North America. Plus, you gotta know your surroundings. Like if you go somewhere, you gotta if you're not from there, you're not gonna know where you're going. That don't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be somebody that's already from there that know their way around to make yourself, you know what I'm saying, visible to the land.
Right. That's where it doesn't make sense of them being like, oh, we went and got a workforce from a whole other different place and knows nothing about the water, the currents, the land, the soil. None of that makes sense. They would have to have the labor force be indigenous, at least for enough for the foreign labor to be taught. But hold on, y'all. Peace 305 War Chief, Copper Draco, Epic Studies, DZ, Wildcard Indian, Big Des. Thank you guys all. Dre Cobb's music. Thank you guys for coming through. We're just having this conversation about what is slavery. Can we all get on a consensus board to know what happened to us in the Americas? So we're
The
starting off
American
in the
Indian
15th.
was enslaved. Were actually held hostage.
Is there a difference between held hostage and slave?
Yep. Big difference.
What would you say the difference is?
Well, what's the definition of a hostage? A person held beyond its will for a monetary gain of someone else.
Thus, I got a link in the back when you want to grab it. It's for my PDF file. It might tell you to ask for permission.
Yeah, I
Just ask
just
for permission. I
sent the
got you.
request in for you.
Okay, bet. I got you.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, so a hostage, a person seized or held as security for the fulfillment of a condition. So, like you said, for monetary gain, some kind of gain, they're getting the fulfillment of that. Let's do slave. A person who is forced to work for and obey another and is considered to be their property, an enslaved person.
An enslaved person don't have nothing.
You see it, though, so you get it.
Let me try again. Hold on. Let's see.
You should be able to get it now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you might have to download it. It's gonna take you about 2 or 3 minutes to download it. It's
Okay,
from my
yeah.
PD. It's from my PDF file. When it get downloaded, go to page 19. It's just to touch on what you read. It's just to help back up what you read. It's just a book with full of timeline and dates. You need that. So keep that on your file. What I just gave you.
Oh yeah, I will. I definitely will. I had the last one you gave me. It's still in the base. When we
Yeah,
gotta look into these
keep that in
Indian
the vault.
agents. Yes.
Yeah, keep that in the vault.
Absolutely. So
Now, the
based
question
on
is,
this, are we saying
yeah,
there was no slaves?
no. A hostage and a slave can be used for the same purpose. Labor. But your hostage is worth something. Your slave is worth nothing.
And that's why I was asking. So is it that this means that it's not slavery because a slave in America is worth something, right?
No, a hostage in America is worth something.
So you're saying the Indians were hostages, not slaves?
Think about it.
Why
The
you
Indians
slave?
knew everything. They had all the economy. They had all the machinery. They had the whole knowledge of the land for thousands of years. And this is according to their story. You don't think they got nothing?
Yeah, I do think they have something. That's where I question, as far as what it is. But yeah, I
A
can see where you're
slave,
going as far as hostage, because it's like it's synonymous with prisoner of war, which is what's going on at
sure.
the time, or just
But
even
the whole
slavery.
theory of prisoner of war, right? Nobody telling you what flag or what nation you're being a prisoner of war of. you have to have a flag that you're a prisoner of.
Well, I think
What flag is that?
I think we looking at slavery wrong, because when we look into slavery and to what they was talking about in them times, they was just more or less talking about labor. So I
Or an
mean,
employee?
if you didn't own, yeah, if you didn't own your own land, then you was a employee to somebody, or you labor for somebody that was, and you was considered a slave.
Right, because that's where I wanted to get. Is it just paperwork? If you had people that were already going to go on this said plantation because they lived there for their whole life and they were always going to go and cultivate corn, now that you've written the word Negro on top of them, does that make them a slave? Even though they were that was their job to cultivate corn before you even got here.
But when you use the word job, you can't use the word slave. Because if you use the
Well,
word job, he got something.
let's not even use job really. I mean, because isn't agriculture just going to be some people's way of life? So
Yeah,
if it's my way of life, my agriculture, and you come in and you negotiate to get 10% of my produce, and then you write Negro on top of that, does that make me your slave? Does that make me your property?
That all depends on who's having the conversation.
What's up, Copper Draco?
What's going
Hey,
on?
Mama.
What's going on? Hey, let me backtrack just for a split second. For a
Uh-huh.
split second, when you talk about the hostage and a slave, a hostage is somebody that you hold to gain from somebody else. Like, if you're a millionaire, I'm gonna hold your son as hostage to get paid from you.
Right. Now, the whole premise of this conversation is slave, right? And if you bring up hostage, now, hey, Joseph, that's what I wanted to ask you. What happened with the interview with Ancestry Decoded?
Yeah, it was supposed to be this Monday, but I don't know if he got conflicted or days or anything, but we're just rescheduling it.
Okay, yeah. Well, when Dosey gives you this, when she has this interview with History Decoded, that's his premise.
Mm.
Yeah, we
His
can go
premise
into
is
those two.
his premise is the American Indian had something and somebody wanted it, and they held these people hostage to make their people do what they needed them to do.
Mm.
But Bad saying,
Like they were
please,
taking kids
we're not
hostage.
going into y'all are arguing whether or not slavery didn't exist. I mean, because we did have slave schedules. Well, about those slave schedules, I think it's
Who
weird
premise?
that slave schedules are only introduced well into the 1800s, like 1850, I think is the first slave schedules. And I'm
That's when the
wondering,
story first.
can
That's when the
anyone,
story first broke.
right, can anyone find a slave in their family outside of the slave schedules? That's just something I wonder.
right.
But I
What
mean,
year?
most
What year you
people
said that
say they're
was,
not even
Does?
slaves, huh?
What year you
18,
said that was?
1850.
1850. That's crazy.
Mhm. But those are the documented. Those are the
I,
ones that's documented.
I done heard them try to say
Nothing earlier.
1830, I think, but I ain't seen no slave schedule for 1830.
The only thing I've seen for 1830 is them riding back into, which I was saying, with Tight Sam and these Indian agents, but Indian agents riding back into the 1830 story, the freedmen of the rolls. So they
Right.
would be like on those freedmen rolls and stuff like that. And they would say this is in 1830. But I haven't seen anything specifically from that time period. But yeah, slave schedules first appear in 1850.
That
Yeah.
hurts. That hurts them.
Now
Mhm.
I'm gonna drop another bombshell on y'all. You got it, Milestone. After this, I'm gonna drop another bombshell on y'all. I don't believe there's no slave database. I believe that shit made up. I'm gonna tell you why. Cause I know the first slave estimation came out in 1780. Where did those people get the database from?
I got a 1859 newspaper article, slavery and free labor defined and compared, for the Murky Mondon Ruffin, the Charleston Mercury, 1840 to 1865, June 24th, 1859. I can try to put that in there.
And then we got to keep in mind too, right? I think the thing that we overlook, even when we come to the term freedmen, you got to remember it's the government and these Indian agents that coming up with these terms. These people
Right.
might have not been slaves. Once you find out that it was an act to create this freedman category, you got to think otherwise. 'Cause it's definitely an act out there. I got it. I got the act
Yeah,
that
that's why I'm
made
like,
these people
these
freedmen.
A lot
people,
of them.
did they know that they were property, or is it just said that they're property? Is this just a way of rewriting the history at the time, and they're just rewriting it as they go? Salute
We
T-shirt, the guy, or T, the
yeah,
shirt guy.
we got to think about that.
No,
That other people are coming up with these classifications.
but
Don't mean
okay,
it's true.
state property. But I'm saying, you know what state property is?
No,
Like in the
brother, break it down. Break it
1800s,
down. Break it down.
state property. If you're the owner of this land, state property is all of your family that lives on your land.
Interesting.
State property.
So
That's
you
what they
saying
removed us from.
the people are the state? You saying the people are the state? Are you saying state or each state?
Yeah,
People
I was
are
about to
the
ask.
estate.
Okay,
The
you got it.
estate is
Break
the
it down.
owner,
Okay, break it
right?
down. Go on, break it down. Break it down. You
You
got it.
own an estate. Think about it. Very simple. You own an estate. It may be 2,000 acres. Now, all of your family can live on that 2,000 acres, generation upon generation. All of that is state property. That's private property.
The people included.
The people included. This is my estate, nigga. What you need to know who live here for?
So, are people then are Indians just doing their taxes and then they end up being slaves? What happened? Like, but hold
What
on.
taxes?
Before we get into that, well, because you said a state, I think of head of state.
No, but I'm saying back then you can't find state taxes. You
Right.
find consumer taxes. Like if I sell this and this, that, okay, boom, we doing business, tax. And tax is the same shit we call it today on the street. Nigga, if I sell it for 1,500, but then I come to this nigga, I don't know this nigga, but all right, nigga, hey, nigga, for you it's 1,800. Tax. That's how we define it in hustling. I don't know
That
you. I don't
being
fuck with you like
said,
that.
was those individual contracts of indentured servitude? Because prior to that, I've seen individuals suing another individual for their freedom or to get out of their contract.
But that's an individual contract.
Right, an
That's
individual
not
contract.
family.
I've definitely seen that, and that's why I'm also asking Bad Saint about is it this word that's being attached, because we see like those lawsuits, especially in Virginia, they're fighting against the classification of Negro. They're like, I'm not a
Right.
Negro, I'm an Indian. And I'm
Because
free.
Negro got taxed. Indian didn't. Nigga, how you go? You come here to my hood and you think you gonna drop a tax on me? The fuck, nigga, fuck you. You won't eat in this motherfucking neighborhood then. That's how you get the Civil War.
Facts, Sachi, but I think they try to get out of the database by saying they all got killed off. They all were killed off by diseases, even though we know it's the European that were dying off by diseases. Even a lot of the conquistadors died suddenly, so they make it seem like they came in and ravaged the place and all this other stuff. No, DeSoto died. Who else? Casas died. A lot of people died of just different sicknesses, all this other stuff. They could barely keep a European alive. Salute,
And,
those.
and they
Okay,
would catch a malaria in the South,
but Dosey, think
which
about this.
makes sense because there's a lot of mosquitoes in the South.
Mosquitoes in the
So
South.
malaria was kicking their ass too. See, they try to
Yeah,
leave
you
that out
know
of history.
here.
Yeah, they
But
try to
you
leave
know
that out of
here.
history.
We've been
Yeah, they
getting
tried
bit by
to
these
say that
mosquitoes.
malaria was being put on blankets for the Indians and killing the Indians off. The
If
Indians
you
had
look, okay,
already gone
No,
past
they
malaria
they
and
were
getting
they
sick.
were they were dying from malaria. See,
right.
Right, exactly.
we've been here so long, we immune to it.
You've
See,
been getting bit by these
yeah,
mosquitoes.
yeah, they don't bother us like they do them white people. See, them shots for them, not for us.
That's true. And I think that's what the new
I don't know,
who
but
is
these
he?
new
Yeah, Robert.
mosquitoes,
He's
man,
Robert F. Kennedy
I ain't
now,
playing fair.
the new Kennedy. But he pretty much said the same thing, and that put black people up in an uproar. He was basically saying black people don't need all the things that we need. So they're doing
Right.
y'all are getting all these shots and all this stuff, and they don't need all that.
No.
So,
Is that the video they
Okay,
scrubbed? They scrubbed
Dosey,
from
I
YouTube?
can tell you.
they
I can
probably
tell
did.
you firsthand. See, y'all, who's the oldest person on here right now? How old? I'm 55. How old are you? How old anybody near my age?
65, you got us by a long shot, brother. You the oldest.
No, I'm 55.
Oh, me and you right there together, brother.
Well, I'm
Well,
All right, so you
68. How
remember
y'all
too.
doing? Great
hey,
All right,
Mama
so you
Chief. I was just about to say, well, we not
remember
I
too,
mean,
together,
you
Mama
but
know,
Chief.
we're
hey, ain't
together.
nobody gonna acknowledge, so I guess I must
Look,
have walked up in here.
Mama Chief, how you
Mama
doing?
Chief, look, hold on. You remember going to school and there wasn't no like no shots and shit to go to
I went
school.
to Freeman School.
You see what I'm saying? Now, today, you know how many shots a kid gotta have just to go to school?
Yep.
Joseph, you see my stuff in the back?
Yeah, I just jumped up here for a few minutes. I just wanted to add a little something in, if I can.
Yeah, go
Mm-mm.
ahead.
How you doing, though?
I
See,
don't
you've
know how to
been
do it.
Hey,
putting
Mama
that
Chief.
work in.
Yes, trying. Go ahead, take it away, Mama Chief.
Yeah, likewise. I've been trying to, baby. Been trying to because I'm fighting for it. Because hey, ain't nobody else. Hey, y'all, we got to fight. FBA can't win, and it look like y'all gonna let them. Y'all gonna let FBA win. Come on. Okay, no, I just bumped up here because y'all was on the slave schedule. Hey, Bad Saint, what's up with you, sis? I just want to break the narrative on this because of the fact that, yeah, that's what I do. What was the slave schedule? Census document 1850 to 1860. The U.S. government created special slave schedules separate from population census. The content, they listed enslaved people by age, sex, and color, but not by name. Owner's name. The only name recorded was the slaveholder. The enslaved were reduced to numbers and description. What that really meant, erasure of identity. By refusing to record names, the schedules erased matrilineal inheritance and copper testimony. Property status, they treated human beings as livestock, counted like cattle, not heirs. Legal control, these schedules was used to calculate representation, taxation, and economic value for slaveholding status. Ceremonial stance, they were paper constructs of erasure, not testimony. So breaking the narrative, overlay narrative says slave schedules are history. They show your ancestors. The truth is they show owners, not heirs. They erase names to deny inheritance. Ceremonial decree, our people were heirs with land patents and matrilineal codes. The schedules were designed to strip that away. I'll end right there.
Now that proves my point that I just said, state property. Because you are heir, you state property. You're the heir of this family. That's why they can erase it and make it a story.
Excuse me, you are the
you
estate.
You are born to the estate. Yes.
You are the estate. They took you and put you in the state. They took took you and made you the state.
Out of your estate.
Go ahead, bro.
And made you state property as far as the federal states. When you were state property as an heir before. That's what the 14th Amendment citizen, that's what the 14th Amendment citizen is.
Now, who is that speaking? Was that Derek or who's that?
Yes.
Derek. Okay, can I share this right here? Wow, enslavement. Y'all, I'm gonna get out of here and let y'all have it. What enslaved meant? The word enslaved, when they said enslaved, hey, y'all, it meant something very important. It meant in their narrative, erasure of inheritance. By calling our people enslaved, they erased the fact that many held land patents, estate, and matrilineal sovereignty. Control of labor, it meant forced work under colonial overseers. But more importantly, it meant removal from the category of heir. Paper category, enslaved was a legal status, not a natural identity. It was stamped on copper-colored people to deny them recognition of sovereign. Ceremonial stance, our people were never slaves. By identity, they were heirs who were classified as enslaved to strip their rights. I land.
The 14th Amendment. Nigga, why do you think they pushing this FBA shit? Because the FBA shit backs the 14th Amendment. The American Indian shit.
If they claim,
I'm just saying, the American Indian is the only one, when you read the 14th Amendment, that is exempt. That means, nigga, I don't need this shit to be here.
The New Negroes of Harlem, New York, 1910.
I'm just telling you, it's simply, when you really look at it, that's basically how it breaks down.
Dozer, can you share my screen? Or however you do that fancy stuff?
Yeah.
Savage sharing screens, y'all in trouble.
Ooh, look at Savage. Now, what I'm supposed to do?
Can you back out of it a little bit just so we can see the full screen? We see further Mercury, slavery, and free labor defined. And then it stops from there. Try to just back out a little bit by that minus sign.
And those that only came up here because I thought I'd be safe. You won't be out here. You know I'm gonna be out here in these streets with y'all, right?
Yes, and you know you're safe. I'm not gonna let nobody.
Okay, so that's why I'm jumped up here. Because I felt a little safe. Because I don't trust these niggas out here in these streets.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Root. We
Are
having this
you all right?
conversation
Good,
because
Mama
of you, so
T.
you might as well just come up here.
Oh well, I'm out. I'll talk to y'all
No,
later. Too much
uh,
hate out there in the
no,
streets.
we gonna keep Root in line.
All right, see you,
But
Mama
yeah, we
T.
can see it now. It says number
Alright,
3, the
too many-
conditions of society.
I can't be bothered with being bothered with negativity. So I'm gonna get out y'all way and let y'all have the night, okay, y'all? Much love.
Peace, love,
Much
and light.
love. Thank you so much, Mama T.
Mama
Yeah,
Chief
for
running
sure.
from Root. Okay. I shouldn't have said that. She gonna pull back
I
up.
can see.
Well, not running for
I
Root or
see where I
anything, but we know there gets a little contention when you have people that don't believe that slavery
Now, hey,
ever
Joseph,
even existed at all
What
in
up, Copper
America.
Draco? I ain't know you was up here. What up with it, man?
What up, Tyson? You be up here moving furniture. You be moving shit out the way, man.
Joseph,
I like
have
these
we
kind of
ever?
bills, man. They laid back, man.
We,
There ain't no fussing going on. We trying to get to the bottom of something. That's how it should be done.
Exactly.
we should look into this heirs thing real carefully because
Yeah, for sure.
being
You're saying like
being
heirs.
strict. No, I'm saying like inheritance. Like nigga, what if you okay? One thing we can really come up to in 2025 is all right. They lied about this place being the new world. Nigga, there's white people proving that this motherfucker been around a long time. Now, what we've proven is that we were here too. So if you've been getting inheritance for generations upon generations upon generations upon for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, nigga, I need that. I don't know about you, nigga, but nigga, most niggas get mad at a motherfucker for $20. If I'm connected to some shit to go back hundreds of years, nigga, I need that. I don't know. I don't see how y'all feel about it, but nigga, where that scratch at? That's me. We need that. My family, my friends, we all need that. That way we can pass it on to our children. They always talking about generational wealth. So basically, they saying they took ours from us.
Yep.
Hey, Dope,
Man.
you know Sis Star?
Who?
Sis Star.
Sis Star? No, I don't know.
Yeah. Next time you open up your panel or on Smoke Show, I'm bring her through. She talking about the inheritance. I can't explain it like she do because she really got the whole rundown on it. But two things that how they took everything is through guardianship and then this thing called IIM. But I need her to explain it for you. But she got the whole rundown and it tells everything. Like how they took the
Oh, do you
land and
mean
all that
Sis
stuff.
Star Soul?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know her. Yes. She always
Yes.
I haven't seen her be up on a panel in a while, but what she used to do is she would always come after and drop notes in like the comments or whatever, breaking it down. But I would love to talk to her. She is a wealth of
Yeah,
knowledge.
she got the whole. Yep, she got the whole rundown. She cold with it. For real.
Sister Soul is smart as hell. I remember her back in the day, like a few years back. She got some shit. She know about the gold and everything. She got pictures of all that. Like if you could find her, yeah, because it's a picture I've been wanting to find out about for a long time. Dulcie, she got a picture of a gold plate, like a gold dollar bill, but it's like $300 million. but it's like a bill, but it's gold. And I was just thinking, like,
I
because
got
people
her
was like,
number.
well, you wouldn't carry around all that. And I'm thinking, like, well, that's the way you would. Like, if you worth a lot of money, for some reason, though, see, I just think that thinking the money's the key. Because, like, have you ever been to a Capitol building? Have you ever seen the inside of one?
Yeah.
That's like one of the most majestic places you've ever been to in your life. If you just look at the architectural skill that it takes to actually build this shit.
I got pictures of inside of Indiana's Capitol building and stuff.
Yeah, man. That shit right there, it's the reason why they keep us out of these places. Because they'll say the one thing about Capitol buildings, they prove one thing. Well, two things, but one premise. Opulence and knowledge. Capitol buildings let you know, nigga, way back in the day, nigga, somebody got a gang of money and knew some shit.
Or people galvanized their money, and a whole bunch of people knew some shit. But yes,
Or
you
motherfuckers been around a long ass time. Think about it. Okay, it's 46 of them. It's 48 states. The only two that's new is like, I think Nevada and somewhere else. But think about if it was just 46 families that's been around forever and their descendants. Because if you think they tell us that they built these buildings, nigga, you ain't built none of these. None of them 46 Capitol buildings they can prove that they built. And they're all around the country, from California all the way to Florida, from New York all the way, you know what I'm saying? They're all over.
Who would you say built them?
Nigga, the Americans. Nigga, your ancestors.
But I wanted to read this, and then yeah, Savage, go ahead and take over and explain what's on the screen. But Bad State said, honestly, I think we have a class action civil suit for psychological trauma, emotional distress, defamation, etc., that resulted in misclassifications outside of the land theft. And I do believe that too, but I think the land theft goes hand in hand with it. And I think that's why it's so important we understand what actually happened and what went down. So I feel like their loophole of being like we're not entitled to anything is not just the whole we're not going by the right name. I think we're not saying what was actually done to us. So then they're like, yeah, no, we didn't do that. We didn't do that.
Well, what was
Not
done?
we didn't do it.
What was done is the
I would
question.
say one definitely is well, there's definitely in place the people that are laborers in place as far as in taking those land titles from them. So you see like a transfer of the land titles, the deeds into a banking system or some kind of treasury or anything, and then those destroyed completely, burnt down, set on fire. Uh, to take out people's heirs' property, like you were saying, and then we have just a relocation of the people in and out of their traditional homeland, and we see
But
them
the
take
definition,
different
but
place.
like if you think the definition of slave is to take you out of something, how they looking at it. You became this. So why can't you just go back to who you really were? Is there a process for that? Is there a process where you can
I
just
think there
have
is a
your
process for that, but
inheritance?
do people, is it right now on a wide enough basis where people, I'll even say half of the people know who they really are?
Okay. So now you can understand how they could hide their wealth on their own land. Because if there is a process in which you can go back and get your inheritance directly, you would first have to know that you are an heir. Black people don't think they got shit. Think about it. As a group of people, they believe they from somewhere else. They don't have no culture. That's why FBA can come along right now and seem like a breath of fresh air when it's the same shit remixed. I'm black and I'm proud. 60s. 2025, motherfuckers screaming foundational black American. Who the fuck is a foundational white American? Tell me, anybody.
I got some.
And he got a genealogy to prove it.
What you working with, Savage, on the screen, man? Break it down.
I got white slave laws. Oh, this is hold on, let me get back to it. This is just a newspaper article on slavery defined and free labor. But I think that was crazy is I don't see no African. There ain't no African talked about in this. But yeah, we can read it. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to read it.
Yeah, let's get
Yeah.
to it, man. Shit, this is
Yeah,
information on the screen. Let's look at it.
hmm Yes, Savage is sharing his screen.
All right.
Read
Say
it,
less.
Savage.
All right, it says slavery for three, the conditions of society in which only the labor of any country can be truly free, and then, but temporarily. Let's see. Uh, boom, 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 boom.
I think I'll read. The only civilized communities in which laborers are not yet slaves, and these, the exception or exemption is, I think that's but a transient condition, are the northern of the United States or others, such as Canada, under the like name and peculiar circumstances. The
True.
necessary conditions, together with the absence of personal slavery, are population few and sparse compared to territory, and ready means for, scroll down, substantial. Scroll down a little bit more. And ready means for subsistence, and therefore the demand for labor by employers exceeding the supply of a persona desirous to be hired. Such conditions will rarely be found except in the newly settled and thinly peopled country, nor can they long continue even there unless there is also a ready outlet for the subsequently growing and crowding population, and there are vacant lands and greater profits for labor inviting the immigration. The vast extent of vacant, fertile, and cheap lands in the West has served and may long continue to draw away so much of the increase of population as to prevent in any of the northern states the supply of labor becoming equal to the demand. So long as the demand exceeds the supply, laborers can always obtain from their employers fair and usually higher than fair wages. The laborer then may freely select his employer and then can be hired. And when at work, earning, scroll down a little bit more. Savage, scroll down. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's good. When at work, earning much more than he needs for present subsistence, then the labor is free to be idle if he so chooses, whenever he or his family are not destitute of the necessities or necessaries of life. This is the only condition of a country in which its labor and laborers can be deemed truly free. And this condition, but the peculiar circumstance of North America, could not continue here long. Whenever the valuable vacant lands shall have been all settled upon, and there will be no longer sufficient inducements for immigration, and when by the retaining and crowding of population the supply of labor shall, as it is inevitable, greatly exceed the demand, then in New England, as already been effected in Old England, slavery to want will be established completely, rigidly, and in the form most oppressive and destructive to the laborers, but the most profitable of all slavery to the employers. Okay, and you'll have to go down a little bit. Okay, the most profitable of all slavery to the employers, to capitalista, and to the industrial progress, and for the accumulation of wealth for the community. The lower the wages and the greater the provisions to which the laborers can be subjected by their eager competition for employment and bread, the greater will be profits of the employers, and the greater will be the increase of trade of products, and the greater will be the increase of trade of profits and of wealth of the country. This is the advanced and flourishing phase of the so-called free labor system, to the perfection of which England has now more nearly attained than any other country of the world, or any people that has heretofore existed, and with which there is also most of want, toil, suffering, and misery to the laboring class, as well as the most gain, wealth, and luxury to employing. I don't know what that says. Class, I think. Class and to capitalists. Massachusetts already uh, begins to see the dawn of this much lauded splendor and much coveted economical and social condition. And in truth, if prosperity and wealth of higher classes, and to the increasing the destitution, misery, ignorance, and vice of the poor, and the much larger number of citizens, then I freely admit that falsely, and we can't read that system is best policy, and that fruition and results should be desired not only for Massachusetts but for all other United States. So are they basically saying that they didn't have like a labor system like that in England? England has just established that the slave labor wouldn't be profitable?
Dorsey, if I may, I jumped up here because I vetted it.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
If I may. And shout out to you, Root Word. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to all y'all. Y'all, I just don't fight, okay? I ain't come up here to fight. I come up here to help my people. So I vetted it. It says, yes, mama, I see what you vetting. That document is a piece of pro-slavery propaganda written by Edmund Ruffin, one of the most aggressive defenders of slavery before the Civil War. He was a Virginia plantation owner, a writer for the Mercury, the fire starter of the Confederacy. What this document is, titled Slavery and Free Labor Defined and Compared. Author Edmund Ruffin, published in the Mercury, a Southern pro-slavery newspaper. Purpose, to argue that slavery was better than free labor, claiming that free workers were temporary and would eventually become slaves. What it really means, colonial stance. Ruffin believed slavery was a natural and permanent condition for certain people, especially copper-colored heirs. Erasure tactic. He wrote this to justify the continued enslavement of your people, denying their land patents, matrilineal inheritance, and sovereign status. Ceremonial stance. This is not testimony, it's mimicry. It's paper weapon used to erase copper codes and justify forced labor. Breaking the narrative. Overlay narrative. Slavery is better than free labor. It's stable, civilized, and natural. The truth, that's colonial mimicry. Slavery was a tool to erase inheritance, strip land, and deny matrilineal sovereignty. Ruffin's writings were used to justify genocide, displacement, and paper theft. So ceremonial vetting here, December the 15th, 2025, we mark this vetting to clarify Edmund Ruffin's Slavery and Free Labor Defined and Compared is colonial propaganda. Document used to justify the erasure of copper inheritance and matrilineal sovereignty. It is not testimony, it is mimicry, sealed in truth. Testimony on December 15, 2025. I land.
Freaking.
So it's a difference between free labor and slavery.
I want to say that same thing. What is that difference though? Even though
But
she
free
did,
labor, okay, I
did.
just laid it out for you.
Right.
I just laid it out for you. Your pawpaw on a farm. Nigga, you work on the farm. But you live here.
You just paying your dues.
When pawpaw died, think about it. That's why you a junior and a third. Because your name is your bond. You next in line. This is automatic in this country. That just changed in 1933.
Okay, I think a question was asked, and I asked the question. I said, can you break the narrative anymore? To break here, because people still don't understand what's the difference between slave and enslavement. Yes, mama, let's break this narrative all the way down, because the confusion between slave and enslavement is one of the deepest colonial traits. It's time to separate identity from imposed status. The word slave versus enslavement. Slave, a noun, a person defined as property. Truth, a label used to erase inheritance and identity. Ceremonial refrain, a false identity stamped by paper system. See, a lot of this stuff was done by paper. That's why I asked y'all, did y'all know about the Freedmen's Bureau in the 1800s that worked with Congress that set up? Yeah, they set this stuff up together, y'all. It's crazy. A verb, the act of making someone a slave. The truth is a process of stripping the sovereignty, land, and name. The ceremony of it is a condition on imposed, not chosen or born into. I land.
Can I pick
I'm
it back
just
off
waiting
Mama
on
T
no
for a
nut.
minute?
Hey, who that?
This Tyson Mama T. I just want to pick it back on you with that Freemanberry thing, how we forget the whole title. See, they trick us when they just tell us the Freemanberry.
Mm-hmm.
When it's in fact the Bureau of Freedmen, Refugees, and Abandoned Land. Freedmen and refugees are two different people. Two different people. Y'all got it.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
my question was about the difference between slavery and free labor. But I get it though. I wasn't thinking of slavery as being held by, like I get it now. But it just sounded crazy at first. I'm like, damn, free labor and slavery. I thought it kind of sounded like the same thing, but it was broken down. I
They
agree.
That
wanted
kind
they,
of does.
they
That's why I'm
want
trying
they
to
wanted
understand
but they wanted
if
to sound the same
It's all
to
paperwork.
exactly
you
they wanted to sound the same.
It's
But
all
is this
paperwork.
because you
paperwork
don't
exactly
understand how
what
did they
it
live
is?
back
That's what
then.
it sounds like, paperwork. If I already had an
Yeah, it's all
employee, I
paperwork.
already had this, I already have this established or whatever. Now the paperwork going. Or do these people even see these people as their employers? And that's why I wanted to start, and I do want to go back. That's why I wanted to start with this whole acknowledgement of 1526 being like the first real narrative of African slavery,
Yeah,
and
go
see
back.
what they're doing here to this. Yeah, because of the facts. Well, we can see what kind of games they are playing from early, and then go from that. Because if they're already rewriting what's happening to some people in the 1520s, of course, by the time in the 1800s, they got it down packed. What they gonna say?
But now they're saying though in the 1526 they were enslaved by Spaniards, not English.
Yeah, this is starting with the Spanish. That's what they say. The mainland started with Spanish conquistador, not the English.
But now let's look at this, Dust. Let's look at this, Dust. The Spanish is not known for going to Africa in the 1500s and getting slaves. So
Yeah,
they
that's what I was
excuse it.
about to
You
get
see what I'm
to.
saying?
Yep.
There's no record of no Spanish going in the 1500s and getting no slaves from Africa. I haven't seen that.
But can I ask y'all a question?
No.
Do anybody in here know anything about 1493 when the pigs was let loose over in the Caribbeans and it destroyed all the land, all the people over there? Do anybody talk about that? The second voyage, the second trip that Columbus made to the Caribbeans and dropped off all them pigs and destroyed all the people, and they had to fill that land up with Africans. Do anybody know that history?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
I don't believe that story.
y'all can pull it up. Everybody got Google. Got your AI. What's wrong? I've been on that one for a while. Yeah, 1493. We just know about 1492, right?
To be honest with you, I don't.
That they talk about, but 1493, they're saying the Spanish came and let the pigs out, or the Portuguese.
They saying that Columbus came back and brought those pigs.
Yeah, they said Columbus did
so
that.
The Italians.
Yeah.
They spread fast and destroyed
Moors. They claimed to be black or Moors. These was niggas all the while. I mean, 1865. A lot of stuff happened in 1865. White supremacists really the only way really let you do what they say. Huh? 1865, the Moors made that shit up. They said it in their own book. I got it right here. It says it in their own book. They made up white supremacists. They made up the Daughters of Revolution. They made up the priesthood of the priesthood of them Catholic society and stuff. Listen. Go ahead, y'all. I'm laying.
It do say them pigs spread fast. They change food and nature, and they hurt the natives by ruining their crops.
It said that 98% of the Caribbean was washed away. They had to replenish it with the Africans, y'all.
So y'all don't believe pigs was in America before
No,
1493?
absolutely they wasn't. No, sir. I know they wasn't. I've already done that research.
Yeah, there were wild pigs in America. That's a fact. That was a
Pigs
fact.
was
It was
there.
already
Pigs was
wild
there.
hogs in America. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
definitely a
they're
fact.
different
I
kind
don't
of
believe.
hog than the
Yeah,
pig,
they were different kind of hog, but they were hogs.
but they were hogs. Yeah.
A
Yeah.
hog is a pig.
When did they
A
become
pig
domesticated
is
then?
a hog. A pig can only grow into a hog.
They got domesticated later on. They
So the
didn't get
nigga just brought more hogs.
Domesticated pig. If
So he,
you
I
leave them
think
in the wild,
yeah,
they
you
will
leave
turn
them in the
into
wild. That's
hogs.
when they turn into a hog. You right, and that's why I'm saying that they was already here because we know it was.
They've been here.
that's what
We've
I'm
been
saying.
man.
What did
Okay.
Columbus
Niggas
bring? Did
eat.
Columbus
Think
See,
about
you
it.
got, but see, you got to look at
They
this
grow
right.
their own
The
food.
hog don't only grow tusk. The hog only grow tusk when they out in the wild.
I thought that
When
was
they
bored.
domesticated, that's when they become bored. When they out in the wild, they change forms.
So
But
that's what
when
I'm
they
saying.
when they domesticated, they don't change like that.
Indigenous
You
people
see,
of America live sophisticated on. They didn't have that. I promise you.
You
While
did have
pigs
They
pigs
did
here.
have what?
were not native to Americas. What
Yeah,
existed
they
were
are.
native relatives like the Picasseries. Domesticated pigs were introduced later by Europeans, beginning with Columbus in 1493 and
Columbus didn't
Hernando in
exist.
1539.
Listen. Think
Columbus
about what you're
But
saying.
I wasn't here, but I ain't
So
arguing
you
with it. I'm
hold
just
on.
saying I
If the wild pig, the boar, comes from here and you domesticate it, how did it get from over here to Europe to be domesticated?
Does the wild boar
So
come from
somebody
America?
here had
No,
to
wild
domesticate
boars
it
are not
and
native
bring
to
it
America.
there.
They originated in
Huh?
Eurasia and were introduced to America by Europeans in 1500.
That's
What
not
exists
true.
before was
Have
the
you ever been to
Picarians,
Texas?
pig-like animals, but they wasn't the same as what y'all talking about.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay.
But they are different
Okay.
species entirely.
No, they not. But okay.
Huh?
Origin of
I
the
get what
wild
you're
boar
saying, Mama
isn't
Chief, or
right.
anything, and I can see that. I think there is questions about the story, but I can definitely see like a way as far as to them being like, "Oh, let's infiltrate this." I see they do roasts.
They
Let's
brought all the
introduce a new.
diseases that we have, Dorothy. Every disease that's on this land came from those particular pigs, not from the pigs that y'all think that, all right, that was originally here.
have anybody on this planet ever been to a hog
That
farm?
ain't true. I can't believe that.
Been what on a
I've been
hog
on
farm?
in East Texas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been raised on. I was raised on the farm.
That's all right.
So my
That's all right.
folks raised pigs, so I know a little bit about these jokers.
That's all
I'm just
right.
saying,
How long they been there though? How long your folks been there raising pigs?
pigs been here a long time, just like
Long
horses.
time.
The Europeans didn't bring every species of animal and plant here. That's cap.
Hell no. That's
That's
cap.
cap. And you crazy as hell if you believe that. And I'm not calling you crazy, Mama Chief. But
It's all right. It's all right. I'm
That's
not
cap.
crazy. I understand.
that's cap. If you think the Europeans just were loading up boats, if you believe that, you might well believe the Noah story.
In the South, I can tell you that I know for a fact a nigga can take a pig and do it right.
I'm gonna
And
say it
been doing
again
it
because I
right
think they went over
for a
y'all head. I'm gonna
long
say it
time.
again.
And
If
I'm talking
y'all
about waiting
believe that
nothing.
the European was just bringing animals over here, you might well
No.
go and sleep with your Bible under your
No.
pillow, okay?
And if
Cause
you
you
believe
believe in the
that they
Noah
bring
story.
their own food with them, I got a book right now where Hernandez them brought all their own food when they brought their chains and everything over here to chain niggas up and everything. So yes, they was
Show
bringing
us
their
the
own.
book.
That don't mean that those species of animal wasn't here because the European brought some.
bro. All I said was there was
Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Yeah.
bro. I said it was a
I,
different kind. It's spelled PECC. You just look it up and just make the difference. I didn't say it wasn't your pigs that your folks was raising. I didn't say that. I said that it was named the Pecaries, and it was a different breed. It even talks about the teeth, the different teeth sides, the way the teeth is of these different, beings. So yeah,
that's a wild pig.
yeah, that's probably the difference. That's all.
A wild pig grows tusks.
Yeah, those are
It's the
Razorbacks.
same pig that you can find in. That's why it's called the Arkansas Razor.
Aton, say it again. Aton, say it again. Aton, you just dropped a bomb right there.
Yeah,
And
they
it
call
says they was here long before Columbus.
What they
That's
call it, Aton? My man.
Razorback.
Yes, sir.
You heard me, y'all. They said they was here long before Columbus. So those are the ones you're saying you're
Long. And
before.
we domesticated
And I
those
accept
pigs here long before we took them to Europe.
And I accept that.
Correct.
We've been doing this. Look how niggas eat pork. As a people,
I ain't letting
they
go
know
of
how
my
to
baby.
cook
I
the
don't
whole
know.
pig.
Yeah.
Niggas know how to, in the South, they pickle whatever don't get cooked. Niggas know how to make everything from a pig.
I ain't letting go of my pork chop.
I will say, I definitely can see both sides where, yes, they would be trying to introduce something or get away to, make the indigenous unhealthy or some way as far as so they could possibly get it out of the population. Mama Chief, I would say the hard part would be is that why would someone that already has their diet, already knows the things to eat, that is teaching this other person what to eat, how to grow it, all this other stuff, gonna eat something, that they introduced?
Don't none of it make sense.
Another thing, what we got a question to ask is, so how many pigs did they bring on the boat and feed to get over here? Like, we should have some commodity ship records of pigs coming.
It's a story.
Can I finish? It says wild boar are part of American nature, just like you said, the raising that y'all was saying. Okay, it says the truth. Wild boars are true to native porcelain relative to the Pecassin. Oh, so they're relatives to those the Pecaries.
That's a domesticated
Not
pig.
the Euro-Asian pigs. You see, so it broke it down. Y'all see it? Yeah. I didn't finish it. So it did break it down to say exactly what you just said. Just to be clear. Okay?
Man, I come to the conclusion that, nigga, everything in life started right motherfucking here.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that.
Period.
I'm with you on that.
All that they that Rome told us was some bullshit.
Ain't no
Down
doubt
to
about it.
yams come from Africa and all that shit. We don't even eat yams. We eat sweet potatoes.
I see it a little bit like this, right? Of course, they're lying about the basis and fundamental, but sometimes there's a little truth to their lies. So what I was telling Mama Chief is I wouldn't be surprised if they did try to bring food that was contaminated or whatever to see what effects it would have on the people, if it would kill them. I wouldn't be surprised if it was true that they were taking blankets and trying to put different malaria and different diseases on it. I just don't believe them when they said it was effective. I believe it was kind of like this
that shit wouldn't have been effective.
They tried just recently.
We don't even need your blanket. What we need your blankets for?
Because if y'all remember, and I don't know, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube because you can't say much, but if y'all remember, that last pandemic was taking out the Europeans, like real devastating the European countries. And then all of a sudden they said that it devastated us more than the Europeans. And it was just like, where?
Yeah,
I
the
don't see
numbers went
nothing.
up. Yeah, I remember that.
Exactly.
I remember that. Yeah.
So they be lying because that's what they expect. That's what they're trying to do, but I don't think it works out to their plan, if that makes sense.
That's
A
what
lot
white
of it is
supremacy is.
paperwork
Here's
overlay.
the other funny thing too. They came over here with 6 blankets, and they survived. But when we got them, we died all out. That don't make
Right,
no sense.
exactly. That don't make no sense what they were saying.
Dosey, you said I see a little bit of truth to their lies. That was interesting.
Yeah, that they might not, they'll make up the results or whatever, but the stuff like the vindictive stuff they say that they try, I believe that. When they say, oh yeah, we tried to put diseases here or do this, I believe that because I've seen them do that recently and it doesn't change. And it seems like they all have the same family connections down the line to the 1500s, so they're always trying to do the same things, just flip it in reverse. It's all like, oh, we had this eugenics thing. Well, eugenics didn't work this way, so let me reverse it, put a different sticker on it, and then just repurpose it. So it's not eugenics anymore, but it still is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
Dosey, are you saying that these so-called pale skins are coming from some so-called black royal families?
No, like honestly, now I believe some of them can, but honestly, I think there is going to be an amalgamation of records. So there's going to be some of them that are coming from or married in or anything. Then there's going to be some of them that they just put them into the family by records.
So they ain't got no ties. They just
no ties.
slid
Just
it.
found them in Eastern Europe and was like, we need you over here in America. Come on. 1880s. like this.
Yeah, put on the set.
Exactly.
But that's way in the 1880s.
Yeah, way
Exactly.
later.
Way after this point. Yep.
So Philly down there.
You got to think about it right now. That's what pisses me off about all this shit today. Now that I understand, is the fact that, nigga, we the only Americans till this day.
Talk to him.
That's why we're the only one that can make stuff happen, and that's the only reason why ain't nothing happen, because we ain't doing it.
See, I'm gonna tell you on the real.
They don't
you
do
know,
nothing without our consent. That's the reality.
It'll be done, won't it, y'all?
Dusty, the reality is they don't do nothing without our consent. That's why they hire these bootleg niggas out here to get us to consent to shit. They can't do nothing in this motherfucker without our consent.
But they
you're always gonna see that token nigga, even with the Freedmen Bank. It's Frederick Douglass. You're always gonna see a token representative to the niggas to be like, this is why we should do this. But I have a question before we get into
to get our consent.
That was exactly since the Freedmen Bank was already pulled up, and you said, you know, that people don't use that full title of the refugees. Do you think of any of the title switch that was happening was into the Europeans as refugees type in, like where they were switching the titles and switching names through the Freedmen Bank? Just a question.
Well, the only thing they did, they stopped using refugees because they don't want you to know who the 40 acres and the mule went to. They just started using freedmen and excluded the refugees who were white people.
But they
were bringing in to fight us, and they were promised land to fight us. You see what I'm saying?
But
this is how the refugees ended up with the land and not the freedmen. Cause you can't leave out the abandoned land part.
Right.
Who and what land what was abandoned?
Right. So that's why I was asking, do we think that this is a transfer of the people's land deeds, land titles over
and money? In money. Cause you got to remember, the same people that set up this freedmen and refugee situation set up the fucking bank. And those are the same people that ended up with the money.
I
All
told
right,
you it's
now.
the Freeman
United
Bureau,
States
All the
government.
above.
Hey,
and
now, hey,
Congress, y'all. They
hey,
work
hey, Ty
together.
Sam. Ty Sam.
What's up with it, Aton?
Man, let's walk this back, man. You said some heavy shit
Hey,
right there.
Aton.
Hey, how you doing? All right. What's up, y'all? You just said some heavy shit right there, right? You said they was promised something. And that's why they came over here to fight.
They
Did I hear
came
that
over
correctly?
here. You heard that correctly.
All right. All righty then.
They
So,
had those refugees came over here, joined the army, and they were promised land.
kind of like the
Who were
same
they
thing going on
fighting?
today, right?
They were fighting. You
Who
know
were they
what
fighting?
war? What war was going on?
Who were they fighting?
That'll answer
Yeah,
your
I
question.
could choose.
That will
I
answer
could
your
choose
question.
every war though. Every war.
What war was going on during the time of the Bureau of Freedmen and Refugees, brother? Don't move the
The
goalpost.
Civil War
Civil
just
War.
ended.
Civil War.
Bingo.
Okay,
So now we
bingo. So
know
there go your
that
answer.
we know
Hold on,
that they are
Derek.
fighting.
Hold on, Derek. I want to get somewhere with Ty Sam right now. Right. So I'm not moving the goalpost, but is this could be something that's consistent, like a kind of like a remix of what they're doing, what they did in the Civil War? Because they
I
bringing new
mean,
people
And
over
today,
here, promising them
the
shit.
Civil War wasn't the first time they did it. They did it during the
right.
Yamasee War. They did it
Bingo.
during the Pequot War.
Okay.
They just run the same playbook. We the ones that
Same
don't get
thing.
it. And
Right.
then
Revolutionary War.
the Revolutionary War exactly. They same playbook.
All right.
After
Just
every
like right
war,
now. Just like right now, who they bringing in?
Mm-hmm.
We see
Right.
what's
you
going
think
on.
about
Who
it.
Kuwait? You see what's going on in Kuwait? Who they bringing in? The Kuwait people. We saw it in Desert Storm when they hit Desert Storm. I'm in Nebraska right now, which is a sanctuary state. Man, it ain't nothing in this motherfucker but Africans that's warring with each other over there. A bunch of these motherfuckers here. Bunch of goddamn Arabs. Bunch of them motherfuckers that's fighting right now who Russia fighting?
Yeah.
Them Ukraine. Man,
Ukraine.
there's a bunch of these
And the
motherfuckers around
Oh,
Ukraine.
here.
they up here in Sac too. They in Sac heavy.
This what they
But now you
do.
see the play. You see the
They in
play.
Sac heavy.
Y'all
Hey,
salute to
look.
the panel. Salute
Hey, look.
Dosiana. Are y'all
Hey,
seeing
peep
that?
this though. Hey, peep
Blue
this.
Root.
Right. Okay. So Ty Sam, if that's the case, that Freeman Bank and everything that they're dipping into, the money that they're dipping into, is it our money that they
Yes.
dipping into?
Exactly.
Yes.
That's on point. And
That's
I'm
the
gonna
only
show
money
you.
they can dip into.
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna show you how dirty they is. Howard University was built with that money, which was an all-black school at first in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, the lead poison. You remember the lead paint shit
Yep.
that were killing our people.
Yep.
See, that company started with that money.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Not only do they use our money to push us out of certain areas and certain things, they always also use the same money to poison our motherfucking ass with.
Hey,
So who got the money is
I
the
have no
question.
more questions. I have no more questions. Very
Who
good.
got the money
Very
right now?
good. Very good.
I
I
want to
would say
ask
the
you, know, when we're
U.S.
talking about 1700s and the 1800s, there was nobody
Mhm.
over here according to law except for the English, the Irish, and the slaves. And I digress.
So
Is
who got
this
the
your
money?
screen showing or whose screen is this? Sorry, it doesn't show who shared it.
That
Let me
would
tell you what
be
the Irish root word. I'm glad you said that, right? I'm from a small little town in Arkansas called Marion, Arkansas, right? You know when the Irish first landed there, brother? 1820. Guess who was already there in 1820? Our people. And the Irish, they were so afraid of the black people in that area, they left and then come back until after the Civil War. So you don't see Irish people in my area, my hometown, till after the Civil War.
Now, what I'm saying is the way I interpret
You breaking
Okay,
up,
like
Root.
Nigeria right now, not Nigeria, but Congo is going through a civil war. That is what Ukraine and Russia is going through, a civil war, because them Ukrainians are really Russo people. And then a third. So when we're looking at the Civil War in America, that was an Aboriginal versus Aboriginal war, and they had people that was joining each side. And then after the war, that's when them so-called Europeans or whoever was in charge put a trust up, the Freedmen's Bureau, and became trustees, not aggressors.
Hey, look, check this out, Ty Sam. These Ukrainians are on 41st and Martin Luther King. Bullets ran through that motherfucker in South Sac. You know what I'm saying? Afghans are got the rag, got their babies walking in. They living in the apartments that most people consider to be projects. And they smiling and they happy. They right off 65th, right off Stockton Boulevard. These motherfuckers is over there living right in the hood. You know what I'm saying? They right
Right where you used to live at. Right where our people used to live, huh?
Exactly. This
See what I'm
is the whole
saying?
thing about it. Like they giving them these places that was considered to be destitute. And they built them motherfuckers back up and got them up in there. And they building new shit to put them in there. Like they building shit out here in Northern California. You know what I'm saying? Just
Aton is
just
called
the
abandoned
house.
land.
But
1800.
check this out, Aton. Check this out, Aton. I got a book about the Dwight
Y'all got like
Eisenhower, right? Hold on, Rue. Let me get Aton this information. I got a book about the Dwight Eisenhower, right? In his second chapter, it's called damn, I forget the name of it. But it tells about how his people came here in 1871 as refugees and ended up with 160 acres of land. So now a motherfucker got to explain how in the fuck did some refugees in 1871 come to America and get 160 acres of land?
Now that was
The
the key
Homestead
thing, right?
Act.
I was just listening to this white boy, right? I was just listening to this white boy. He was talking about the sovereign wealth plan, right? And he went back to Abraham Lincoln, what he was doing, right? And he was pretty much having them buy certain 160 acres right on the dot.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't think they were buying it, Aton. I think they were just giving them that land. I don't think they were buying it.
It's
Hey,
called
Lou,
the
I'm just-
Homestead
I don't
Act.
believe- what are
I
y'all
don't
talking-
believe that either. I think they was given. That's where your Squatters and Homestead Act come from.
Hey, I'm not trying to be rude, but what are y'all talking about? We was like in the 1860s. Are we still in the 18?
Yeah.
I think the
1860s.
Homestead
Talking about
Act
slavery?
started in 1820.
But y'all saying
When
that
did
there
the
was
Homestead
Ukrainians
Act?
and Russians and all these people. I'm just saying I disagree with that. That's all.
I'm not saying it's. I don't believe it's any of them people, like you said, but it's people from another place. I don't give a fuck who they was.
Yeah, I hear you, Derek, but you got to give a fuck about what was happening. You ain't got to give a
I
fuck about
don't-
who it was. You got to give a fuck what was
I don't
happening.
want them here now.
I know, I get that.
None of them.
I was just addressing what Tyson was talking about, and I just heard this white boy who served in 5 administrations, and he was telling you about this sovereign wealth. And what he was saying, he said he said that 38 trillion, that ain't shit based on the
No, it
sovereign
ain't.
wealth that's actually in America right now that's owed to somebody. He said it's owed to the Americans. He said it's over $100 and something trillion. That's
I
been
can
sitting.
show it to you.
Right.
I just told y'all that about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Nigga, do you know what the debt clock is? And everybody asking me crazy ass, nigga, it's on the debt clock.
All right, we pulling it together because Ty Sam just said something, man. Let me address it.
Yeah,
it.
that's all. I understand all of that.
Right, but it's all based off of the land.
It's based off of land, mineral rights, everything, stocks, all that.
Right. But that ties into what Ty Sam is talking about, that these people was given an incentive to go to war.
They were given an incentive to go to war, and they did not win. It was a compromise.
How was it a compromise and we lost everything we fucking had? Explain that.
Hold
Break it
on.
down.
Hold,
Break it
hold
down.
up.
Okay, go ahead, Ty
Think
Sam.
about it.
You got it, man.
In 1870, we didn't lose everything we had. It took them at least 45 more years after that.
And I won't argue that, brother. You have no argue with me from there. Cause we know Black Wall
And
Street was
that
jumping.
only
We know that. I'm not gonna argue with that.
that only happened 45 years after that. And it still took them another 40 years to get it to a where they looked like they was even.
But do you agree, Derek, that there was different waves? Tyson said there's different waves of war that they was doing, bringing in immigrants in order to do what? Fight.
Yes.
So they kept doing it over and over again. But they was letting these people.
Stay.
They was
Fight
letting these
and
people
stay.
lamp. They
Fight
was letting
and
them
stay.
lamp. They was giving them lamp or squatters' rights to sit on something, and then they was empowering them and weaponizing them to be able to fight. Just like it's still going on.
It's yes.
So
it's the same
technically,
play.
they really ain't one shit.
They
really
ain't
one shit, but
because
squatters.
Hold on.
Hey, Sugar Bear.
That's why the white boy told you what he told you. Whoever the fuck the American is rich as fuck. And he can stop all of this.
King of you dumb
he's the
son of a
only
bitch. Hold on. Let me address King of Kapala right quick. You dumb son of a bitch. Howard was a military general in the motherfucking man over the Freedmen Bureau, you goddamn idiot.
Yeah.
That's who created Howard University, you dumb bastard. Stay in Kenya. Stay your ass in Kenya, man. Don't be fucking around Uganda, wherever the fuck you say you from. Don't be talking around here with American business. We know our shit. Y'all got it.
That's people, man. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look. Dosey, I'm gonna tell you the coldest shit right now. Today is the fact that we can't be deported.
Right.
That's the coldest shit today. But no one wants to investigate really why. That's why they're giving you the excuse of the 14th Amendment. Because that's not the real reason. That's why FBA is such a big thing right now. Because it ties them to the 14th Amendment. It don't tie you to an heir. American Indian ties you to an heir. That means you own this place. That $173 trillion he talking about of wealth, that's yours. And only yours. That's the cold part about it.
Are we the only ones that can't be deported?
It's very few white people or any other nationality that was here in 1865. When this transfer was made.
What you say, Draco?
Are we the only ones that can't be deported?
We're the only ones.
Damn.
No, that's not true. Certain white people can't get immigrated either. They can't be deported either.
Hold up. Let me finish.
Those white people that trace their ancestors back to the early settlers, they can't be deported. That's not true. They can't be. Now the whites that's coming in, they can be deported. But those motherfuckers they say their ancestors came back since the early beginning. No, they can't be deported, brother.
Hold on.
Unless we do it. Listen to me. Let me. Unless we take the initiative to deport it, they can't deport each other, brother.
Now you, an American, the American.
Yeah, we got to deport them.
Can deport
we got to do that. Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't give a fuck how long you been here. I don't give a fuck what the papers say. Bitch, no. Y'all did us wrong. Get the fuck on.
Okay, but technically, that's what the Insurrection Act is about. and that's what the 1790 things are about. What is that called? You have the Naturalization Act, you have the Insurrection Act, and you have another act that's in there in the 1790s, plus a couple others.
Right.
Now,
And that
most of the
ties you to
people
the
that are
United
here,
States citizen.
but a lot of them people that are here worked off their debt and then became naturalized. So those people can stay and cannot be deported because they paid their debt to society. They paid their debts.
First
Excuse
of
me,
all,
y'all. I want to say good
yeah,
night.
in 17, good night, Mama.
Okay,
Good night,
and
Mama
Dulcie,
T.
Good
thank
night,
you
Mama
so
Chief. You
much.
have a good one, Mama Chief.
Y'all too, and thank you, Dulcie,
All
for
right,
letting
good
me
night,
up.
Mama Chief.
OTK, I'm gonna jump down so
Of
you can jump
course.
up, baby. Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna be watching.
All right, good night, Mama Chief.
Now, I'm going to tell you,
Good night, Mama
if
Chief.
you believe that they have to be here, you don't understand what American Indian means.
I didn't say they have to be here. I
Okay,
said,
so now the only person that has a right to say, hey, you can go now, is the American Indian. Why do I say that? Because all that shit that you just said about 1790 ain't had shit to do with the American Indian.
what?
You can't prove that they was in the room when they wrote any of that shit.
What? How you gonna say that? You say it ain't got
I'm
nothing to do
just
with
saying.
us. We put the
You
shit
can't
in
prove,
motion.
you cannot prove that the Indian was in the room when they wrote that shit down.
I know one thing, that the American Indian was established with the 13 United States. Prior to that,
Right.
these
As their
American
own,
Indians,
as their own
went by
government,
something else. Derek, check it out.
as their
These American
own
Indians,
government.
American Indian is a political status. It's a status, not to be taxed.
Okay.
Man,
Right. So
American
prior to
Indian
that,
in the 14th Amendment. American Indian in the 14th Amendment.
boy, I tell you, boy, this nigga is like
Like me to
It
prove
exists.
the
motherfucking golf
14th
boy.
Amendment where that is dealing with the 14th Amendment is dealing with nationality.
We
And
ain't
it
talking
says
about
the
the 14th
Indians and all
Amendment,
these
man.
other people. Bro,
We
I don't
talking
have
about
to cut you off.
1790
I'm
right
allowed
now,
to talk.
man.
Aton, chill out. Aton, let me talk with
We talking about 1790 right now. We ain't talking about the 14th
Hey,
Amendment.
Aton, after you get done, I'm gonna talk, brother. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
1790 was the
Now
same year the
prior to
first
that,
federal census came out, right?
now somebody else got to talk too.
No, I'm gonna
Right.
ask
It
you
is the
another
Come on,
first
question,
man.
Aton.
census.
Don't
Hey,
you
peace to
niggas,
everybody.
man.
Trying to
Aton, I
hog
just want to ask
the
you
mic.
another
You're trying to
question.
have a two-person
Hey,
conversation.
y'all got
There's
Yeah.
a
it,
lot
man.
of
This
people up here, bro.
Dosey channel, man. We ain't doing that. Y'all
No,
got
no,
it.
no.
Go ahead.
Aton, you good. Aton, you good. So in
No, y'all got it.
1790
Go ahead.
also,
Go ahead.
no, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to answer this too. In 1790 also, wasn't that when the first federal census came out? Go ahead.
Yeah.
There was no such
So
thing
is
as
that the beginning of the first federal
federal
reclassification?
government in Fed 17. It was the federal papers.
No, I ain't say no
No
federal
federal
government.
stuff, brother. Hey,
I
OTK,
ain't
there
say no
wasn't
federal government. Oh,
no
my
federal
bad.
stuff. It was from the federals. It wasn't.
Okay, well, the military was the feds at the time.
Now, what was you about to say, OTK? You said, was that the beginning of what?
Yeah, was that the beginning of reclassification and the beginning of the first federal census, 1790? And I just was adding that in so you can add that in with what you're about to answer about 1790.
Yeah, me, I would say no. I would say no. Most of the and the reason why I say that, OTK, because the treaties and everything that went on and reading the Articles of Confederation, peace and friendship was in that. That was a form of a treaty as well. So all the people that was involved with that was indigenous, knew what they were getting into.
Hey, man, who is the peace and friendship treaty connecting with? I can't believe you just brought that up, brother.
Would you say?
One thing we got to
This is
understand is
crazy,
that a
OTK.
lot
I
of these
apologize, OTK.
treaties.
Hey, it's just,
OTK, I'm asking.
Hey,
Who
that's
this
a good
mine.
damn
It's just
question.
mine.
Hey, that's a
It's
good
just
damn
my
question.
hypothesis.
Yeah, that's a good damn question. And another thing too, Aton, I want to ask you, and you can keep on answering. One thing we got to understand when we dealing with treaties, and I got all the treaties in a book, bro. I got the book on the treaties with the American Indians. Those were state treaties, bro. Now, when you talking about the 11th Continental Congress, when they all started getting together to form their government, based on the Iroquois government, this is basically the beginning of the federal, what we will call today federal, rather. You know what I mean? But so that's something you got to put in hand too. So all of these treaties and shit was only with certain tribes and with certain people of the time. Correct? Yes or no?
Yeah.
The federal government wasn't formed until
Slavery
after the
fake.
Civil War.
They were not formed there right then. Right. Correct. You don't see the federal government start coming into play until after the 13 colonies. But
Some
go ahead,
friendship treaty.
Eitan.
No, y'all good. No, that was good right there. Y'all got it. Y'all was good. Go ahead, Rude. You chomping at the bit. Go ahead, brother.
Rude, what's up, Rude? Tight Sam, all y'all boys on the panel, man. Peace and love to y'all. I hope all is well, man, with all y'all boys on the panel. And my sister
What up, my
Dulcie,
man? How
too,
you
bro.
doing, my brother?
Thank you so much for coming, OTK. Yeah, I'm sharing this. I think this is interesting. Is this you, Savage, sharing this on the screen? American Heritage?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I don't know how to zoom in though now. I
Is
shared
it
it, but
saying margin from European migration 1790? Or what's the
yeah. Hold on, let me
Hey, Savage,
hold on, let
look
me
in
put
your
up.
top
Can you
right
zoom it
hand
in?
corner, Savage.
Yeah.
Look in your
Find them,
top right hand corner, Savage.
find them
And
three
you will
dots.
see you will see them 3 dots and click on that, and then it will take you to a zoom. And you can
You,
enhance your whole screen, my brother.
you should be able to use the little wheel on your mouse if you got that.
Yeah, it depends on
Yeah,
where
but
he
it
pulling this up from
ain't
too,
gonna
though.
do it on.
Yeah, it all
Yeah,
depends where he pulling this up from.
It's my picture, so I'm gonna have to zoom it back in because it ain't let me do it like that.
All right, so
It's just
Dosey,
zooming my
you can go to
overall.
your 3 boxes. Dosey, you can go to your 3 boxes and you can zoom in for him.
zoom? 3 dots is on the side
Also,
of, because I don't think y'all will see
But I
this.
could.
Is it in settings?
Hold on. Let me take this one off and put the other one up. I got the picture zoomed in on my other picture. Hold on. Promotion Studio.
okay.
Boom.
I bet. I want to see that, man, and bring more
Try this
conversation,
one.
man.
Try that one. That's
So
back
was
at
the
now.
American Indian exempt after the 14th Amendment?
Yeah.
There was no
Section
American
2.
Indian before the 14th.
Yeah. Section 2 of the 14th Amendment. Read Section 2.
There was no
Okay,
Indian
so if the
before the
American
14th Amendment, bro. There was no Indian. The Indian, according
Listen,
to the
man.
14th Amendment, is the
Listen.
anchor baby, bro.
Listen. Hey, Rude Word, if that's the case, brother.
Bro, would you like me to pull it up? I'm not
Hey, respectfully, brother.
trying to be rude, but when y'all take
No.
the
We
word
good.
Indian,
No,
which we are,
come
and
on.
then try
Rude
to
Word, we good, bro.
reshuffle it, I don't have to cut you off, Aton. I don't have to
Hey,
cut you
bro,
off.
we good.
Chill.
I got it.
Bro,
I
I'm
Just
gonna
got
let
it.
him
land my
finish.
plane,
Hey,
Aton.
Just let him
Chill.
finish.
hey, let's
No,
move
chill. You got
quickly.
it.
Let
Chill.
me give you a quick
Hey,
shot.
Delciana,
Let's
can you
do
please
it.
get some? Delcy, can
Hey,
you
Yeah,
please
Rude
yeah.
tell
Word,
one of
Can
us
Rude
to
we
Word.
shut
go
up?
one? Can we go one
Hey,
at a
one at a
time, y'all?
time,
Please,
y'all. Yeah,
one
one
at
at
a
a
Come on,
time.
time,
Rude
man.
Word.
Oh, you can
Let
go
him
after
finish,
Respond
Aton.
Aton.
real
Go ahead,
quick,
brother.
bro.
Aton. And then you got the flow, Aton. Let him finish, Aton, and then
Yeah,
you
Aton,
got the
I
right to
already,
please,
I
defend
brother.
already,
yourself.
This is not our panel. This is my first
I
time on
already
this
know what
panel,
you're
brother.
about to say.
But
Okay,
we
then
know.
let me
We
say
all
it.
know.
I
So
already
let
know
him
about. Come
finish.
on, Rude Word. I ain't trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying real
You
quick.
are. You keep cutting me off. This is not your channel. Or
Man, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You got it, man.
Go ahead, man.
you're just
Go
chaos,
ahead,
bro.
Ruth. What were you saying?
Man, I apologize, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, y'all gotta stop acting like Root ain't been out here, man. For real, dog. The same respect we would give Bap or somebody else like that. This brother been out here too, man, doing the work. whether we agree with him or not. At least he been putting forth the work to this
Come on,
shit.
just let that nigga talk. We ain't
Go
trying
ahead,
to hear
Rude
that.
Word. I'm saying, man, we grown ass men.
You got it, Root Word. Go ahead, brother.
You gotta unmute, Root.
Might be in the Matrix.
Yeah, I'm back.
Go ahead. The ancestors working with you, A-Time. Go ahead and get yours out.
Nah, I guarantee he gonna get active again. I'm gonna give him a couple more seconds. Root Word. Mic check.
Boy, Aton, you stupid.
He
That
said,
motherfucker pop back up just like pop up like the choker.
Nah, this Dosey channel. I'm cordial. Hey, this is Dosey channel.
Yeah, man, because we can get a bunch of information across, dog. It's a good conversation. It's leading into other shit. You know what I mean? And that's beautiful to me. I like to learn. I don't know about y'all retarded motherfuckers. But I like to learn, dog.
You stupid.
Just a
Word.
little bit.
Yeah, it was probably something up with your mic, Root. Just come back, hit the link again. But
Now in
yeah, I agree, and I
1790,
think these conversations are really good because of the fact that there is so much contention on what happened, and I think we're peeling back the layers because a lot of people have taught us a lot of the components, but I think there's only more as we continue to peel everything back that we're going to learn of what is what.
So what was
Correct.
the
And what it's
point?
also
What was I
showing us,
responding
this
to? I
Dosey,
can't even
conversation.
remember now. God.
and
damn it.
what it's also showing us, Dosey, is that it's multiple layers. Because we hearing people that's saying some things that we might not have came across, and we saying some things to them that they ain't never seen to come across, and that's how we help peel back the layers. Because one thing we got to understand, everybody was writing about over here when they came over here. You talking about 5 different sects, y'all. 6 at one point.
Can
Y'all know how
anybody
much
help me?
research
What
that? Y'all know
the
how much
hell was
research
I
that is
saying?
to uncover. But we finding it through the church.
Can anybody help me? What I was saying? What was that conversation I was trying to get off? Man, Root Word got he got some little
You were
hexagon
speaking
going
on
on.
1790.
Come back up, Root.
Yeah, what was he saying? Because I had something that
He
I
was
wanted to answer because he asked the question, and I was trying to answer it real quick because I knew I was going to lose it.
saying in
Yeah, he said
1860.
1790 is the first time that Indian became a name,
Bingo.
like an
But
identity.
okay,
Bingo.
but
Okay, I
now
got it.
on this
I got it,
graph,
Derek. I got it. Let me get it out. Remember, I'm on medication. Man, my tooth is killing me. Talking makes me forget about it. Now, look, check it out. I asked, the question was that, right? You asked me a question. I said 14th Amendment, Section 2. Section 2 is an amendment to Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, right? Which says Indians not taxed. 3/5, all that shit is still in there, right? But there was something that he asked too, and I was trying to answer it because I want to expand on it. Because he was trying to say
he was
there's no
saying that
Indian here, Indian
right.
there. What
He said
was that?
Indian didn't come up until 1864.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. Yeah.
But now, even in 1790 on this graph, it says the people who became Americans. Nigga, you can't just become an American, but only in this country you can.
Mm-hmm.
And this is majority up north. You're talking about Union fighters too. And you're talking about some of the first immigrants that was coming and some of your first slaves. So your first slaves
Yeah.
is the ones who's calling themselves American now. And everybody else
Yeah.
that's coming across here, them boys saying, nah, y'all motherfuckers ain't us. We born here. We first gen here, motherfucker. We been here. Our people came here in indentured servitude as slaves, and they work their way up. We run this shit. Y'all imbeciles come across here, and this is where eugenics start. Ellis Island. God damn it. We know how much of them motherfuckers came. Irish, Italians, goddamn, how much Cubans came in down south. We know about all these immigration acts. Every time we go somewhere and fight a war, we give free passage for people to come.
I told you the Irish didn't get into my hometown until 1820, documented.
Good word. But them were some of your first slaves also. They was Irish because the Irish at this time, before they became the Irish, rather early on, the landmass that they was coming from, they was some of the first indentured servants or slaves that was coming across here in the transatlantic slave trade, that they call the transatlantic slave trade. They was some of the first. But they were
you got that Africa. Let me hit you with this, OTK.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let make sense of this Irish slave shit, right? Because it would make sense that the Irish was the slave, cause that's who wrote the Declaration of Independence. It was some Irishmen that wrote that motherfucker.
Well, they're when you say
no, all of it was not. No.
These are Negroes too, Negroes of wealth,
brother,
and these are
brother,
people
listen,
that
it was an Irishman that read the motherfucker out in front of Congress.
Yeah,
it was an Irishman that read the Declaration of Independence out.
Hold on.
That's a fact.
It was more.
If you look at this graph,
so do you know the Irish was your Jews? Correct?
Right.
The Irish was your. You had your Irish Jews, and then you had your Italian Jews. All of them was fucking Jews. So you're absolutely correct, bro. Yes. But it was a combination. It wasn't just Irish though, bro. It wasn't just Irish.
But they was the majority.
They
were the majority who wrote that motherfucker.
You remember now that
I'm just saying it'll make sense why they, because only slaves need to get some independence around this motherfucker.
Right. So therefore, since they've been some of the first overhead, they've been established themselves, bro. That's why they start up the first police force to protect their businesses from the Italians.
Well, what would we have to?
Good shit.
Good shit. And they set up the Masonic Lodge. So, put it all together.
What we would have to do is, though, we had to look at the
big
people
facts.
who wrote the declarations, and see where both sides of the parents came from.
The Irish came up with the idea to write this motherfucker, brother.
What I'm saying is, in order for them to be in that position, they're gonna likely have an indigenous side. That's the side that's not getting talked about, and that's the side.
All right. One thing we will have to understand too, dog. When we dig deep into the structure of the government that we call today, that they formed, dog, they formed that shit within their fucking selves. We was never supposed to be part of it.
I kind of agree with that.
If y'all go back and look, we was never supposed to be a part of that. We was excluded from their shit because we already had our own shit. They built their shit around us. So what happened is some of us started incorporating ourselves with that.
But think about this. When the Irish came, they moved around black people.
We ain't got no fucking sellouts now. Let's don't act like we ain't got no sellouts now.
OTK, it makes sense because we know the Irish stayed in close proximity to niggas.
Big facts.
The Irish was
big facts.
The name of
I don't care about none of that. I don't care about none of that. That's a far reach as far as the Irish was niggas. I know we was niggas. Or what they
I know they were near us.
I don't give a fuck about nobody else, dog. About nobody else coming across this bitch.
I don't give a fuck if they went to New York or came down south. They moved right next door to the niggas.
Big facts. Yeah. Big facts. And that's big facts. That's big facts.
Nobody coming and setting up their own government or formation on our land. You got to remember they still on Indian territory. So in order
Dog,
for
do you
them
know
to
how
tell
much land? Do you know how much land the Indians sold, bro?
yeah.
And I ain't talking about no
So
finger fuck. Hold
so
up,
you
hold up,
under,
hold up, Wild Savage. I ain't talking about no fuckery, no finger fuck, or no nothing. This is talking about
oh
a
man,
trade business.
you ain't gotta keep
Hold on,
cussing.
real quick. No, I ain't hollering. I'm talking about a trade
cussing.
business. This is a trade business that the American Indians set up. So to take control of the trade business, they gave up some property, bro.
Who took control of what trade business?
What you mean ain't? Oh man, I stopped.
Yeah, I mean, cause you trying to give somebody else some credit for doing something, and that ain't what happened. I'm
What the
sorry.
hell? And I
Like
tell
I
you that
keep
their whole
telling you.
system was based on American Indian system. So how am I
Okay,
giving them
so
credit if they got that shit
cause you
from
said
us?
they came and created their own thing on our land.
For their own peoples, not for us.
But it was
Do
self-governed
you
by
understand what
us.
that is?
It was self-governed by us.
Bro, do you understand what that is?
No.
Just like how us, before any colonizer came across here, we dealt with our business amongst each other. When they came across here and they started doing their little colonies, their little small little pieces of area, they can join with their self. Their structures and their rules was for their self, not the American Indian, bro.
With our permission. So okay, so what are we
That's
doing?
what I said. Hold
So
up.
what?
See,
Okay,
that's
so
what I
what?
tell you, bro.
What?
That's
What
what
are
I
we
just
doing?
said.
What?
Hold up.
What
That's what I
system
just.
are we doing of theirs right now? Then
We not doing no system of them, bro. What the hell is you talking about?
so what are you talking about then?
If you sit back and listen, bro, and quit running your mouth all the goddamn time, dog, you will listen.
You said they came.
Dog, for one, you're not. For one, bro, I love the hell out you. I would love the hell out you, Wild Savage. But trust me, dog. This is a fucking think tank right here, dog. You know what I mean, bro? Trust me, bro. And what I'm telling you, bro, I don't never talk about. If you know OTK, dog, I don't never talk about nothing I don't know or I can't pull up on show.
1,000 times too. Me neither. I do the same thing. I'm talking about
bet.
what I know.
Bet, and that's why I respect you, my G. That's why I respect you. So if you was letting me finish, I said a lot of our peoples gave them land and stuff because we started a business, a trade business with these motherfuckers. Yeah, we let you set up shop right there because you got the direct connect to get this, you know what I mean? Boom. And we got what you need. Deer fur, beaver fur.
Salt. Don't forget the salt.
What you need? Fish. What you need? What you need? What the fuck you need? Fruit. What you need? Tobacco. You know what I mean? Rice. What you need? Corn. Should I keep going on, bro?
Watermelon. Don't forget the watermelon. Cause that's our shit too. Watermelon.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is, bro, on the East Coast, it was a lucrative trade system with the American Indians with these colonizers.
Are they colonizers?
And if anybody can prove me wrong with that, dog, let's go.
I'm saying,
let's go.
Colonizers?
They ain't take shit. They ain't take shit. They ain't just force themselves on shit or no none of that without a war. Because that's what they did up north. They forced, you know what I mean? Because them people ain't been moving. And they killed off a lot of them boys, man. And then, a lot of them boys got sent to the Caribbeans. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And that shit was crazy.
And can I throw this anger in there? Can I throw this anger in there, OTK?
That shit crazy now.
OTK, can I throw this anger in too? We don't never factor in. And,
go ahead, bro.
And fellas, don't get mad at me.
Nah, bro, I never that.
You keep your dick in your hand. You keep your dick in your hand too, nigga.
You fucking dumb pause, man.
Big fact. You don't think nigga was touching them white women when they were coming, bro?
You
Absolutely.
goddamn right we was, bro.
But no colonizer taking over
Hold
nothing.
on. Listen,
Ain't nobody
listen,
say no
Up north.
colonizer take over nothing, bro. You
listen,
ain't
Yeah,
never
they
listen.
hear
took over
nothing.
up north.
Hey, hold up. Hey, the whole time I was talking, y'all, did I ever say a colonizer took over something?
You said up north. What you said about they did up north?
I say they was using force up north to run people off of their lands and shit.
That's what I'm saying. They ain't took over nothing up north. I'm
What
saying
the
they
fuck is you
him.
talking about, bro? Do you know some of the first American Indian wars started up north?
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with no colonizers.
All right, man, chill out, bro. Chill out, man. I'm through, man. I'm
Well,
through.
what I would say is to say that it
Somebody
had
else talk,
nothing to
man.
do with the
Somebody else.
colonizer. That's not what I'm getting from my research now. To be like one side won because of the colonizer, I don't see that at all with the research. It was Indians versus Indians. But it's a lot of people that's being like, some of the aggression is like, you're messing with this foreigner or you're trying to do business with this foreigner. And hell no, I don't
Big
like their
fact.
practices. I don't like how they're moving around here.
Big
And then
facts.
that would
That's
cause
what
war.
started the Indian on
Yeah,
Indian wars because you had
yeah, but
Indians setting up trade posts with certain colonizers and the other Indians didn't want to do business with them. That's what started the Indian wars.
so
Come on, man.
And
from
and
It was
another
over
thing we don't
trade, bro.
factor. And another thing we
That,
don't factor
that's
in that
facts. That's
let me,
documented facts. It
and
started over fucking trade.
this another thing we don't factor in when we're looking at this story like that neither. How we talking about how Indian fight Indians. Niggas, we some territorial motherfuckers, nigga.
man,
We'll
right?
Big facts.
we'll
Big
click up.
facts.
We'll click up and certain nigga can't come into this neighborhood. So nigga, it's been like that.
It's still like that today,
Okay,
bro.
thank you,
Big
thank
fact.
you.
It's
Okay, so
still
Big
like
listen.
fact.
that today.
So all right, thank you. So this is what I'm saying. When these so-called immigrants came and these new people came to this land, they wasn't on no rah-rah nothing. What happened is they moved into a nigga's projects. You feel what I'm saying? On the strength of another nigga that stayed up the way and had some connections down that way. But the niggas from that area was like, who is these new niggas in our territory? You feel me? So what happens? Nigga, we finna ramshack your shit. What you gotta do? You gotta protect yourself. Now you gotta build your fort and stuff. You feel what I'm saying? But the whole time, you got your buddies up the way, the enemies of these niggas on this set that's backing you. That's all that happened. When you go looking, when you go read what happened, them niggas was getting decapitated. Them niggas getting their heads blown off. How did they
Yeah,
get led?
definitely.
Nigga,
Big
you
fact.
helped me fight. You helped me fight on this war with these other Indians, and you survived. Nigga, I'ma cede you some land, cause we taking over some land.
Dog,
That's how
one
that
thing
shit
we
happened.
couldn't compare to, cuz, was that motherfucking gun.
We had the gun. I don't know why
Man,
people
quit that
they
bull, man,
can't
quit the
say these
bullshit.
niggas came
Dog,
over
quit
here
the
with some
bullshit. Hey,
motherfucking guns.
Savage.
Man,
That's
let me
the
go.
only see, man. Come on, man.
Man,
Come
let me
on,
go
stop it.
grab
Stop it, bro.
this
Stop it,
motherfucker
bro.
right
Stop
now.
it, bro. Stop it, bro. Stop
All
it.
right.
For real.
OTK. They goddamn Gatling guns slow down a lot of shit. That shit that made you say, whoa.
Hey, listen. Hey, Wild Savage. After the colonized, after the Indians who joined sides with the colonizer helped move the other Indians out, who got that piece of land, bro? Was it the Indians who helped them move out the other Indians, or was it the colonizers?
Nigga, it was both. Nigga,
No.
the Indians that helped.
No. You
What?
just said here and said that ain't no Indians get run off their land. After I said that. Now you came back and said that, yeah, it was some people up north. Woo. You try to give us this whole scenario, a street talk, that didn't make no goddamn sense, but I made sense of it. You feel me? And basically, you said that one side used the influence of a help to destroy the other side or move the other side out. Who got that piece of land once they moved the Indian out off that piece of land, bro? Was it the Indians that stayed there or was it the colonizers? Let's go.
Are you slow or what? What the fuck? You didn't understand what I said, nigga.
Nah, maybe I'm too advanced. Did you understand my question?
All right, well, look, well,
Did you understand my question, my brother?
Yeah.
Just answer my question.
I am. But hold on, let me.
Yeah, that's all, bro.
Rephrase because to correct what I said, so you can understand what I said. What I said was, no colonizers came and took no land. All right, that's what I said, and I referenced to you saying that the colonizers took some land up north. All right.
With the help of us.
Right.
I also said that.
Now,
did you hear that?
Now.
Did you hear that?
Okay. Now listen.
I said with the help of some of us. So did you hear that? Because you just explained the same damn story.
All right.
I just brought the raw truth. They only did this with the help of some of us. Because some of us were sellouts.
Since you explained the same story, in my story is them Indians that had them immigrants that helped them take over this land still run that territory and gave them a portion, but they was under Indian governance.
Can you prove that?
Going up under their own shit.
Can you prove that, bro? Bro, prove that.
Yeah.
Prove that.
Yeah, I can
prove that.
Yeah.
Let me see that right now, bro. Please.
Please,
bro. Please, bro. Please.
Yeah, I will.
I swear for God, I put that on everything I love, dog. You got to show me that shit right there, bro.
Okay.
And you got to show me the whole up north, motherfucker. Don't just show me one state. Because I can show you the whole up north where this shit was going on.
Okay.
Even in Canada, that shit was going on where Indians was helping the fucking Confederates. I mean, not the Confederates, but these motherfucking foreigners. I ain't gonna call them colonizers. These foreigners that was coming across there, they was helping them fight against their own fucking other peoples because they had problems with their own other peoples. Dog, this is written, documented facts, bro. Big facts. Do you know anything about the Westos, my brother?
Nah, tell me.
All right. So, these
never mind. Hold on. Never mind. Nope. I want to get back to what me and Dosey, what we was on originally. I don't even want to get on that. We was going into, what was it, Dosey, 1520? Can we get back to breaking down who
1526, that's when they say Lucas and Leon came with the first African slaves.
Yeah,
so
let's get back.
Basically, I was just going to show this, of what the archive records are showing. Let's see. And let me go down. Okay, so it has the initial voyage. Among many residents of Hispaniola, there are two who set into motion events leading to the settlement of San Miguel Gualdape. One could argue the very presence of Hispaniola was a catalyst by the fact of its it was an economic power driven by plant, human, and mineral explosion. So it says in 1521, both men who were licensed for the slave trade sought the talent of two pilots and shipmasters to search the Bahama Islands for Native Americans.
That's a historical fact. And he left the Bahamas and ended up in
Merchandise.
what we call South Carolina. Go ahead, Dusty. You cook.
Bahamas.
They
Hold on,
sail with merchandise to Cuba, then turn towards the Bahamas to look for
not
slaves.
Africa.
It also
Not
talks
Didn't I
about how
just tell you? Didn't I tell you earlier he was in the Bahamas? That where he was stationed at?
exactly that he's coming
not the
back and forth from the
booting tribe.
Bahamas to the what they call the new land, which is just what's new to them. That's what it's.
So you telling me he ain't even going to Africa?
Not so far. Let's keep going. While
All
he was
right.
sailing
So
off the
Sister
coast.
Dosey, hey, let me ask you one question real quick. So what you just read and what Tight Sam brought out just now, brought out. So in other words, you saying that the only way that this slave manifest or these slave voyages story will really be factual is if they only going right into the Caribbeans or South America and coming right back up? Go ahead.
Big fact.
Right, facts. Because we already debunked it with the currents. We just showed the currents real quick, fast, in a hurry to know that people ain't doing this, ain't doing those jumping from current to current. Like David Elton said, if you back your ship up a certain way, you can jump over to the next current. No, it don't work like that. Hey, Slow. But yeah,
What's
so
up,
this is what we're
Smoke?
seeing there.
Hey,
Initial.
hey,
So
Doug.
he's going in at 1521. He's going around Florida, Winyah Bay. So that's South Carolina, right? Between South Carolina and Georgia, OTK,
Yep.
Winyah Bay.
Yep.
Well, you
That's
know, at this
exactly.
time
That's exactly.
it wasn't no Georgia at this time. So
Right, it's all
Carolina, it wasn't even no
Carolina.
South Carolina. It was just Carolina. So you
Right.
know what I'm saying? At this time right here, that motherfucker, like right after you get out the panhandle of Florida, you in the Carolina right there. Boom. Either
Yeah.
on the
It ain't no
Atlantic
North and
or
South
either in the
Carolina at
Gulf.
that time. Yeah, ain't no North
Right.
and South
It's
Carolina
just
at that time.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Right. It's just Carolina. Big facts.
Which included
It wasn't
Georgia.
no North Carolina neither. It wasn't no North Carolina
No, it wasn't no
neither. It
North
was just
Carolina. But I'm just
right.
saying, in modern time, as we know it today, that's included Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina at that time. They put that
Correct.
in perspective too.
Correct.
You
Correct.
got
Right.
it,
That's
Dust.
why when we be
So
reading these dates, that's why when we be reading these dates and reading certain things, we know that these shit got to be uploaded new because they wouldn't be talking these type of shit if they was writing back in the past. Go
Right,
ahead.
so it was
right. Go
basically
ahead,
like
Dust.
half and half the way they see it. I know they're not getting too far up anyways at this time in the 1500s because they're being pushed out by the inland Indians. But are they
No,
getting
they only made
separated
it to the
like half
coast at
and
this
half,
time.
like Carolina's on top and then La Florida's on the bottom? Or how did La Florida work with that?
Well, see, La Florida at one time, you look at one map, you will see La Florida got Jacksonville involved now, all the way to Mississippi. But if you look at the 1715 map, which was the Yamasee Wars, you know, which after that Yamasee Wars, this is when you get the split of Carolina turning into North Carolina and part of Virginia turning into North Carolina and part of Florida turning into Georgia and part of Carolina turning into Georgia. And that's when you got South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. This when your 13
And
colonies
parts of
really
Tennessee
start.
too. And parts of Tennessee too, because you got to remember Tennessee
Right.
border
But see,
all those states.
They didn't even
Yeah,
know nothing about Tennessee and all of that
no,
yet.
they
They
didn't.
didn't
They
even know
didn't.
nothing
They didn't.
about the other side of the Appalachian mountains
No,
yet.
they did. No, they did. No,
The
they
French
did.
did. The French did
Yeah.
What you
because they
talking about?
came through Canada and they came through the Mississippi. The French did.
We talking
But
about the
not
Spanish.
the
The
British or the
Spanish.
English
The
or the
Spanish.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They didn't
Right.
they didn't know nothing
So
about that yet.
Spanish didn't. Hold on,
Right.
Just to
Right.
keep it in perspective, right? Cause you know some people don't know they geography
Right.
and don't know timeline
Right.
and dates. Just to put in these states didn't exist. These territories
Right.
didn't
You
exist
got
at this
to
time.
have these timelines. It wasn't no Alabama. It wasn't no Mississippi. You know what I mean?
None of that.
No
Yeah.
Louisiana. It wasn't no none of these things that now these people existed and these territories existed
Yeah.
now. I'm
Yeah.
not saying
Yeah.
that. But it
Yeah.
wasn't no
But the
name put
name.
on them
Yeah,
yet as
exactly.
far as what they was writing about. It wasn't no name put on them yet. That shit didn't come to the 1800s.
Well,
But go ahead, Dosey.
I got something in the 17. I got a map in the 1700 Tennessee. That's what I'm trying to pull up though. But hold on, let me get these
Yeah.
maps.
17.
What it got?
Okay.
What it got on it?
It's got all
Cause
that
you
on
got,
there.
cause you got to remember what we call Tennessee was just a little small band or clan or tribe or something
Yeah.
like that. It
So
didn't consist of the
yeah.
whole state at that time.
So
Wouldn't that
Nah,
be
it was
like the
called.
Chickasaw?
It was
Well,
Tennessee
what
came
it
out
was
later
of
called
known
North
as
Fort.
the
Carolina.
Chickasaw
Yeah.
It was
and
called Fort
Choctaw
Bluff.
area, right?
Yeah.
It's
It was
Tennessee,
called
like
Fort Bluff. It
Chickasaw,
was called a couple.
Choctaw.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Tennessee and
yeah,
Kentucky came out of Virginia and North Carolina, but you know what I mean? Yeah, that came later, man.
yeah, yeah.
That came later,
Tennessee's,
bro.
Tennessee's, Carolina, Virginia's. Kentucky was part of Virginia
Yeah.
before 1796.
Yes.
So in
Yes.
the 1600s to the 1700s, Tennessee was basically the far west of Carolina,
Right. Just
and
like I said,
it was
bro.
named
Listen,
Fort
boy,
Bluff.
I'm a cartographer, bro. I
It had,
study maps, boy. Dosey will tell you, I love maps.
yeah,
Maps
I
help me
got
with
some nice
information that I read.
Let me
Yeah.
throw this caveat in there since we on 1521, right?
Yeah.
Cause we got to remember the Spanish also claimed they was in the Philippines at the same time. Keep that in mind.
Right.
Yeah, they definitely
So
was
the
in the
Castile
Pacific Ocean.
family.
Yeah.
Keep that
They
in mind
definitely
now.
was in the Pacific
Go ahead,
Ocean.
because the
Yeah.
same people that go ahead, keep going, Dustin. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, they ran into
No, I was just
what
gonna
you would
say of
call the
this
Hawaiians.
point because they estimate like 70 to 100 slaves that he's gonna bring, African slaves that he brings in 1526. Well, here at least 60 unexpected Indians were enticed to aboard the ships. The slaves were equally divided between Alion and Ertutia. Sorry, these names. That must be Arutia. That must be like a Sephardic Jew. But I'm at to look. No offense to y'all. But Arutia is a name. According to former agreements made by Gordillo and Kehoe, Aeon's half were then divided with his silent partner Cavallero, who had helped fund the expedition. So right now we're in 1521, and they're looking for laborers in the Americas.
And
No,
keep in mind,
actually,
coming from the Bahamas now. Don't leave that out.
right,
Coming from the Bahamas. Okay.
You know what's crazy, right? The Spanish tried to set up a colony like Upper Carolina. That shit didn't last. They try to go inland in Mississippi, Alabama today.
So,
Kofacheki and goddamn Tuscaloosa ran him out. That he had to kidnap. He had to hold the daughter hostage. So that's why the Spanish never gained territory like that in North America. It was only the English, the British, the French, and the Dutch. That's it. The Portuguese never had no colony in North America.
And what I was explaining to them at this time too, OTK, is at this time the Spanish was not going to Africa getting no slaves. It's not documented.
No, they was in a full-blown war.
Yeah.
See, so also what happened in 1715 towards 1718, the Spanish was engaged with a war. All right, so they was manufacturing gold in South America. I mean, stamping coins and shit to fund their wars back then. So the king, he didn't want to goddamn send the ship to come home. You know what I mean? To send word for the ship to come home because he was scared of pirates, all kind of shit like that because the war was going on. He messed around and he said, yeah, tell them, come on, we need the money. That ship wrecked off the coast of St. Augustine. This is your beginning of piracy because the privateers didn't have no more work. So everybody fled to the Caribbean from up north because you had your up north pirates in Boston and Massachusetts. Now they've been out there. The Boston Tea Party, them boy been pirates up there. Now you got pirates coming from all over the place now coming to the Caribbean to find this gold. This is the age of the piracy in the Caribbean. Now ain't no more ships coming through there. They got the whole Caribbean on lock. So how can this slave trade exist if you got pirates out there running and controlling this water? Make that make sense. They
No,
call
it's
the
not
pirates
heading
of the
up.
Caribbean.
My cousins, OTK.
I ain't hear you, my bad. Calling pardon.
I say them was my cousins.
Then wild
The
ass
pirates.
India.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Dust.
we read something before about the Gulf of Mexico, and pretty much it was like you don't want to roll up on the Gulf of Mexico. You might end up with nothing.
Right. Correct. So them boys created their own little government in the town of Nassau, island of Nassau. And that was they was robbing everybody. At first, they was working for people. Like people would pay them to rob all the English ships. The British would pay them to rob all the Portuguese ships. All kind of shit like that. Then they just said, "Fuck it, we gonna rob all y'all motherfuckers." So if they seen people who was on the ship, man, they'll give them a chance. Hey, you can either join this piracy or we about to go ahead and kill you right now too. That's how they got so large. So they was giving people their freedom if they was on an indentured servitude trip. They was giving them their freedom. One famous person they wrote about was Black Caesar. You know what I mean? He rode with your boy fucking, they call him Blackbeard or whatever like that.
They
You know what I
say
mean?
Black Caesar was one of the most feared pirate around this motherfucker.
Big facts. And then if you listen to
I read the story about Black Caesar.
They found him in the Caribbeans, bro.
Yeah.
But yet they try to say he was from Africa. And the people say, well, damn, how could it be from Africa when Africa didn't even exist at the time? I was like, oh shit.
How to get over there? What they just do the most. Same with this.
So
Are we breaking down what they would call the Maroons, right? Didn't they say the 1526 are the Maroons rebellion?
Well, I found out that the Maroon was another name for black.
But you got to look at this too, Dustin. They didn't call nobody no Maroon in 1521. That's made up.
Right. That comes later.
The first time they tried to call our people Maroon here in this country was through an Indian agent that was dealing with Andrew Jackson named P. Niels. And he is the first person to try to call our people Maroon. That was in 1821. That's the first time you see Maroon. That's the first time you see the name Maroon documented in on the shores of North America. Now they were using it in the islands in the 1600s, but here in the North America, it wasn't until 1821 when they tried to put that term Maroon on our people.
Big facts. I was just about to say I ran across some Islamic documents yesterday where they was calling some people in Africa Maroon. You know what I'm saying? What they would call Africa and in Hindustan or Hindu.
They were calling the Philippines also similar. They were calling the Philippines that too. That's why I told y'all to keep that date in mind.
They was calling them Maroons too. Right.
Yeah, there is an island over there.
That wouldn't apply to us to the 1800s.
1821, yeah, to be exact. That's the first time it was written in documents.
You can say that's another descriptive term and not a spiritual term.
Yeah, exactly.
Big facts. Okay, big facts.
Now, I'm gonna throw this on you.
Go ahead.
Check this shit out. The Mississippi State Bulldog. Y'all know what their name was? the Mississippi Maroons all the way up until 1930.
And they still got that maroon burgundy.
You see what I'm saying? But yeah, they didn't
Man, that's
apply to
crazy
our
work.
people. Yeah, they didn't apply to our people here until 1821. But they was already using it in the islands in like the 1600s, some shit like that.
Yeah, it was just
But
another way to say black or to say
yeah,
Negro
but
or
but
to say
see,
colored.
but
It
you
was
got
just
to think
another
about
word.
this. But you got to think
Uh-huh.
about this though. When they implemented that word, that's when they stopped calling us Seminole, cause we was originally
Right,
the Seminole.
right,
So when they
right. And,
implemented the maroon word, that separated us from the Seminole word.
uh-huh. See, they think the Seminoles originated in Florida. They didn't. They
No,
originated over there like in Alabama, the same
yeah,
place where the
yeah,
Yamasee, the
yeah,
Creeks,
yeah,
all of them
yeah,
originated like in the same goddamn
yeah,
spot.
yeah. That's
Half of them
big.
moved towards Florida. Some of them moved up north,
That's a fact.
up Midwest way or whatever like that. And then some stayed right there in that area and became part of the Creeks or the Yamasee in that area right there. But dog, they the same goddamn peoples.
That's a fact.
So I
And
don't
these
know
the
where
same
they got
people that we reading right
reparation
now.
from.
See, that's what I'm saying. They made that shit up. You see what I'm saying?
But we got to work now. We got to
Yeah,
research.
yeah.
Go ahead, Dosey. Thank you, Dosey. Thank you.
We
we
cooking
trying to do
tonight,
that.
bro. This is a classic right here, boy. I swear to you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So one thing I tell people what they gotta do too, man. See, they was feeding us what we thought was American history in school. But the American history started with the forefathers, their forefathers. They never taught us we was Indians. We learned that shit at home. We already knew we was Indians. But then grandmama started going to church, specifically this AME goddamn church. AME, ME at first, but then turned into African Methodist. You feel?
You know
Grandmama
what,
and them boys was saying
OTK?
they was Indian. Go ahead,
But
bro. And
but
I'm
check
in
this out,
Carolina.
OTK. But check this out,
I'm a living
OTK.
example of it. Go ahead.
I got hoodwinked too, OTK, until I did some research. And I thought that
Right.
African Methodist Church was the first black church in the Carolinas. That's not true.
No, it was the ME church.
Yeah, it was a church level before them called the St. Anne's Church. They don't talk about it. I ran across and reading some of the boy shit. And they talk about how they were in this
Ooh.
church that they used to do a old they said, cause the boys say he went with some white boys, him and some white boys went and visited this church and watched them people do their thing. And he said the shit they were
Right.
doing in this church reminded him of old Indian war dance.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Church called St. Anne's Church. Look it up.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna look that shit up.
And they've been laying claim that they the oldest church in the Carolina. Said the church so old
Damn.
they don't even remember the date. That's how old it is. They don't even remember the date of that motherfucker or when it was built. And this
Damn.
book was
Yeah,
written in like 1920.
the AME church didn't come in till like fucking late 1800. You had more French churches here, and you know what I mean, goddamn Protestant churches, Presbyterian churches, and stuff like that here first. Because remember now, this was a safe haven for them to come as indentured servants to get on their feet. That's why it's so much churches, dog. If matter of fact, I'm gonna do a guided tour. I'm gonna show y'all that where they got off these ships at, dog. When I walk down the street, dog, y'all gonna see a church damn near every 20, 30 feet. Y'all will see a different type of church. And I'm talking about churches look like cathedrals, bro.
Cause they hit to
Charleston is called the
Christianize the
Holy City,
Indians.
man.
We
That's
know what
why
they
it's no
did,
gambling.
Christianize the Indian.
Downtown the holy city downtown controls South Carolina, dog. That's why it's no gambling here. No casinos can be here. That's why they don't want to federally recognize a tribe like on the coast of South Carolina. They will give you state recognition like my peoples and boys, but they ain't gonna give you that federal because now you can open up a casino. They don't want that, bro. You got to go offshore. You got to jump on a boat and go offshore to gamble in a casino, or either go out of state down here, bro. The church run this motherfucker here. And the church is Catholic, Roman, it's Judaism, it's Islamic, it's nice Templar shit. That's who originally brought the shit here, but dog, that bitch got all of them shit in. Masons, all of them bitch together, bro. I don't care how much they try to look and try to act separate, all them bitch together down here, bro. Big
with
facts.
a casino, OTK, right?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Like saying, with a casino, you can actually create chips. You can create money. You can exchange, set policy, right?
Correct, brother. Too much power.
Right. Yeah. That's a lot of power.
Carry up.
Right?
That's a lot of power, bro.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
Especially
a lot of power.
that's a lot of power, bro.
I mean, like,
Word.
you know, Pachango and Moringa in Southern
Mhm.
California. You know what I mean? They got their own police. They pretty much got their
Yeah.
own like compound where you pretty much got full control of everything. I mean, you got
Big
hotel
facts.
people can lodge, they can live, they can do all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
They own jail. They got their own jail and everything on them. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They can't. Yeah.
Big
They
facts.
can't. They can't. The
facts.
sheriffs. Nobody can come on that shit. They can't even trespass.
Nobody. Not even the feds. They can't even come.
Right.
Yep. Big facts.
Mm-hmm.
Big facts.
Yep.
And that's one thing they don't want to do with tribe, with chieftains inside of South Carolina, especially ones that look my complexion, bro. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But you know one thing they do though, I asked the motherfucker for that historical marker. My dog, that bitch was up within 3 months, dog. That bitch was up, and it's at the head of the damn road. So when you coming into my area, this is an Etowah Indian community village. So it's more ways to be recognized.
Wait, did they put it by that mound that you showed?
Huh?
When you were showing right outside of Goose Creek when you were driving back, I think one day.
Yeah.
You showed there was a mound
those are some
that you had seen. Is that where they put the marker?
No, I got the marker where we all originated from. So that where that mound was, those were some of our peoples that left out of Goose Creek and went into Somerville and went into what they will call they call it Wassamasab Plantation now. You know what I'm saying? They went that way. So that's where that mound was at. And it's like if we was walking, it probably would be a 6-hour walk. But if we driving, we'd get there in like about 15 minutes. But the reason why it'd be 6 hours because of the obstacles now that's in play. You feel me? But no telling to them that shit might have been a straight through shot. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they some offshoots of us. The Varna Indians are some offshoots. So this is where you start seeing that heavy French mixture. And if you look at the original of them, they dark. And now you start seeing this newer breed of them taking pictures and stuff because people start breeding in with white people who got money and shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. I looked up all them boy research. So when I went up there to county council and city council, like, yo, I want state recognition too for my community. We don't got no mayor over here. So at the county council, it's Goose Creek Concerned Citizens. I'm the vice president of Goose Creek Concerned Citizens. We want state recognition too for my community. So the first thing they did was go ahead and make that historical marker to start it off. So that's the beginning of the works. But yeah, we got it a little different down here.
That's what's up, though. Well, I was just going to mention of this part of the Charles V, of him going and being like the lands are rich, be like we should move forward with colonization. But my first question is, these captives, supposed captives that are going on the boat, do y'all think it's forced? Are they making deals with them? Do they know that they're slaves? What do y'all think?
Wait a minute. You talking about this you got up right now?
Yes, in 1521, when they're salvaging the Bahamas for supposed slaves.
Okay, so I got to read it first. Yeah.
Man, we know those indigenous people.
Now I got an example. I got a partner in New York, Jamaica. He's in Jamaica, Queens, right? So I met him through a business partner, and when I was talking to him, I asked him a question. I always ask him, where you come from? He said, my people come from Trinidad. I said, they come from Trinidad? He said, yeah. He said, but I did my genealogy, and my people in Trinidad originated here in America. I said, can you explain to me what happened? He said, nah, I can't. He said, all I know is that I came from Trinidad based on the fact that my ancestors originated here in New York. And whatever happened, they ended up in Trinidad, and then he came back. But he didn't even know until he got back to New York. So it's interesting.
But this is a part of the story that we don't never hear when it comes to these dudes. They just throw their names out there. Our massacre at the LA, he had slaves, but they don't break it down.
Right. That's
Who
my
who
point.
were these slaves?
Yeah, and another thing too, Aton, it's not amazing or nothing like that to me, because if you look up the Pequot Wars or the King Philip War, bro, you will see that when they surrendered, bro, at the end of the wars, they surrendered thinking that they, be set free and they just do business. They got sent to the Bahamas, bro.
Well, basically,
Some went to Mexico too, OTK. Some of them, they sent
Yeah,
some to
bro.
Mexico
Yeah.
too.
So we had a triangle slave trade here, from up north going down the goddamn south to the Caribbean, South America, and that bitch was going over to Mexico and coming right back up.
hey, but peep
It
this
was
though.
called a prisoner of a war. I'm gonna call it a prisoner of war trade, because all this shit resorted from war. Because it was
Hey,
400 years of wars over here, bro.
but peep this.
400 years.
Peep this. He's in his early 40s. Like, he's married. Like, his wife is Trinidadian as well. So he's totally confused, right, about the situation. Right? He found out about that when he got to New York. He didn't know nothing about that in Trinidad. But when he came back, right, because my business partner was helping him on his genealogy to check things out, right? That's when he found out. He had no idea. What he knows is he's from Trinidad. But what he found out is that his whole entire family in Trinidad comes from America. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, he gonna
Super
find out that
authentic.
they was in wars. He gonna find out that they was in wars.
Yeah, super authentic.
Word.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't get into any of that, but it was just super authentic because
Yeah,
he didn't want to hear none of that.
I believe
To
that
him,
shit.
he's still Trinidadian.
Right,
You know what I'm
because that's
saying?
who he was
But if you
raised at.
look
You
at
got
him,
it.
you know you wouldn't even think he from Trinidad. This is a brother. When you look at him, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, a lot of these cats like him, you know,
So you can blow this up just a little bit, please. Go ahead, Aton. Go ahead, Aton.
yeah, a lot of cats like him, you know, are few and far between because he's super authentic. You got a lot of people that know, right? And then they will play the little role, just like we've been dealing with the American Colonization Society. A lot of these cats that went along with the program. See, he is a 40-year-old young man, you know what I'm saying, just paying his bills, working and shit like that. And then he just got pressed into something. And, you know, this dude damn near had a conniption fit based on what he found out. You know what I'm saying? Because all he was trying to do is just work, pay his bills and shit, be a good United States citizen. Then he found out his whole family is from here. I mean, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how, you know, some of these people have these experiences, and, you know, we know who we are, but then you have people that come from another place that find out who they are, and they like, damn. Oh, I was already in America. We had this whole shit going on. I mean, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But Aton, how you been? You be on
Scroll
TikTok,
down a little bit,
Aton?
Dosey.
Yeah,
Back
yeah, I
to the
do.
highlighted part you had
You
highlighted.
you see those
I
people in the
was just scrolling
Bahamas
down
finally
there.
finding out that they got roots in America too. You been paying attention to that?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that part
That's
right
what we
there.
read right now. We reading it right now. How they got there?
They read it. And the wars,
Yeah,
I'm telling you, dog.
facts. And the war
Go
chef,
ahead. And
and
the
you know
wars.
they moved the peacocks, the like y'all saying, around. So yep. In January or
Yeah.
February of 1521, Alien instructed Gordillo to search the Bahamas. Search the Bahamas, and if slaves could not be found, he was told to sail northwest and verify a report of Native Americans. Several months later, Urrutia instructed Cajo to sail with merchandise to Cuba and then turn towards the Bahamas to look for slaves. So, and then we get down to the bottom in which they say, 60 unexpected Indians were enticed to board the ships. And then that's how they
Okay, so
collected the
hey,
slaves.
Dosey.
So
Hey,
my
Dosey.
question is this real? Is the story real?
Yeah,
They
that's what I'm
use
saying.
liquor.
Hey,
Hey, they
that's
use liquor. They told them boys they was having a party
wait
on the
a minute.
ship.
Wait a minute.
They had
Hey,
some
Dosey
white
Dave.
bitches.
Hey,
I
They
was
Dosey
had
just
Dave.
some
about
white
to say
bitches.
they brought the
Wait a
white
minute.
girls, they brought the pink toes out,
They had some
blonde,
pink toes.
brunette, red hair. Which one you want?
Wait a minute.
When the motherfucker woke up, they was fucking hostage. Like, what the fuck?
Wait a minute. God damn. Hey, man, wasn't that the goddamn Roots motherfucking movie? Isn't that the whole
Yeah.
transatlantic
Hey,
slave trade where
hey,
motherfuckers got a
listen, bro.
bottle of water and it was liquor and shit? Next thing you know, they was on a ship going somewhere else.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna show you a story about some American Indians over here writing this, saying how the motherfucker drunk them and tricked them to get on the boat.
Hey,
And told them they
goddamn
was
it.
having a party.
Hey, I got a question for Dulcinea, real quick, right? I got a question. Now, well, I just got a question. Let me just ask my question, because that fucked me up right there. But look, I got a question. Do you think that a lot of these people that are over here, right, that look like us, know about that history? And that's why they over here being Democrats and all this. I mean, just not Democrat, but just over here, promoting this whole genre and narrative because they know that right there?
Yeah, I would say I think some people know. I think some people are ignorant to the fact. They're too indoctrinated, but definitely I think some people know and they are deliberately hiding the facts like this. They're deliberately hiding the search for the Indians on the land, trying to make this story African. But one of the questions I have also is what I was saying in my whole thought process that this is just a paper play of slavery. And this
Well,
is
what if
where
they fell for it though, Dosey? What if they fell for
this is
that?
where Root would be good with the if he was the river god. We need the river god right now. What if this is just them taking over or them putting down on paper that they're taking over routes and workers that are already doing this? What if those people were already going back and forth from the Bahamas to South Carolina,
Oh, that's
Carolina?
fact.
Pretty
That's
much. Pretty
proven,
much.
sis. That's proven,
Pretty
sis.
much.
We've been
And I can
we've
see
been
that. I can
Yeah, so
see
they
been
that.
just
That's a
dealing with
call
fact.
people
slaves
out the
over it.
Caribbean, man. Hell yeah.
So they just
That's how they
calling them
knew.
slaves.
So I don't know if you can find it because when I try to find it again, that shit was taken off of goddamn Internet Archive because they was going through that lawsuit at the time. But it was a map that I
Oh
found
yeah, they
called
do
the
that
trade
too. I'm
route.
so mad that like now we really need to
Right.
be putting everything to the side because they really do disappear. Like
They
little
dog,
letters
they
and all kinds of
disappeared,
stuff
dog.
disappear right
Where
now.
people, if too much people complain about them, dog, we got people on tape saying like, "Yo, I complain on Internet Archive, man. They should be taking that shit down. They ain't gonna find that shit no more." Listen, dog, this shit been going on, dog. Trust me, y'all. This shit been going on. But yeah, man, I found the map where they had the map was called the trade routes, the river trade routes. You know what I'm saying? Of the American Indians, man. And that motherfucker was so detailed because you can't even see this type of river structure today because of all the construction, all the infrastructure that done went on. But man, these rivers was all the way connected, all the way damn near to California, man, where all the way to California. Like for real,
Yeah, you can
man.
take
Like,
a boat. You can take a boat from right here up
yeah.
in Minnesota all the way to, you know what I'm saying, Louisiana without even touching the ground.
Without even touching the ground, man. Same as us going to New York. We used to could take a river dog. Yo, I got a story. I'm gonna bring out some of these stories. I got a story of American Indians saying if a motherfucking squirrel, well, not an American Indian, but one of these French Jesuits that was coming across here and he touched down in South Carolina. He went up the coast of Florida first. He said, dog, the fucking tree line was so vast to where a squirrel could have jumped on top of the trees and run from Florida all the way to New York and never touched the ground. Straight up, cuz. Nothing but pine trees and oak trees, dog. That's all we had. You know, in fact, the name the Etowah is a name that was given to us by another American Indian chieftain that they told them our name was saying, pretty much saying the people of the pine trees. And dog, I'm trying to tell you, dog, we got plenty pine trees around this motherfucker. That's why we had all these wood factories, these paper mills around here. We got plenty pine trees. Plenty. No, it ain't no fairy tale smoke signal. Dog, listen, you don't know how much cutting down them boys did on the coast from Florida on up. I see we got to start bringing this shit out.
Smoke trying to figure stuff out. But OTK.
Yeah,
OTK.
my question is
I know you got that one map you had showed me a long time ago. But it had Chicago already on the map though. Chicago and some other places on the map. Like a long time ago.
Yeah, Chicago. You saying yeah, I mean they been had that name there. Ain't nobody give them that name. They been had that name there.
Yeah, I got that map
If I'm
too.
not,
And when you look at that map,
if I'm not mistaken, they been had that name there with that spelling there, with that CHI. I think it was CHI. What was it?
It had an H
CGO
in it
or
though.
something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah. It was like a H or a K or something. It looked like a
Yeah, something
one
like
of the
that.
two.
They been had them names up there. That's why they got the Cahokie. They use C's up there. They was using them C's up there.
but you
So
know what,
yeah.
OTK, I got that same map. And what's so crazy about that map? When you look at the
Uh-huh.
Atlantic Ocean, it's not named the Atlantic Ocean. It's called the Ethiopian Ocean.
The
On that map you
Ethiopian
talking about with
Ocean.
Chilago on it. Yeah.
Right. The Ethiopian Ocean. Then I seen maps where it's calling the Western Ocean. See, I
I've seen
love
it
maps,
too. Yeah,
bro.
I seen it too.
Yeah,
I
I
seen it
love
too.
maps, man. I love that photography because when you be reading these stories and stuff like this, and you reading what they writing, when you look at a map, you can kind of understand what kind of route that they saying that they took. And now you can see what they was encompassing when they was taking these routes. It's just simple as that. That's what you call research.
Yeah, I use maps for my research. In fact,
Yeah, there you go, Darius Menea, Chaligo.
I would advise you if you looking at some
Chaligo.
maps, just type in some of the names on those maps. You don't know what you might run into. Like, that's how I
Yeah,
found out that the French knew it was nigga was already here. The
Who that?
French knew. The French, they said that they ran into niggas called the Canassi. Yatasi.
Who,
That's where the
who you
name
asking me
Texas come
again?
from.
You say
The
who?
the
Who you asking me
Canassi,
again?
the Canassi
No, what
Indian.
group? No,
The
what
French,
group you
the
say was over
French.
here first? The French. Okay,
Yeah, the French. Yeah.
All
They
right,
they
all
knew
right.
they knew it was indigenous black people out here. Where you think the
What do you
name
think
Washington come from?
you think they hit the Caribbeans and Canada first? Or you just think they hit Canada, Nova Scotia area, and then inland? Or do you think they hit the Caribbeans first?
It's hard to
Or you don't
pinpoint
think
where
they
they hit.
hit the Caribbeans until Napoleon?
I think they hit here first.
All right, where you think at? Where at? In
Because
Canada?
we know they came down through Canada in the 1600s. But then they
Yeah,
might have been in
that's
it.
a fact.
You see what I'm saying? We know that maybe a little earlier. Who knows? You know what I mean? But
Okay.
you also see a timeline in the Caribbean islands around the same time. So that's why I say it's hard to say which one they hit first. Because you can see them in both areas at the same time. You see what I'm saying?
Big fact. I like that.
But who was the French though?
So your French will be shit. They would be the motherfucker will be some of your closest to the Latin language speaking motherfuckers, but yet they also have some influences from the United Kingdom, and they got some influence from Hispania, which would be the Al-Andalus, the Iberian Peninsula at the time.
So would it be safe to say? So would it be safe to say? I mean, just by me just filling and dabbling on some stuff, right? Would it be safe to say that the French that you think might really actually be the Italian? Because the Italians speak Spanish too.
Yes. So the Italians really speak. The Italians speak Latin.
Yeah.
That would be your closest form to the Latin form, like your Italian, your Sicilians, and all of that. Because so what happened is what you had a Nordic conquest with your Celtics, your Celtics, or later. Matter of fact, let me just sum it up. Your Vikings, what we would call today your Vikings. they went into Italy and was tearing shit up in Italy, but they only got but so far. And a lot of those people ran in the refugee in the Sicily. So now they kept their culture. They didn't lose nothing because they never get conquered because the Nordics ended up losing. If I'm not mistaken, bro, this will be your beginning of your Roman Empire. The Romans, because they you know what I mean? They had to get the Nordics out of there, their way of life, because they was rogue. You know, they was robbing the church. You know what I mean? They was rogue agents. So what they did is, you know, they formed the Romans or whatever like that. You know what I mean? Or, you know, and they pushed them boys out, or the Greeks, whatever one they fucking formed, whatever. But they ran the Nordic out, but the Nordics left their influence there, their dialect. So the farther you go down Italy, the more Latin you will see. The more Latin, the more deeper the Latin get. The farther you come up Italy, it start turning into goddamn French, Arabic. You know, it's influencing Arabic too now.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the Arabic.
Yeah, it's in Arabic too. It's in Spanish,
because
Portuguese, Latin America, pretty much. You know what I mean? Even United
'cause
Kingdom got
that's
some
what I'm about
Latin words. Yeah.
because that's what I've been looking at. Like the New Mexicans. That's what the New Mexicans is mixed with. They mix with Italian, Arabic, and Filipino. You know what I'm saying? They mix with them three types of people. The New Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Them little light skinned looking ones. What they call a Mexican. Them the three bloodlines that they come from.
Yeah,
Italian,
they
Filipino,
most,
and Arabic.
I will say Pacific Islander before I say Italian.
Okay.
Remember
We
now,
do that too.
remember now, Mexico, the backside of Mexico, and you know what I mean, the west coast of Mexico, that's the Pacific Ocean, bro.
Yeah, but you gotta think about it too, right? Look at the flag. Ain't the flag the same as the Italian flag?
Yeah, you forgot about the Chinos. The Chinos, them boys
Yeah,
been there for a
the
long
Chinos is
time,
the
bro.
Filipino. That's the
Yeah,
Filipinos,
they've
the
been there.
Chinos.
They've been there. That was more than just the Filipinos. Them motherfucker was getting what we call today China, Korea, shit. The motherfucker was coming from all
all
over,
that.
bro. Yeah, they
Yeah,
Asian.
all that.
That's why I
Yeah.
would say they Asian and Pacific Islanders because they got the different landmass now. But yeah, all of them been coming into there, bro. They, you know,
I
Chinos
know
and Indians. Remember?
the Filipinos was coming over here doing the opium wars in the southern part down there to start making them people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What year was the Opium Wars? Was that like the
15 that
1800s?
was 1580. 1580. No, 1580.
1580s, the Opium War started.
Yeah,
It started in
1580. No, it started in 15, I think 1574. But they
74.
start coming
Okay.
over this way. They start coming this way in 1580. I got the paper. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing a little research on a little certain thing. You know me, man. I like to find out who people really is, man, because them names and what people say they was from, and then when you look at the phenotype of people, they phenotype matches other people. You know what I'm saying? So you can't directly say exactly where they from. You got to start looking at how they really look like. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, who they really
Hold on
descend
one
from.
second, y'all. What's up, Smoke? Have we been teaching you, convincing you that slavery is real?
Hell no, I ain't going for that slavery shit.
You already know that nigga gonna say hell no.
Do you believe in it?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you believe in the prisoners of war?
A prisoner is not a slave, in my opinion.
Okay, all right. Do you consider indentured servitude the same as slave?
Slavery has a very strict definition. It means you are owned, you are property.
Okay, so you know what indentured servitude means too, right? That means you are property and you indentured to a servitude to somebody for a certain amount of years or till you pay your debt off.
So
You still
why do we
property
have
too.
indentured servitude and slavery? We shouldn't have both of those if
Because
they
the color
fall
of
up
the
under.
skin.
Damn,
Because the
let me
color
get
of
the
the
question
skin.
out, bro. This is not enough pressure. It's not enough pressure. I'm not applying enough pressure to cause spontaneous combustion, bro. Let me get the question out. If indentured servitude and slavery falls up under the same definition, then one of them should be canceled the fuck out.
I totally agree with that. But when we start doing history and start researching, we see that they only use indentured servitude when they're talking about so-called Europeans. And they use slave when they're talking about so-called Africans.
So if indentured servitude is the same condition as slavery, are you saying that they pulling them? Are you saying that they're trying to pull a mind fuck as in regard to slavery?
Big facts.
That's why I don't
That's why
agree
you
with the
see
slavery
so
narrative. That's
that's
why I
why
don't
you see
agree
so
with
that's
the
why you see
slavery
so much free
narrative.
black people. Go ahead,
It
my
was
bad.
Negroes and indentured servants. It was Negroes and indentured servants.
Come again?
What was that?
It was Negroes, indentured servants as well. It wasn't
Yeah, he
just.
was saying Negroes were indentured servants as well.
Yeah, I'm saying it was only indentured servants. People who agreed to that degree of servitude.
I disagree. Well, kind of agree, kind of
Just like these
disagree.
people that
You
just
can
got
see
on
it
this ship
from this
with
point.
man.
Look, the perpetual slavery. So if I know that you're a farmer and you're going to pass down farming to your children and you're going to pass down and they're going to pass down farming to their children. Now I label you as this laborer. I don't have to do
I
anything.
see you,
You
bro,
don't
getting
have to
that
be
capoeira
my
over there.
property for
What?
real. I can just write it
Parkour
down on
master?
paper. So how much of slavery is just a paper genocide?
All of it.
They wrote that shit to make it look at the back the Bible up,
Exactly,
man,
make it
for
look,
the
and I see why
fuck
Europeans
you
would be
up.
the indentured slaves, servants, because they are a labor first force for real of learning how to do this. They're not, they have
Right.
to actually be taught how to cultivate, how to do things. So this is a real job for them. But this is the
Big facts.
Indians' way of life.
How
So
did
you
y'all
literally
piss off that
took
motherfucker that he
the
killed for y'all
Indians'
that
way of
bad?
life and then called it slavery.
And called this fucking slavery. There you go, sis. And
Yeah, that
that's
shit
the only
sound
thing
good.
that made sense.
Yeah, that shit sound good on paper. It's a beautiful story. Like I say, some of this shit just be a beautiful damn story. It's wonderful. It's very inspiring. Is it true? I highly fucking doubt it. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I agree.
What about going back
But
to the
I know
hostages?
some shit
Derek's not
happened.
here. But one thing that they do say in these stories, starting from the 1500s onward, is saying that to get leverage amongst the Indians, they would steal the children. What do y'all feel about that? As far as, do you feel like they were able to kidnap the children to get leverage for food or whatever they wanted?
I don't know, man. I mean,
No.
you got to be quite crafty and diabolical with that type of you maneuvering like that. I mean, come on, like you take my kids and we're gonna strike a deal. Once I get my kids back, we cool. Nah, I don't know, man. It sound good on paper.
Yeah, they will have to have they will have to have some type of some position to be able to do that. I mean,
they got somebody helping them, Aton. That's the
Yeah,
only way
well,
they can
I
pull
mean,
that
they
off.
always say if they tie any kind of kidnapping the children, usually it's the governor is calling for them to do it, who's staying in Cuba, or there's a governor that's on the outskirts of Florida and stuff like that. So it's usually something that they're saying is tied to the governor, which is going directly back to the European. But you
But
know,
so these Indians would have to be in the jurisdiction where that could possibly take place. No?
So if people in high places are being accused of operating in this capacity, are we now counseling out civility?
Okay, expand on that. What do you mean?
I mean, you can't be a civilized nation operating in that capacity. There's nothing civil about those type of operations.
Okay, well, tell that to the goddamn
We're in a
traffickers.
civilized nation now.
Yeah, bingo. That's what I'm saying.
Not if your brother, not if your representatives, because your representatives represent who? They represent you, brother.
Okay, so
was
what you
Europe
saying?
a civilized?
I see what
Was
you're saying,
Europe
Dulcinea.
considered a civilized nation?
Yeah, I
On
see what
paper, they
he's
say
saying.
they are.
Yeah, I see what he's saying. Yeah.
No,
Slick.
not
Yeah,
at this time. At this time,
No,
they
they
was
was
going
not.
through famine.
that was good. Smoke. That was good. I like that.
Yeah, I understand what Smoke
Yeah, I
saying.
thought at this time they
That's
just learned how to
a good
bathe.
question.
But
That was
Yeah,
slick.
what year
It
is
was
this
slick
again?
though.
Yeah,
It was slick.
at this time right
well,
here,
they say in
they
1500s that this is
yeah, they definitely
supposedly
didn't have
this
no
play
civil
of the
shit.
Spanish, and supposedly this
Yeah,
play goes into the English. Even if you hear
yeah.
about like the Waspy and John Newbro, that was supposed to be his thing of kidnapping the children
So
to
these will be your Anglo-Saxons. These will be your Anglo-Saxons.
right. So I just wanted
Most,
to know, do y'all
yeah,
believe that that was happening? That people were coming in, mercenaries coming in, getting access to the children, and then being like, "Hey, these are our demands to get children back."
Like,
Yeah, it would be a
I
ransom,
played with Twist
but that's what
Fortnite
they're
once.
saying that they did.
Cause
I don't know
I used
how
to
true
play
that
Fortnite with
is.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't
believe
say
people would
it
out
like
like a
that.
short thumb.
I wouldn't say it like that, Dulcinea. What I would say in regards to a mercenary, shit, I gotta go with what Smoke Talk, what his question is. You have people that actually have the authorization or the certified card to be able to swipe and open them doors. So I got to go that route. Now these mercenaries, yeah, they pulling people from other places, like you said, Dulcie. I mean, it's possible, but it can't happen if these Indians still had control. How are they getting in? That's my question.
What do y'all think of this? Shorty McGriff said the European and the Asian native was at war with the Negro indigenous Creek. That's how they enslaved us Black Americans.
Well, if a Creek was a Negro, then yeah, you got access. A Creek Negro. That's an oxymoron. That's what I keep talking about. Those are oxymorons. Can't happen. You can't be both. You got to be one or the other.
Where he get that from? Where is he getting this from? Is this what the Creeks themselves are saying?
No.
Or somebody speaking on behalf of the Creeks? Where you getting this from, bro?
Yeah, B. Yeah, answer is B. Not A, B. Yeah. That's impossible. That's impossible. That's a variable that you can't even put into a equation. That'd change the whole goddamn fucking formula. You can't do that.
Yeah, the story ain't adding up. That's why I'm glad Dust are reading this, because when you look into this story, it don't add up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Shall we continue?
Yeah, let's go. Nelsie?
I don't know what happened to OTK, but he's supposed to be taking over round 2. But what do you where I want to go into next?
Yeah, that's what. Hey, Epic, why you ain't said nothing? You know, if you're quiet.
You know, Epic drive trucks. He probably then parked and crashed out or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But
He
yeah, don't
listening
put
you
on.
gotta
time out
start
too on
dissing
you.
the
Oh man,
you
it's
gotta
been a
start
good discussion.
you gotta start dissing the Constitution. You want to wake that nigga up. Other than that, he probably gonna stay quiet. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap out on y'all too, man. It's been a
So
good
their
one. Thus, I
response
had fun
was
and enjoyed
Asian
myself.
natives and blacks was trading each other before Europeans came.
No,
Hey man,
I
Ty Sam,
highly
man,
doubt that.
stop.
See,
Staying in the
he's talking
background,
as
man.
if
Come
though
up here and push your shit, Ty Sam. Your shit.
he's speaking as if though these natives was a part of the schematic. No, they was brought here as well. Who brought them, I don't know, but their ass was brought here. They raised their hands. They admitted
I
to it.
mean, shit. The Asians, yeah, I think they were brought here too.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I think they were brought
My
here.
bad, yeah. I think it's definitely that's
I
why I
think
think,
they Ellis
the
Island
marriage
babies.
trade and all that, it just opens up. That's where we got these Somalis that saying 3,000 years ago they came and talked to the Native American. When you are opening yourself to theories that you take as truths, then people can just make up all kinds of stuff with the story.
Yeah.
Hold on, the Somalia said what now? Hold on, run that by me, Doug. You almost
Wait, you
said that
Oh,
ain't
they
too.
heard
said
that?
Minnesota was promised to them
You ain't
3,000
heard
years
that?
ago.
No, I ain't heard this
Yeah,
shit.
You ain't heard that? Oh.
they online catfishing, man. They online catfishing right now.
God damn.
But to get to his
You ain't
question though,
heard that?
what's
Oh.
the Asian native? What's the
Shit.
Asian native?
The Native Americans. That's what he's talking about, the Native Americans.
So how was they wasn't here trading with nobody to sell to give nobody nothing? I mean, the story of that is a fake story. I don't get what he mean by that. That's why I'm trying to figure out what do you mean by that.
Yeah, he's not under the impression that it's a fake story. He's under the impression that the natives are indeed who they say they are. All right. Which would make us who we say we aren't. See what I'm saying? You can't have both of them. You can't have Native Americans as the original people and niggas as the original people. Where they do that at?
Wow. That's
Hey,
okay.
Smoke, you think they making our point for us?
I think all these stories got to be handled with a fine tooth comb. Got to work all the kinks out of it. I'm not saying that it's all a fabrication, but if you introduce any elements of fabrication into the storyline, it kind of convolutes the entire storyline. So you got to be meticulous on working out the kinks. Or otherwise, you got a fake ass story. That's why I say all this shit fake.
All right, so these Somalians saying that the Minnesota was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Would you
Yeah,
say
but they
that?
only start saying
Let
that.
me pull it up.
They only started saying that when they found out that they weren't so welcome. Now they trying to stake a claim on some shit prior to anybody else's claim. They
Or they
won't be
tell
able.
it.
They can't substantiate that.
Yeah, or
I
they tell it.
mean, I'm in Minnesota myself. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand the history up here. You know, we used to beat them Somalians up. That's how they get. That's how they got political protection up here. But what they doing right now, they catfishing. They doing the same thing. Like, you know, when the Mexicans was out there talking about save them, and wanted everybody to ride on the bus with them. They're trying to do the same thing just to try to invoke some stuff. But no, the Somalians ain't never had no stronghold up here like that, and they don't even get down in the town like that, like at all. So all that catfishing they doing, that's all it is.
All right,
get back
y'all,
into
get this. Yeah, get this laugh. We'll get this laugh real quick.
Minnesota is the homeland of the Somali people, and it was
one
promised to
more.
us 3,000 years ago.
This land was promised to us 3,000 years ago, so fight me.
Minnesota was promised to us Somalis 3,000 years ago.
Minnesota was promised for the Somalis 4,000 years ago.
The Somalis in the United States of America, whom President Trump just referred to as garbage, are now claiming a rightful belonging to Minnesota. A belonging they claim dates back 3,000 years.
Those who bless the Somalis will be blessed, and those who curse the Somalis will be cursed, according to Genesis 42. You know, Minnesota was promised for the Somalis 4,000 years ago. This picture is clearly proof. These are the founding fathers of Minnesota. His name is Abdullah Muhammad Washington. You know, you can't tell it. It's not edited. You can argue with what I say, what are these Somalis saying, but that's the truth. Minnesota belongs to the Somalis. It's a promised holy land for them. This picture you see right now, his name is Abdi Farah. He was welcomed by the natives. They ate dinner and everything together. They had something called a Minnesota Tea Party.
Yo, Minnesota was promised to us Somalis 3,000 years ago. And if you disagree, you're an anti-Kushite bigot and you need help immediately. Also, if you read Genesis 12:3, it says that those who bless Somalis will be blessed, and those who try to harm them will bring harm upon themselves. I didn't say that. Genesis 12:3. Just saying.
A lot of white nationalists are really upset about Somali immigration to Minnesota for some reason. But the thing is, Minnesota is the homeland of the Somali people, and it was promised to us 3,000 years ago. In fact, one of the founding documents of the state of Minnesota is literally codifying into law that Somali people have self-determination on that land. Is the historical homeland of the Somali people, in which the state of Minnesota was established. The state of Minnesota is the home of the Somali people, in which it fulfills its natural, cultural, religious, and historical right to self-determination. The right to exercise self-determination in the state of Minnesota is unique to the Somali people. The state views the development of Somali settlement as a national value and will act to encourage and promote its establishment and consolidation. So that's the end of the debate. The only people who have the right to self-determination in Minnesota are Somalis. Somalis have a cultural tie to the land. It was promised to us 3,000 years ago, and we have the right to go back to our homeland. If anybody wants to help me pay for Aliyah to my homeland, please help me out.
Let me get this right. The orange felon that has 34 felonies publicly is known to have gone to an island for pedos, publicly lusts after his own child, has been known to grab women by their parts unconsentingly, obviously, and bankrupted every single company that he's been a part of, and is a known racist, is calling Somali people garbage. Okay, I think the self-projection is actually crazy. I'm taking a break for anybody who's like asking, but like I just wanted to come out and say, like, who is the Somali person that shit in his coffee? Because he's been on a rampage the past few days. And I can go on a whole spiel about how the economic state that Somalia is currently in is due to Western influences, mainly the United States. But again, why bother? That man is illiterate himself. I could not care less what that man says. I just think it's funny that he's been on this rampage for a few days. If you take anything that comes out of his mouth, the mouth that has apparently been on other previous presidents, seriously, that's on you, not me. And in the words of the worst people on earth, this land was promised to us 3,000 years ago, so fight me.
Spicing up this claim is an AI-generated video that shows their ancestors entering Minnesota.
Minnesota, land of 10,000 lakes, welcomes you.
You come with the river. You are welcome here.
We thank you, Chief. We seek a place to live in peace.
Then you shall find peace with us.
The land is beautiful.
It will be your home too.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
This is the funniest
That
part.
right there,
That's wild.
that's a body bag.
Brothers and sisters from the Horn of Africa and friends whose
So they
footprints
gonna
have
hit us
always
with the
been in the road
AI
around us.
remix.
The sky is wide, the waters are sweet, and the land rolls like the back of a gentle camel. This is Minnesota, 3,000
Yeah, they out here catfishing, man.
all our visitors from Germany, Sweden, everywhere.
Look at this fresh snow, blue skies, and the warmest hearts in Minnesota.
That right there was a prime example. That was a prime example. Now, you know, that girl, you know, she was like, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? Little Valley girl. Good education. She was very entertaining. But the little AI thing kind of like body bagged the whole thing. Like if you supposedly I came over here, you saying that there was some brothers with some feathers on their head that invited you over here. The tea leaves. I like it.
Nah, them niggas just tripping. That's all they doing. You on that good Somali dope.
Man, they hitching a
Yeah, I don't know. That dope laced.
Yeah, they up here off that chop. It's called chop. That's that shit that they be messing with.
Yeah,
It's
they
like a
hitching
little
a
shit they be getting high off of.
hey, they
Yeah, they
hitching a
most definitely
stall
off
right
that
now.
shit.
If you guys the way I look at it, Milestone, is that they hitching a stall like all of them doing right now. They all hitching a stall and they all want to bring this black shit and this, that, and the other. They all hitching a stall. They trying to figure out how they can get us to get involved in they fight. And what we need to do is pretty much walk the other way. That right there, that's an atrocity. That's some bullshit they doing. But they want us to hit.
Yeah, I feel like all of them riding the wave off that black and African American stuff, because that's all they pushing too. Talking about they black, and we the African Americans because we came from Africa, so now we the Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's only they be pushing that online. But you come up here to Minnesota, man, Somalis don't be on that type of time. They walk by with their heads down. Even the ones that gang bang up here, they don't push that type of situation at all. That's just that online stuff. That's why I say they out here catfishing, man. They out here catfishing for real. And they don't even know they could get all the rest of them Somalis messed up just from doing that stuff. That shit crazy.
Right. Right. And that's what I know. Because you look at how these people are pushing everything, you know, once things go a certain direction that comes against them, then they want to pull the black card out. You know what I'm saying? With no credit. But then when everything is good, because we didn't know nothing about this shit 10, 12 years ago, we didn't know nothing about that. They weren't pushing that card then. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden, they're pushing the card. See, but it's a whole distraction. I mean, just like what Tyson was saying, what's going on here in Nebraska. Like that shit like hit home. You're looking at what's going on right now. They talking about a specific group. Cool. But there's a bunch of them. Look at Trump been saying it's not that people want to focus on Mexico, but it ain't even Mexico. Mexico been over on this other side of the town for a long time. What he's saying, they got people come from all over the place on scam shit. You know what I'm saying? And some of them people got a little melanin in them. That's the fucked up thing about it. But you got these people want to focus on one little aspect, but man, there's a bunch of motherfuckers up over here, and they living in the hood like they living in Beverly Hills. Like all of them up over here, like they living in Beverly Hills, and they don't give a fuck because they know they can't be touched. I'll land right there. I'm done.
Root, you called me a tether. You Arabian Night.
Who called you that?
Goddamn Turkish Arabic blood nigga.
Who said that?
Root word.
Hey, get man, don't
Called
worry
me a
about that
Minnesota
dude, man.
tether.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with that nigga, man. That nigga be tripping. I don't know what's wrong with that nigga, man.
So anybody still under the impression that slavery was indeed legitimate industry? Because I don't.
I don't agree. I don't. Smoke, you already know where I stand. I don't agree with that. Slavery
I don't agree with it the way they say, but some happen, and we gotta figure it out. Some happen.
Slavery is voluntary. Dulcinea, smoke signal. Slavery is voluntary.
Well, you can't be slavery if it's voluntary.
Oh shit. Yeah, it can. Yeah, it can, smoke. Yes, it can, brother. It can. See, that's why I say,
Well,
like, when I get to present shit, you don't even be paying attention to what I'm saying, nigga. You don't even be paying attention to what I'll be showing you. I'll be trying to show you where it's voluntary. You ain't paying attention. None of y'all paying attention. I'm trying to show you it's voluntary. Slavery is voluntary. There's a difference between slavery and involuntary servitude and peonage. There's a difference. Voluntary servitude and peonage is enslavement. Enslavement and slavery are two different things.
I think peonage comes with some type of violation and or infraction, transgression perhaps. So the person being penalized for committing that particular act is all, I would say that individual knows that there's a penalty.
Keyword act. That's the key word. It's an act. The act has to be verified by somebody that was injured by that act. Now, can you, nigga, street nigga shit, right? Let's get on some street shit. Can most motherfuckers find a motherfucker that actually can verify that an act was done against them? Would anybody in a right motherfucking mind come forward and actually say something was done? They ain't gonna be able to do that, and they won't do that.
Yeah,
if their name means anything to them, they won't do it.
Man, the person who the act was committed against is gonna be the one coming forward.
Now, under those circumstances, if a claim was ever to be made, question, if a claim was ever to be made, would it ever be named in the name of that person that was violated in that act?
That's a logical assessment, but not always necessary. It all depends on who that person is, who that person knows, what that person wants to be disseminated regarding the infraction and or violation.
Okay. So that's a no. Yeah, that's a no. So if the real party in interest that was injured does not bring a claim, then that means there is no claim.
No, I'm just saying we might not know every time that is a claim.
Right.
No, I
That's
just
why
can't
you
believe
have
that.
NDAs. That's why you have NDAs today, this very day.
Mm.
I just can't believe I just heard somebody say that. I need some explanation.
Here we go.
Because in 1864 back then, it was involuntary, and they stopped it. So when you say that slavery was voluntary, you got to back that up, brother.
Oh shit, it was voluntary. Well, I appreciate you, Rootwork, getting us back on track. We had a little sidebar, but back on track, right? The reason why I say it's voluntary, right, for the simple fact that when was slavery abolished in America?
Don't
Give me a
change the
date.
subject.
No.
Prove that.
I'm not. Hey, bro, come on, man. Be cordial.
Just show me that how slavery is. I don't want no
Man, knock it
questions.
off,
Just
man.
show me how much of the slavery
Knock it
was voluntary.
off. I'm asking you, when was slavery
Don't ask me
abolished?
nothing. Ask.
All right, man.
His brother proved that slavery was voluntary.
You got to talk to somebody else, man. If you ain't gonna have a conversation, we can't have a conversation.
Stuff, Tony, you can't back it up, brother.
Okay, well,
I just asked
if you want to debate,
why are you cutting me off,
put
brother?
your shit on the table right now and then let me rebut it.
Why do you do it every time, bro?
No.
Every time somebody confronts your information, you fall
No.
off.
No, young man. No, young man.
And I heard you
want to
say
debate.
that slavery
If
was.
you want to debate, put your shit on the table and then let me
Hey,
rebut.
Todd, can I please land my plane? Can I please land my plane?
Man, you've been landing your plane. You ask questions.
Now, this brother plainly said that slavery
When
was
you ask a
voluntary.
question, your plane has landed. So now you got more shit
Please
you want to
don't.
ask.
You ask me a question. I just want you to tell
I
me.
never asked you
How
a
can you
question, bro.
prove smoke signal?
No, I didn't.
Why are
What
all
I
your
ask
home?
What I asked you?
Was the one running his mouth about slavery is voluntary? I just said if
What
it
did
is,
I
can you?
ask you? What I asked you, young man?
Nigga, you come on people's channels and talk this information shit, and
Man,
when
because
somebody
can't nobody
confront it,
beat me,
you get
nigga.
mad. I ain't even cut you
Nobody
off.
can beat me. Nobody
It's
can
sad.
beat me, nigga. That's why I do it. Because nobody can beat me, and I want somebody to beat me.
I don't
nigga.
care about nobody beating. I just want the
Alrighty
information.
then. So what I'm asking you is, what is
You
your
said that
question?
slavery was voluntary. Can you prove it?
Can you land your plane?
I'm gonna ask you the question again. You ran your mouth and said slavery is voluntary. Can you prove that?
Yeah, I can. Simple. Next. See, this is what I'm talking about. Nigga, get quiet. Where the fuck you at?
You do when you ask a person a question, you fall the fuck back.
Man, no, you was breaking up, man. Nobody heard shit from you, bro. You was quiet. I said, yeah, I can. See, you getting quiet again. Where you at? I'm sure you had to be cordial. See, he ain't there. He ain't there. He ain't there. All right, look, check this out. Under the circumstances, because I know he talking, he gonna jump back in, Dulcinea. But look, let me get it out real quick if I can. Well, the reason why I say it's voluntary, the reason why I asked him a question, right? So I just asked him a question. I know I did. When was slavery abolished? Slavery was abolished in the early 1800s. So, if you have anything else going on in the early 1800s, right? We're talking about the 18 teens, 20s, and then you had the 14th Amendment where they said that slavery was abolished, and the 14th and the 13th Amendment was a part of that. That's a goddamn lie. Because slavery was abolished prior to that. Now you have a code, Title 42, right? Title 42 of the United States Code deals with civil rights. Title 42, Section 1994, deals with peonage abolished. Now, if anybody want to read that, you can read it, but I will paraphrase it. Under 1994, Title 42, well, Section 1994, Title 42 of the United States Code says specifically, and I'm paraphrasing, there's no peonage for any debts, voluntary or involuntary. But it says debts. Key, read it.
Hey, Tom, why are you moving the goalposts, brother?
Oh, you didn't came back?
I've been back. I just want you to land your plane. Can you land your plane?
Back.
Can you land your plane?
Damn, my nigga. God
now
damn,
look,
nigga.
y'all. We ran from that indentured servant involuntary shit and start talking about
understand why you just be popping up and just cutting me off when I'm talking.
Bro, can you land your plane?
Man, I gave you Title 42, United States Code, subsection 1994.
That's not dealing with voluntary servitude.
Man, that is voluntary. It says specifically involuntary or voluntary. Now you
said it was voluntary. You said it was voluntary.
Let me give you an
Hey,
example.
Tom, I want to land my plane,
Can I
bro.
give you an example?
I want to land my plane.
You don't want to learn?
I want to land my plane. You up here running your mouth talking about in the 1800s.
All right, well, shit, you don't want to understand. If you don't want to understand, just say that.
That these slaves that came from somewhere else came there voluntary.
Ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Hey, Tom, can you prove that?
Man, ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Hey, Tom, can you prove that them slaves that came from somewhere else came voluntary?
Yeah, they did.
Where's your evidence?
Shit. Come on, man. All you got to do is debate me, man. Let's get in the ring. I'll beat the shit out of you and I'll teach you something.
Hey, Tom, you've never been in a debate in your life. Just stick to the subject.
Use a goddamn lie, nigga.
You've never been in a debate.
Not on YouTube.
Thank you. So leave it alone. Until you get on the debate on YouTube, let's stick to this subject.
You some motherfucker, boy. Hey, look, check it out. Let me answer you a question.
I've been waiting, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Your way. I'm gonna actually do you a favor and ask you a question. Your way. Look, the bottom line is everybody be talking about this guy, what's his name? Anthony Johnson or something like that actually had people working on his shit and he went to court. And then next thing you know, he had a motherfucking slave in perpetuity. That's what I'm talking about, nigga. That's why Title 42, subsection 1994 was implanted into the United States. Because the bottom line, they had people like Anthony Johnson that was doing certain shit and changing the contract, which you would call involuntary servitude with peonage, which is under Title 18, Chapter 77. Which is a crime. Today, that nigga will go to jail for 20 years plus. That's what I'm saying. There was a lot of motherfuckers changing these motherfucking contracts. This is what we deal with to this day when we dealing with evictions, mortgage fraud, foreclosures, and all different type of shit motherfuckers doing on people's pen. When niggas putting their John Hancock on the motherfucking paper, this is what you got. Motherfuckers ain't giving you full disclosure. This is what you call constructive fraud, actual fraud.
Hey, Tom, are you gonna land your plane and tell anything
Yeah,
about
I'm about to land it right
voluntary
now. Nigga, I told you, nigga, I got a molar problem. Nigga, I got a root canal. So
you're lying. People that's teeth hurt don't talk all day. You don't have a tooth problem. That's an excuse when you don't want to answer a question.
Look, I'm gonna land on this one. Right? I'm gonna land on this one. Look, when I talk, my tooth don't hurt no more. So look, hey, check it out. So under those circumstances, right? Like I said, mortgage fraud and full disclosure, right? You got constructive fraud, actual fraud, and then you got fraud upon a court, right? And then you got supporting perjury that goes on within that whole section where they're taking people's shit under a guise of a valid contract that they don't honor. Go ahead.
All right, now I plainly asked a simple question because he said it.
I know it was simple, but it ain't simple, nigga. It ain't simple.
Am I allowed to talk, Aton? You said go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Aton, am I allowed to talk?
Yes, man. Come on, man. Don't do that with me.
Aton, you told me I could talk, then you cut me off. I didn't cut you off during your spiel.
Yeah, all right, man.
Am I allowed to talk without you cutting me off, sir?
All right, man. Go ahead, man. Stop doing that, bro.
No, I'm not going to stop doing nothing until I'm done talking.
You talk about, yeah, can I get permission? Man, don't do all that shit, man.
Aton, you're showing you an agent because you won't let nobody else talk. When you get confronted.
Here we go.
Okay, so my brother was talking about voluntary slavery.
I just said it.
And then he pulled up a source that said involuntary and voluntary slavery. So your source went against you. And I digress.
No, it didn't. Right. So in the Constitution, right, every state constitution has a section that deals with there should be no slavery. No, it don't say slavery. It said there should be no servitude or peonage except for a crime. Doesn't use the word slavery. It says servitude and peonage.
Now, I would agree with my brother. Oh, I thought you was done.
Except for a crime, bro. That's what it says. Servitude and peonage. I said up here on Smoke, not up here, but on Smoke Channel, like during when they had these propositions going on, there was a Proposition 6 going on in California, where they was asking people to vote on the fact, yes or no. Yes, you want to remove, except for a crime, so that way it will say there should be no involuntary servitude or peonage in the California Constitution. You know that shit failed? Do you know niggas?
Are you allowed to land your plane, bro, so I can rebut you?
But you know niggas actually voted against that? That shit didn't even pass. It's crazy, ain't it? But what I'm saying is the Constitution in California says involuntary servitude or peonage. It does not mention slavery at all.
I feel sorry for certain people.
If that's the case,
I feel sorry for certain people.
If you,
Aton, you fucked up, and I'm embarrassed for you doing
servitude or peonage or slavery, you are volunteering for it.
You are a fake imbecile, a worthless speech on YouTube.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know.
Sir, you came on here and said that slavery was voluntary. The shit you read from I gotta cut your weird ass off. The shit you read and says servitude. Servitude is not slavery.
Oh, there we go.
You're ignorant, bro. You're retarded.
Okay, first of all, what are you reading? What are you
What
reading?
you read?
What is
it? You asked me a question. I'm listening to you, and you read from something that said involuntary servitude and voluntary servitude. Then you read from it again and it says peonage and servitude, not slavery. Everybody under servitude. I'm gonna land my plane. Everybody.
I'm asking you, what are you reading, bro?
I'm listening to you.
Title 42.
Everybody under servitude is voluntarily. I'm gonna land my plane real quick.
You being
I'm saying that you are idiots.
Are you reading Title 42?
Because servitude is voluntary. You volunteer your services. That's not slavery, you idiot. And I digress.
Okay, so Title 42, Section 1994 states that voluntary or involuntary is abolished. So even if somebody volunteer to be a motherfucking peon, because it says specifically in the language in 1994, it says a peon is not allowed. Period. Point blank.
Aton.
Does it not? Is that what you're reading, sir?
Aton, you did not read that. Voluntary. You did not say that.
Is that what you read, young man? Or young man, are you reading 1994?
No, you read it, and I'm rebutting. I'm going over what you read.
Is the word
yes,
peon?
That's what I'm reading.
Is the word peon in there?
Am I allowed to rebut you?
Is the word peon in there?
Tell me when you're done, Aton. I'll go after you.
Is the word peon in there? Then you
Am I allowed to rebut you?
Is the word peon in there?
Slave ain't in there.
Is peon in there?
Slave not in there. We're talking about slaves.
Is peon in there?
You're moving the goalposts because you're retarded.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm
you
the one
said
that brought up
voluntary slavery.
Is peon in there?
Peon is not a slave.
Is peon in there?
It's not a slave.
Is peon in there?
Yes, and it's not a slave.
Okay, so let me tell you something. If I
you were talking about slavery
and I called you a peon, what would you do to me?
I wouldn't think. Let me answer. When you call me
I know you wouldn't think, nigga. You would act.
Hey, y'all, this is crazy, bro. This is when you know people is crazy.
You know
if
what
you call me a peon, That's saying that I'm a little man or have no statue. I'm a weirdo. You little peon ass motherfucker, go over there and jump on that nigga's dick that's always pumping you up. That's not a servant or a slave, sir.
Oh, but you just said go jump on, go do this. Isn't that a servant? You telling a motherfucker what to do? You
Man,
tell
just
peons what to do,
just
correct?
quit being retarded, my nigga.
Hey man, hey look, don't. Hey man, I ain't trying. Look,
You
I ain't
did,
never
bro.
gonna say I
Brought up
beat you up.
two different words, bro.
All I'm trying to
You
do
brought up
is tell you
servitude
what I'm talking about.
and you brought up peon. We're talking about slaves being voluntary. That's what makes you
Right.
disgusting. You know you wrong and can't admit it.
Okay, so involuntary servitude. Let's leave peon out of it. Let's leave peonage, peon out of it.
No, let's leave
Involuntary
all the
servitude, what is
words
that?
but slave out of it.
What is
How can
involuntary
you prove that a
servitude?
slave was volunteer?
What is involuntary servitude?
It's a person, everybody can be in servitude. That's a job. The police, their thing is protect and serve. They're in
Involuntary.
servitude.
I said involuntary.
Bro,
What
you
is
keep
that?
trying to play the goddamn games. You cannot prove
Man,
that
I ain't playing no
slavery was
goddamn
voluntary.
game. Nigga, I'm serious about what I do.
No, you don't.
Involuntary. What does that mean? Involuntary servitude.
Why are we talking about involuntary?
One word. Servitude, another word.
Can I answer?
Involuntary servitude.
Can I answer?
Would that be equal to slavery? Or
Can I
is
answer?
slavery?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Now, he said it's involuntary servitude. The subject is volunteer slaves. That's why I'm calling him a retard, because he keep trying to move the goalposts. We're talking about volunteer slaves, not servicemen, people in servitude or peons. And I digress.
Involuntary servitude. Not voluntary, involuntary.
You said there wasn't no such thing as involuntary. You said it was all voluntary. Now you're switching up your words again.
No.
Bro, you got to start remembering shit, bro. It makes your debate game better.
No.
Y'all forget the shit y'all said an hour ago, 10
Go ahead
minutes
and finish.
ago, bro.
Go ahead and finish. Let me
Thank
know
you.
when you're done.
Let me finish.
Let me know
You
when you're
got to
done.
remember what you say, because it can motherfucking come back against you, bro.
Nah,
And
I get
digress.
it. I get it. Okay, cool. You digress. The purpose is I brought up 1994 because it says involuntary or voluntary. Now, let's focus on involuntary servitude.
No, we're talking about
Involuntary
voluntary
servitude is
slaves.
meaning you. Oh, okay. All
We're
right.
talking about voluntary slaves, and we're not talking about 1900s. We're talking the middle and the early
We're talking
1800s.
about an agent.
You're so
We're talking about
fake
an
and
agent.
it's disgusting, my nigga. And I
We're
digress.
mentioning an agent. An
This
agent?
nigga talking about 1930s and 40s. Go ahead, though, bro.
We're talking about an agent, though. An agent?
Man, your documents is in the 1900s you're talking about right now. The middle 1900s.
Do you agree that slavery is supposed to be abolished in the 1800s? You agree?
Which
or
one
you
we
don't?
talking about? Slavery or servitude or peonage? Which one we talking about?
No, I'm going along with your little language. Slavery.
Which one we
That
talking about?
abolished in
Slavery or
1800s?
peonage or motherfucking servitude? Which one?
Was slavery abolished in 1800s?
Bro, if we're talking about slavery, I want you to connect slavery
Pick
to
a
voluntary.
decade. Pick a decade.
Bro, when was the slaves volunteer?
I know. You gonna keep
That's what
running?
I asked you at the beginning, because you was running your mouth saying that slavery was voluntary.
Man, why
Connect
you
the
want
dots,
all
brother.
this? Man, I ain't trying to give you all this attention, brother. I thought we was gonna have this conversation, but obviously we're not.
You don't know how to have a conversation because you run your mouth and don't know how to back your statements up.
You might be right. You might be right. I know I'm a little uncouth. I know I am. Yeah. A little rough around the edges. Might not be to your standard or what you used to. You might be right.
Hey, Tom, all I did was come up here and ask you how was slavery voluntary. You took us on a 30 to 45 minute spiel, bro.
I'm a teacher.
That's what's up, my nigga. I didn't cuss you out of her. I wasn't coming up here belligerent. I just asked a simple ass question.
I'm a teacher. Forgive me. So I explain it. My bad. But I did say slavery is voluntary. Because
And
it
if
was
you said
abolished, my nigga.
slavery- If you said
It was
slavery was
abolished.
voluntary, Can
It
you
was
please?
abolished.
If slavery was voluntary, we're not talking about
I just
servitude.
gave you the goddamn
We're
code
not
that says
talking about
slavery is
peonage.
abolished, bro. Look, you guys talk about all the
A-Town, what's
time. I've been
wrong with you,
listening to you
bro?
niggas before I hit the fucking panels, bro. I've been listening to you niggas. I took my time. I took my time to listen to all of you. That's why when I hit the panel, that's why I'm talking what I'm talking. I listened to you guys. You guys said specifically that slavery was abolished in the early 1800s, before the Civil War. Now, all of a sudden, I got you up here talking to me, giving me something different. Now, on top of that, when y'all talking about that, I already knew about the codes. I do codes, statutes, and law. That's what I do. Period.
Connected,
So
please.
under those circumstances, now I got you up here. Are you speaking for everybody in this community while you're talking, or are you just speaking for yourself? Because if that's the case, you got a problem. I know. Get in a place where your mic work, bro. Get your Wi-Fi up real quick. Get it up. You breaking up right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I can't be
Been listening to y'all. I've been listening to y'all since 2019. Listen to all you niggas. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he'll be back. Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't. I don't know what the hell he talking about. So anyway, I don't know why this nigga come up here all the fucking time, every fucking panel, and do this crazy ass shit. It's crazy. Anyway, my apologies, Dulcinea. I wasn't trying to do all that. But I don't even know people. Is anybody up here still?
Yeah, I think Dulcie gone. She tapped out.
Yeah, I don't know why that nigga be doing that shit. Nigga, everybody know y'all talk about that shit, man. Nigga, I don't never talk out the side of my motherfucking neck, nigga. I listen to what everybody talking about. You don't sit here and run this motherfucking gamut. Nah, nigga, you can't do that.
Root, you trying to come back up, Root?
Where he at? Get his ass back up here. Get his ass back up.
He might be gone. He might not be trying to get back up.
Yeah, well, anyway. I'm being cordial with everybody. Ain't nobody gonna trigger me.
He in the back. Dulcie. Dulcie. If you can hear me, let Root word back up.
Dulcie, where you at? You can't do the same thing Smoke Signal do.
She might be calling her house.
Hey, look, was you? I ain't gonna bring up. I ain't gonna do that. But you know, I listened to that live earlier today. I'll just say it like that in passing. That was interesting. You know what I'm saying? And that's an interesting thing. I would like to get your take on it. But
take on what? My take on what?
The live earlier today. You know what I'm saying? BAP. You know what I'm saying? Like Supreme was up there and Truth was up there. They had a little do-si-do going on, man. That was a little funny to me. I was like, whoa, what happened?
Man, they had that argument every 40 days.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was interesting. I just caught that little part right there that I checked out.
Yeah, the black thing, you talking about the black? Yeah, they had that argument every 40 days.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I ain't never heard them have that back and forth, but they stopped talking about it though. But that was interesting. Truth over there instigating this shit. I was cracking up. I was like, this nigga gonna be a straight instigator. That shit was funny. But I ain't never heard them have that conversation on Smoke. I was like, damn. That's interesting. I never I don't know, man. We'll talk about it on your shit. We ain't even gonna do that.
They've been having an argument ever since LBA started getting popular.
Yeah, man, I don't get it. I'm not gonna ask you unless you're all right with it.
My response is always gonna be the same. Power recognize power.
Bingo. All right. At that part. All right. No need else to talk about it. Man, I don't know why this nigga's root word come up here with that bullshit. Nigga, this nigga don't never want to have a fucking conversation, man. This nigga is boy, I tell you. See, that's why I stopped helping people. You know what I'm saying? Certain motherfuckers just want to be just different. They don't want to build. Come up with a solution. Yep. That's what I'm saying, Smoke. And I'm glad you up here, right? This is why I said, Smoke. Nigga, I'm charging motherfuckers. I used to do so much free shit. I'm charging motherfuckers. You want me to help you? I'm gonna charge you. But what I want to ask you is that if possible, I can give you something. I email it to you. But you got to get a Proton mail. Get a Proton mail. Get the Proton mail. That thing is encrypted. I'll send you a streamlined process that you can do that won't cost you no money. It'll cost you some
Man,
ink,
you talking what they call this shit? Something I forgot the name of
what you refer to.
Like a pauper or some shit like that. I forgot it's some Latin term.
No, it ain't even that. It's simple. You know what I'm saying? And it won't cost you nothing but ink and paper. You know what I'm saying? You'll pay for that, and that's what you're gonna have to pay for. But it ain't gonna cost you nothing else. But and after that, everything else is free. And then after that, you'll pay a couple dollars, you know what I'm saying, if you want to get a passport and a passport card. And then I'll give you another.
No, not until they start requiring passports to go from state to state. I ain't going out the country. I ain't nothing I want to see.
Well, but that's the trick though. This is where the passport card is very important. Because when you cross the state line, show them that card, whole different conversation. See what I'm saying? Because we know that you have federal, state lines. You have you have Admiralty Maritime. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That shit is real. But when you press that on them and you give them that, when you cross them lines, then you have a whole different situation going on. And you're not to be touched. When I say they can't touch you, they can't talk to you. Touch, talk, whatever. Now, if they come talk to you and then you hand them that card, then they look at you and then they say, oh, have a nice day. You good. So what I'm saying is on a certain level, you can do these things, but all you paying for is, I would say, maybe $100, $200 at the most, but it's pieced out. You know what I'm saying? They can't even fault that shit. I'm telling you, it's real shit.
I look at all paperwork as permission.
No.
To not just how I look at it, to be something or to move about. When in all actuality,
Mhm.
you don't need anyone's permission to be that which you are or to move about.
Right. But this is not asking permission. This is notification. Right? Now,
Yes,
people think a petition is something. Think of that won't cost you. It won't cost you too much. But you're not going to be paying all these extra fees. You know what I'm saying? All you're doing is just pretty much just paying for this, that, and the other. Fee waivers across the board, and then you good. And it ain't gonna take you but a matter of like what, for about maybe 3 months, if that. What is gonna happen, Smoke, is that throughout the wires, international and national, man, you're gonna be clean. Trust and believe. Everything gonna be clean. They gonna see you as what you need to be seen as, and you don't even need to talk about it. And I'm telling you, I give you the whole thing for free. That's just for you.
Yeah, I ain't gonna use that, bro. I looked into this schematics already. Remember when I tried that bill of exchange shit? That was me looking into the matter at hand.
Look, you already taking penitentiary chances every day with the shit. We seen you on the live 2 times, nigga, getting himped. You got on because you know how to talk. But what I'm saying,
Well,
you ain't even gotta have a conversation no more.
I stick out like a sore thumb, bro. What can I say? I'm gonna get picked on.
I'm the same way.
You just come with the territory.
I've been picked on a lot. But what I'm saying is that hey,
It comes with the territory. We are under an assumption. And if you roll with the assumption, then you're taking your chances. If you are opposed to the assumption, you're still taking your chances. It's a chance either way.
if you think so. But the only reason why I offered it to you because I seen you in action. I hear how you talk, how you convey. That's the only reason why I'm offering you that. But since you turned it down, don't act like you ain't been told. I'm just saying, I made.
I do appreciate the offer, but I can tell you right-handedly that no, I'm not going to use any type of paperwork, notifications, statements, trust. I ain't using none of that shit. Only paper I'm gonna use is them dead presidents. And when they change that up, I'll be looking for another medium of exchange.
What I'm saying is, you'll have that behind you, and you still be able to operate the same way that you operate today. You just have that right there. That's your fortifier, right? What'd you say? What'd you ask me? You said, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? The answer is you create a weapon that is indestructible and destructible. That's all I'm saying. And the bottom line, it ain't gonna cost you a dime, but ink and paper. But it's cool. I just wanted to make that offer to you.
Yeah, I just see shit a certain way. I can be convinced otherwise, but it's gonna take some hell of a convincing.
Yeah. I'm the same way. That's why I'm offering it to you. I was the same way. Motherfucker could tell me shit about this. I had to study it, learn it, know it for myself before I got into any of this.
I'm under the impression that I see things exactly as they are. If not, how could I be able to see them? It's my baseline logic. And if you're saying that it's different, then show me the difference instead of showing me that thing which I'm actually seeing.
Now, you know that, I know you heard, you watched it, that do not detain shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of it. But the instant they pull you over, you detain. Do not detain to me would be they reading your tags and pushing the hell on. That would be do not detain. You can't call it do not detain, and you've already been detained, trying to explain why you shouldn't be detained. See what I'm saying? I see shit exactly as it is, bro.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yep. You're absolutely right. Now, I'm just talking to you about this. Because you ain't going to get emotional. That's what I'm saying. If you know what you know, which I know you know what you know, then you got to fortify what you know. You can't just be out here unless you want to be. Can't just be out here just loosey-goosey. You know what I mean? Because you got other people that rely on you. So what you know, what I'm about to show you, you can provide that to the people that you know. And it's a simple game. Simple game. It ain't gonna cost you nothing. Absolutely nothing. Where have you heard that before? Never. You ain't never heard that. You heard it from me.
People have a tendency, whether they gathering intel or disseminating information, they have a tendency to infuse that with their own interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
No matter if you read it, no matter if they read it verbatim, I think it comes with some type of attitude. You have to develop the correct attitude. Then once you develop the correct attitude, then you have to work on your approach. So it's all a step-by-step process. Right? You can put it on paper and say, look, these are the steps. It's stamped, it's sealed. I agree with this. I've notified the proper delegates, your superiors, one might say. And as you can see, it's all in order. This is a declaration that I, as a man, have these certain inalienable rights. This is to inform you that I know this. Or you can just let them know that you know. Either which way, it's a notification. You can have a pre-determined notification, or you can just notify their goofy ass on the spot. Still being notified.
Exactly. That's why I'm offering you this. I used to be. I'm the same way. I was the same way. But when I did it, I had to know it. I had to own it. I had to know exactly what it was. I'm not doing no raggedy shit. I'm not just doing this and doing that. And y'all, nah, I'm not doing none of that. I got to know it. Because I had to know all the other steps that come behind it. But it's cool. Hey, I respect you, brother. Get a Proton mail. Get that. Get a Proton mail email. Get that.
Proton mail sound complicated.
It's not. It's not. Trust me, it's not. Just get a Proton mail. Proton mail. It get you an email, and then it's encrypted. It's not complicated at all.
Who does the encrypting?
Well, it has like a VPN on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who does the encrypting, but what it does, it protects everything that comes from the outside. So it has firewalls around it, and it protects it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who does it, but it's protected. And also what I would say is Signal, right? There's an app called Signal. People use that WhatsApp. That's bullshit. Signal. 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 If you want to have conversations or whatever, use Signal. But within that, you can actually make things happen on that little channel too as well. People that you talk to. Proton mail, those things are encrypted, and if you want certain delicate type information to be transferred, whatever, then that's what you use. That's all I'm saying. So, because if I was to send you something, you will need that Proton. I give you the whole level of doing things. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know how the system works, Smoke. If the system works as it is, then you will at least have some type of control.
Just send me, I do got some type of control. Just control over myself. And no one else has that control. That's all the control. That's all the control that I desire. But send me the schematics to the Proton mail.
All right, what I'll do is I'll send you something to your email, like sharing it, so that way you can set up your Proton. Now, the approach is what it is, right? You sound like my brother. My oldest brother always says, like, I don't use none of that shit. I am who I am. This is what I do. I don't need to claim none of that. I'm like, okay, cool. Me, you know what I'm saying? I'm different. You know what I'm saying? I'm mathematically inclined on a lot of this stuff. If I see a motherfucker making money off of me, I need some of that. You're not just gonna sit here and keep just doing shit, and I'm not in on it. I need to know what y'all doing. If that's the case, then I need y'all to run that. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing about this society, how the whole shit have been set up. Our ancestors was very intelligent and smart how they set the whole thing up. I think they was waiting for us to wake up. I think we here. I mean, but at the end of the day, is you know, if you actually put the shit together on just this little minuscule, minute level, you know what I'm saying? It's a game changer for the family. You know, your ancestors, you know, your mom and daddy, you know, your children, your grandchildren. Just for the simple fact on those things, because people say you need to get a federal card, be recognized to get this and get that, but no, you don't. When I tell you, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't need to be federally recognized to get what you need to get. That's all I'm saying. But a lot of people, I don't share it with people because they don't know how to spit it. See, you know how to communicate. I see you in action. So, yeah. At the end of the day, you got to know how to spit that shit. If you don't know how to spit it, yeah, they're going to run circles around you.
Man, you sound like a bad snake oil salesman. Ain't nobody believing that shit, bro. Y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta stop.
What do you suggest, young man? What do you suggest?
I suggest you master the technique that you trying to sell the package to other people. And once you master that technique and you can come online and don't be scared to break it down and show it step by step from front to back, and bro, nobody's listening to that, man. Like
that's not what I'm asking.
You sound
That's not what I'm asking you. What do you suggest? In contrast to what I'm saying to Smoke, what do you suggest? Not about me, about how to fortify yourself within this system in this society on your status. What do you suggest? Don't talk about me. Talk about what you got.
Bro, you can't even tell us
what you got. Now, I already said what you got.
You couldn't even tell us what
you already said I'm lying. So if I'm lying,
I say you sound like a bad
what do you got?
Yeah, I think you lying.
I mean, what do you have? What do you have? What do you have for the people, bro?
What do I have for the people? Look, man.
All right, listen.
If you want to protect yourself, learn your state's codes and statutes. If you want to correct something, then learn the proper way about going to correct your status or correcting your name or, tying yourself to a lineage of your bloodline. And depending on where you want to go in your life and in your journey with this legal ramifications, is up on the individual. But I say watch for the brother that tries to tell you that the American is foreigner, and also watch for the brother who hasn't did the paperwork himself to be able to have the sovereign power to break it down online or when he discusses it. That's what I would offer the people.
Okay, so all right, cool. So sovereign power. So you telling me you have sovereign power?
Fucking right.
How?
It's inalienable.
How?
Through the Great Spirit.
How? Come on, man. Don't give
Through
me
the
these one-word
treaties
answers,
set up.
man. Break it down, bro.
Through the
You didn't,
treaties
you
set
didn't,
up
you
for
didn't,
my
you didn't, you didn't,
ancestors on this.
you didn't buck at me and all this shit, man. Come on, man. Break this shit down, man. We need to learn. Obviously, I ain't doing it right. You said that. It came out your mouth. I'm lying. So
You didn't tell
I'm
nobody.
listening. I'm all ears, bro.
Said
Hey,
somebody
man,
got to
teach me
get
something, man.
a postal email account so you can get his VPN and hack his computer.
Hey, man, stop talking about me, man.
That's what
I
you
said,
said.
explain it to me, man. Explain it
I'm
to me.
explaining what
Obviously,
you
I'm wrong.
said.
I'm wrong, bro. Come on, man. You already
I
done
said I'm
shot at. You
explaining
already
what
had
you
bucked at me,
said,
man.
brother.
Go ahead, man. Explain it. I'm listening.
I ain't bucking at you, brother. I don't want no problem.
Yeah, you are. I'm listening. So if what you saying, I'm saying is wrong, how we make it
I
right?
don't know. Nobody knows what you're saying.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I'm saying
you just
you
okay.
talking
So
about
why?
Smoke.
Okay,
You
so
sound
say
like
something
my
then, bro.
brother.
Come on, man. Break it down, man. All I'm saying
I
is
know
break it
you
down.
got this.
Obviously, you
Like,
got the answer. So if you got the answer, man, break
really,
it down.
you
Man.
ain't got the answer. Because when you gave him that first
Man, I
one,
ain't never too old to learn, man. I ain't never too old to learn. I'm
me
listening.
neither. Me neither, brother.
Yeah, I'm listening.
What
So
you
go ahead.
want? Like?
You said I'm lying. So go ahead, man. Break it down. How we get it right? What I need to do that I'm not doing?
Your genealogy.
What else, man?
I mean, I don't know what else you ain't did. I don't know what you done did and ain't did.
So did you hear my whole conversation with Smoke or no?
Not all of it.
Oh.
I was on the store run.
Oh, okay.
But I did hear you trying to
Nah, root word, Dosey out of here. He gone, bro. Go ahead, y'all got it.
I don't know, Smoke. This is your fight. I'm out of it.
Me and Smoke
No,
ain't fighting.
I wasn't fighting.
Yeah, we ain't
I
fighting.
took the Jesus approach. You know what the Jesus approach is?
Tell me.
It's the path of least resistance. I've been known to take that road a time or two. Y'all got it.
Now, Savage, it's on you.
Sir, no, the doors of the church is open, brother.
Oh shit. You put the quotes, huh? You quote. You gotta be more authentic than that, man. I'm asking you, what needs to be done? I'm trying to learn right now. What needs to be done, brother?
We gotta read.
You gotta read.
Yeah.
You gotta give me something better than that. I read every day.
You gotta read the
I read
right
so much. I need glasses now. Ain't that a bitch?
Damn, well, you need to ask God for knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
But I need to ask God for wisdom and understanding. Okay, did that. Yeah, check. I did that. Check. Okay, what else?
Burn some sage. It gets rid of the bad spirits.
Yep, did that. Check. I keep me some sage.
Don't
Check.
OTK got the keys over here?
I don't know.
OTK, pull up if you got the keys and let root word back up in here. Y'all got it.
Okay, what's next? What I need? I'm checking all the boxes, man. I did all that. Sage, got that crumbled up, nice and good. But you can't do too much of that.
Okay. Well, now you got to get on the battlefield and fight the good fight, brother.
Check. Did that too.
So what you quit?
Okay, so fighting a good fight. Let's marinate with that.
All right.
So yeah, I gotta fight the good fight, right? So if
Yes,
I'm
sir.
fighting a good fight, how do I approach the fight? Do I approach the fight as a black man, Aboriginal, an Indian, American, white? How I approach the game? What do I need to do? Because you know, this is an invisible enemy. I don't know who my enemy is.
Well, that might be a problem too.
Oh, okay. That might be. All right. I'm listening.
But what you would have to do, brother, you would have to be honest with yourself, and you would have to, honor what you find in your lineage. If you find Black Europeans in your lineage, or Irish, or some Scots, or some Russians.
All right. So, what does my lineage have to do with anything? Let's say I got Scottish background. What does that have to do with today?
Well, what it has to do with is the ties of land your people come from.
Okay.
So, you could have if you have one side from there and one side from here, you could have dual citizenship. There's one path. I mean, it depends on the person.
Right. So but you said I got to fight the good fight, right? I got to fight the good fight. So what does me being Scottish do for me to fight the good fight? I mean, what am I claiming?
You claiming your what you find in your heritage, and you gonna tell that story, and you gonna put it in a book, and it's gonna be record. You're gonna pass that down to your grandkids. And, you're gonna put all the pictures you can find in it, and you're gonna put some pictures of you in it, and you're gonna publish it. You know what I'm saying? And once you publish it, it's stated on the record. And your kids can always go back and reference it. Your great grandkids, you know what I'm saying? You become a legacy.
So you talk about a family tree type shit, right?
Yeah, family tree, family history, So
shit! Thank you, Dosey.
So you talking about a family tree. So what else I need to go with that? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to help me in my daily life of just not being able to deal with pirates, police, or whatever, and all that. This is what I'm talking about.
Well, if your people is here, you can find the treaties that your people signed, or was part of the nation in that area that signed that treaty for y'all.
What I'm saying is that I get that.
You signed
Okay, so how's that to be delivered to the representatives? The reps and fiduciaries and these people that have the authentication signatures that they can pretty much give people full faith and credit, right? That's what I'm asking. Because if I'm on the highways and byways, I don't need to be bothered. I ain't bothering nobody. I don't need to be bothered.
Well, I ain't found a successful method that when the cops read your tags, they say, "Oh, that's a sovereign nigga. Don't pull him over."
Right. So You got everything locked down, right? So when they pull you, or if they even look at your automobile, we ain't fucking with him. Number two, you ain't got no driver's license or no state ID. Number three, you don't have no job, W-2, W-4, 1099 job. So you pretty much got all those things knocked down. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, why you put that on me? I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking.
No, that's not my lifestyle, bro.
Oh, okay.
When I get pulled over, I have to, you know what I'm saying, following procedures, stand on what I know.
All right. Cool. Now, what I will say is this. You know, when I did a couple of things, right? After I completed the process that I was going to share with Smoke, I tested it out.
Okay.
And, you know, Department of State, right, DOS, sent me a letter recognizing who I was. I did it just to test the waters. Now, the other thing, I checked immigration too. Yeah, they sent me something back and said, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thumbs up. Confirmed. So.
They said, thumbs up, you an immigrant?
That's why I know, like, my little juvenile, little elementary shit, my GED shit, for the GED people, shit work. Because a lot of people don't want the extras. Some people just want shit to be streamlined, nice and cool, under the radar. Yeah, I got that under the radar shit. You ain't even gotta worry about it. It's nice and simple. At least at the end of the day, you know, if you're just not thinking about yourself, you know what I'm saying? It actually can work for your family. Simple. Won't cost you a dime. Except for paper in it. You know, might some little postage and shit like that. Might have to pay, you know, $20 here, $26 here, something like that. But I guarantee you, it ain't gonna cost you not over $150 to get this done on all levels. But Chief Smoke said, I'm cool, so cool. I just want to make that offer to him. He turned it down, so we good.
He told you he was cool about 10 times.
I don't care why he did it, or I just know he turned it down.
He said it about 10 times.
I just had to make the offer, man. It's simple. It ain't that hard.
So let me ask you this. You went and wrote up typed up a whole bunch of papers and got them notarized?
Nope.
So you went into the state building and asked for some papers and got them sent off and notarized?
Nope.
Well, can you explain the process?
Nope. You should have started off with that.
All right.
Yeah. Ain't too many people built like me, man.
I feel.
Yeah.
Understand. I know it's a lot.
I'll be trying to help. I'll be trying to help.
Say the same shit though.
I'll be trying to help. man. That's all I try to do is try to help a little bit. You just gotta find the place and time to be able to do it when it's quiet. You know what I'm saying? That's why I want to holler at Smoke. Smoke turned it down.
Riddles ain't
I
gonna
was
help
really
you.
just talking to Smoke. I wasn't talking to nobody else. I was talking to Smoke.
Oh, okay.
I seen him in action. I actually seen him in action.
Why do you always do that sucker shit when there's other people on the panel? Like everybody else can't butt in, bro. That's weird.
Like I said, I was just talking to Smoke. I seen Smoke in action. That's why I made him an offer. Kind of lighten his load a little bit, simplify his life. You know what I'm saying? Simple. But he don't want it. He good. What you say?
Kind of like when you like paying with the coupon thing.
Nah, ain't none of that.
It's different than paying with the phone. How you use the phone bill thing.
Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with that.
I'm saying it's the same type of paperwork.
Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with that.
So you not using paperwork?
Nah.
So you just using your voice?
Nope. Nah, it ain't no paperwork. Paperwork, when I hear paperwork, it's like you formulating something. Nah, you ain't formulating nothing. You using what they got. You taking what they got and you put it in place and make it happen.
So you using their paperwork?
Yep. Hey, we set the rules and they're following it and it's there. So why make up some shit when it's there?
Are the rules you using, are they under statutes and codes?
That they have to follow. Simple. It's not rocket science, man.
So you using
No, not doing none of that. Stop guessing, man. Not doing none of that, man. This is all above board.
That's why we be guessing, because y'all never show nothing that y'all talk about.
And I won't.
I know. So how can you talk so confident of something? And you know, in American law, you got to have facts and back up your statements, sir.
Not to you. Not to
You're
Zach.
going off hearsay.
Not to Smoke. I ain't got to prove nothing to none of you guys.
Why do you talk so
All I
confident like you
said
got it
was
then?
I made an offer to Smoke. He turned it down. I would not make an offer to none of y'all, man. Y'all trolls, man. I can't trust y'all.
Why do you come up here and talk to us about
Man,
this shit?
you guys already got your mind made up of what you think I am. Why would the fuck I would help you? Or
I
show
take you a
anything
unit on
that I've
YouTube,
done. I
and
would
all
never
of us
do
show
that.
information. And when we show the information,
Never do
most
that.
people say, "Hey, I will
Only
rebut
way
that."
you would get that information if Smoke said, "Give me the information," he shared it with y'all. That's the only
Bro,
way
I
you
know
get
we're
my
not going to
information.
get no information from you. Nobody fuck with you on information.
I know that.
I know
wouldn't
because you
give
don't
it to
show
you.
nothing.
That's why I wouldn't give it to you or share it with you. I wouldn't do that, bro.
My niggas don't show nothing.
You guys know everything already. Why the fuck would you want what I got?
You don't got it, or you would at
Why
least
would
back your statements up. We're talking about lawful situations, and in law, you have to have facts.
So
No
you not
hearsay, she say, and arguing.
Hey, look.
Are you not trying to help the people in the chat or the people that might?
I tell you what, right? And this was the one thing, right? This is what I say. Like when I started popping up on the panels live and shit, getting up here talking, I really believed that you guys were serious about what you guys do, but you're not. You guys ain't serious about shit. That's why I used to get emotional and I used to argue it. You're not gonna trigger me like that no more. You can only fool
Bro, I
me.
asked you a simple question. All this law stuff you saying, can you back it up?
I'm not even worried about that.
You said no.
You can
I will
only
never
fool
show
me
y'all
once,
nothing.
man. You can only fool me once. Only thing you can
Why
do.
would I want to fool you? And I'm just asking you for evidence to
Only
back your
thing
stuff
you
up.
can do is get in the ring and
You've
challenge what I
never
know.
been in the ring. Bro, I'm a 5-star general around here when it comes to
Man,
ring
I
shit,
would
nigga.
destroy you, bro.
You've never been in the ring.
Nigga, I'll put all you niggas out of business, nigga. I'll
Okay,
take
bro,
all
let's
of you
just
at
talk
one
about this,
time,
bro.
nigga.
Let's
Hey,
just
real
talk about
word.
this.
I will
Can you
take
prove,
every single one of you at the
bro,
same
can you prove
time
your law stuff, sir?
in your profession.
Can
What
you
do you
prove
think
your
you
law
know?
stuff?
I would destroy y'all, man. You guys have no idea who you dealing with. This is the
nigga
problem.
crazy.
I don't never underestimate my opponent. Never.
I do. I underestimate you because you never show shit.
Yeah, I know. And that's your problem.
The West Coast boogeyman.
Man, it ain't got nothing to do with none of that, man. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Nigga, I'm good at what I do. And when the lights is on, nigga, I perform.
We want to see.
Nigga, this shit right here, nigga, this is out of love, man.
Can you give us a demonstration?
Nah, nigga, I don't demonstrate nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Demonstrate. I don't know what
So
you're
you
talking
don't
about.
have no
Nigga,
demonstration?
all you got to do is say yes. You, Root Word, and anybody else that want it.
That sounds like what
Man,
the
challenge me on what I'm talking about. What I'm talking, you guys will not get in the ring. You know why? Because you guys are utilizing it and hiding it.
That's what the colonizers.
You guys are doing the same thing. I heard you, Savage, talk about the birth certificate, authentications, and you're trying it. All you guys are doing it, have done it, or are trying to do it. You can't fool me. You know, my ears work. See, you see why I be quiet? You see why I
let's
be
get this
quiet up
debate.
here?
Hey, let's
And
call
when I
this debate
talk
out.
E.F. Hutchins,
Hey, Tom, when we gonna
because
debate? When
you
we gonna
know
debate? Here go my
that I
debate to you.
know that you
Hey, Tom,
guys,
here go my debate to you.
I ain't gonna call y'all
Anytime you win it,
frauds.
hey, Tom, here go my
Nigga, I
debate to
call
you. Since
y'all
you said I won't
hustlers,
debate you.
nigga, y'all
This is
curse
how I'll
serving
slaughter you.
hustlers, nigga. It's cool.
Whatever
I don't never
topic you
hate on
bring up,
nobody game.
this is my debate to you.
I don't hate on nobody game. Your game
Now
is
look
your
how
game.
scared
I
he
ain't
is. He
worried
just
about that.
called me out for a
What
debate.
I'm trying to figure out is why y'all hate me so much.
We don't hate you. Your information sucks.
Nah, you just don't like how I come off.
Aton, do you want to get this debate or not?
Nigga, I already told you, nigga, I'm gonna destroy you, bro.
Aton, here go my debate to you. Anything you talk about law is fake pseudo.
Okay.
Are you going to take that debate?
You gonna take it?
Yes. And everything I say, I can back it up with evidence about law, because that's the only topic you could talk about.
No, it's not. We gonna make it complicated.
That's what I thought, Aton.
Law.
That's what I thought, Aton.
We're gonna talk about America in law.
Aton, what's the debate, bro? What is the debate, Aton?
Let me finish.
Aton, you said you're gonna whoop our ass. Let's just get this debate foundation
listen,
going on.
Here's what we're gonna debate: law, American jurisprudence, corporate juris secundum, and the American people within the law.
Okay. My debate back to you is you don't know shit about jurisprudence and them other two words you said. That's my debate to you. Everything you gonna say in this debate is fake.
Oh.
Now, can you repeat what you just said about juris secundum and juris fafusu and all that shit so we can make sure we understand the debate? That all these three topics you brought up, you don't know shit about them.
Oh, I don't.
And I do.
How? And you can't even pronounce it.
Bro, let's get this fucking fundamental debate
we ain't
going
about
on.
to
Do you
that.
want to debate it or not?
You know what? My bad. I don't
That's what
wanna
I
debate
thought,
you.
Aton.
You won. You won.
I know.
Yeah, you right.
You the one came up here talking that cocky shit, bro. The motherfucker will embarrass you in every subject. Bro,
I apologize.
this shit is
bro.
crazy.
My bad.
Why does shit get so personal
I don't even
over
know what I was
information,
thinking
bro?
about, man.
I know you don't know
what
what
I
you
was
think about.
thinking
You fell and lost
You
your
right.
motherfucking googly brain. Talking about debating
right.
me.
Yeah, you right.
Man, you lost your fucking brain.
Yep, I did. Never happen again, Root Word. You can trust me on that one.
I know, because you don't debate. And all I did was ask you a question.
you right.
You got all uptight and shit, bro. Talking about you want to debate. I will embarrass the fuck out you, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't fucking with that. You right.
I know you ain't shit. You don't want to be that Huckleberry.
Yeah, it would be
But
embarrassing.
you the one who was talking about debating.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna make it easy
I
for you.
know it'll
Any
be
debate.
embarrassing, man.
See, this is how
Man, I ain't
easy it is for me with you. Any debate you bring, I'm gonna say everything you talk about is fake, and then I'm gonna show you the real about it. Any subject you talk about, nigga.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
That's
it would
that
be.
gangster shit right there. Any
Yeah,
subject you pick, I'm gonna say you don't know shit about it, and I do.
yeah, it'd be embarrassing.
You want that debate, my nigga?
Yeah. Indeed. Mhm.
Niggas talking all this shit. You crazy
Nah, I
boy.
ain't fucking with you. Yeah, you right. I ain't fucking with you.
But I didn't want to bring up debate. I just was in
I
the
know.
conversation listening.
Yeah,
You
I got
said something,
outside my
bro.
body, man. I got outside my body. I don't know what I was thinking, man. Look, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Now, you came back up here for a question, right? We was talking about something when you fell off. You want to talk about that right now?
I don't care what we talk about, bro. I came back up here. That's all. I didn't come back up here to just start trouble, but we are having conversations over information that we disagree with, so it ain't nothing too personal though. Shit.
Nah, it ain't nothing personal. Nothing. Okay, so I remember what we was talking about, right? We was actually talking about this whole dynamic about civil, the 14th Amendment, right? Because remember you was talking about the 14th Amendment, right? You was talking about the 14th Amendment, and I said, is Indians or something in the 14th Amendment? I said, yes, Section 2. And then I said, you can actually reference the 14th Amendment because it's an amendment to Article 1, Section 2. Right? Article 1, Section 2 and the 14th Amendment are identical if you want to pull them up. The 14th Amendment, Section 2, mirrors Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Now, that talks about 3/5 and Indians not taxed. You know what I'm saying?
Bro,
You know, you
why do
started
you keep
breaking up
saying
and then
that?
you fell off after that. Then you fell off. Go ahead.
I'm telling you that y'all don't know what y'all talking about when y'all say Indians not taxed, because that's not pertaining to y'all unless y'all are foreigners. Because in 1865, the Indians they talking about in that law was the foreign, the Naturalization Act, bro, and it made us so-called real Indians or black stateless, bro. And I digress.
Okay, so the 1790 Naturalization Act is fake. Is it fake?
1790, he asked me a simple question. 1790, they had like 12 states. 1865, they had half a nation. It was dealing with two different ordinances. Because in 1790, there was only three type of people in America. Four. There was the Irish, the British, Mexicans, and blacks. There was no other nationalities over here. And I digress.
I'm not gonna haggle with that. I mean, you're missing some people, but I'm not gonna haggle with that.
If I'm missing some people, can you please acknowledge me? Because I think I did miss one, the Dutch. Can you tell me anybody else that was in America in 1790 except for them groups I named?
Them people was not even considered Caucasians, right? Caucasians.
I didn't say
was the white
Caucasians.
people.
I said Irish and English.
The Naturalization Act of 1790 dealt with white people.
It did not deal with white people. It dealt with Irish and English. And maybe a sprinkle of Mongols.
The 1890 Naturalization Act was the 1890 was the amended Naturalization Act that then inputted free white persons.
Is that 1790 or
free white
1890?
persons? Before that, it was white persons. In 1890, it was free white persons.
Now I'm asking you this
First
because you're playing
paragraph,
the
it's
Icky
in
Wood
Black's
Shuffle.
Law Dictionary, 4th edition.
Bro, why are you getting so mad, Aton? You're playing the Icky Wood Shuffle.
Because you're
first you
cutting me
started
off.
out in
I'm not getting
1790.
upset. You're just cutting me off. I'm just getting
Aton,
low.
are we talking about 1790 or 1890?
We're talking about both.
How can you talk about both? That's unfair and you're being weird and disingenuous.
Well, the reason why I'm saying 1790
Because
and
there's not no
1890.
1890 Act. It's the
Yeah,
1864 Act. You're just lying.
right.
This is why I call you stupid,
I
my
didn't hear
nigga. You
that.
do
What'd
so
you
much
say? You
stupid
cut me
shit, my
off while I
nigga.
was talking.
In the
What'd you
same
say?
sentence, you're talking about the 1790 Naturalization Act, and in the same sentence, you jump to 1890. You a weirdo, my nigga. I digress, though.
Okay. Cool. Right. All right.
This
So
was
look.
in the same sentence, Aton.
Okay, listen.
You
Ready?
couldn't even make it the same paragraph. You said the 1790
Man, you can't even help
Act,
yourself,
and then you
man.
jumped to straight
You over there.
1890,
You
bro. Why
over
do
there.
you
I
be
hear
playing
you
these
over
mental
there.
games with us, bro?
Man, I hear you over there
Why do
laughing, nigga,
motherfuckers
while
like
you
really play
talking.
these mental
Nigga,
games,
I
bro?
hear your ass over there giggling and laughing while you talking, nigga. I know you having fun, but it's
Nah,
cool.
this shit is weird, Aton.
Yeah, you want entertainment? All right, cool. Now, what I said was 1790 was Naturalization Act, deal with my bad, white people. 1790 Naturalization Act.
Can we please stay right there? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, we can stay right there, but let me bring it over here to 1890.
No, I want to
That's what
rebut
you
that.
brought up. Oh, you
I don't.
want to
I
talk
want.
about
I did
that?
not bring up
Okay, so
1890. I don't
look.
know nothing about 1890.
Okay, so look.
No, I want to tell you that in
Okay, so look.
1790, you're wrong. It
In
was not dealing with
1890,
Caucasians.
Black
It was
Swan
not
fourth
dealing with
edition.
motherfucking white people. It was dealing in 1790. It was dealing with English and Irish and maybe the Dutch, because them was the only three nations over here. Now, can you rebut that?
Yeah, because it dealt with white persons. And these white persons was under these, they identified who was considered to be white persons in 1790. 1890, it was amended. That's why I brought up 1890.
Now, look, y'all.
The Naturalization Act
In
was amended in
1790, there was
1890.
no such thing. In 1790, there was no such thing. And today, there's no such thing in naturalization as a white person. Naturalization is dealing with nations. That's why I'm trying to say he's full of shit. He know it was dealing with two nations over here.
Oh, okay. You
The
got to show me
Irish
that. Show me
and
that.
the English and the Dutch. He gonna
Yeah,
put
I
them
didn't know
all
that,
together
man.
and say
Show
that
me
they're
that.
white people, bro. He gonna put them all together and say that they're white people.
Okay, show me that. Give me a
Why are
reference.
you playing these? You can't rebut me. The English was in the East
I didn't
Coast.
know that,
The
bro.
Irish was, I'm gonna land my plane. The English was on the East Coast. The Dutch was in New York, and the Irish were scattered out through the East Coast and the South. Now, can you rebut that or give me any other people that was over here that was European?
I'm not going to rebut that until you show me something. I didn't know that. Show me. Provide me some reference. You ain't got to push it up. Give me a reference.
The Dutch colony in New Amsterdam, New England and their 13 proprietor colonies held by the Queen, and the Irish slave trade. Them was the only three nations over here. And you're mad because you can't rebut it, or you can't give no information showing anybody else over here in 1790. And all the grass.
No, I'm not mad at nothing. You got to provide that. You got to give me a reference.
The 13 colonies, they're called the proprietor colonies because they're held by the Queen and she gave them proprietor rights.
Where did the Queen come from?
England.
Shit me.
Now, do y'all see how whack this dude is?
Nah, y'all.
All he has to do is say, I'm wrong, and tell me what is right.
No, that's hypocritical in what you're saying.
No, you're weird, my nigga. You're foul.
That's cool. I could be
Bro,
that.
I put you in the corner. I named the three European nations over
then
here.
I rebut. Then you
If you cannot name the three European nations, just say that was good information.
Can I rebut that?
You're not going to rebut, but go ahead.
I'm about to. Okay, so what you said is hypocritical, right? You said that all the city states, you said all this time, this river god shit, root word, that dam, and all this shit, you said that the city states and everything was started here.
Do y'all see how foul he is and how much of a fuck nigga he is?
Listen,
We're not even talking about city, states, or that bullshit.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Bro, stick to the subject, man.
I'm
You're
not.
too
I
stupid
am.
for this shit, bro.
I am, my nigga. You said this started in
We're
England.
talking about 1790
Are
and the
you
nations
saying?
of people over
Can
here.
I finish? Look, are you
Now you're
saying?
talking about some weird shit, bro.
Okay, so based on what I just shared back to you, are you saying England is here or is England somewhere else?
I did not say nothing like that because you were weird and weak. I
No,
said the
I'm
three
asking you a
three
question, bro.
nations. I
I'm
said the
asking you
three
a question.
nations that came over here in 1790 that's dealing with the Naturalization Act was the Dutch in New York, the Irish so-called servants, and the English proprietor states. You can't rebut that and give us no info. And I'm the girls.
Yeah, I can, but you need to prove that first.
This is crazy.
If I try to rebut that, I'm actually think that you actually stated a fact. That ain't no fact. You got to prove that. You telling me these nations coming over here? These was nations. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You got to prove
Just
that.
tell me when you're done, brother, because you know you done fucked up.
You got to prove that these was nations coming up over here during that time. These were nations.
Okay, y'all, this is how crazy this dude is. What is the 1790? I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna land my plane.
Talking in realm. See,
hey, bro, he won't even let me talk. See, I didn't cut him
in
off.
realm, right?
Hey, watch this shit, y'all. Watch this bitch ass nigga.
Talking.
You go first, and when you done,
Latin,
when you go first, tell me when you done, so I can talk about you cutting me off.
In realm. Like I'm not even here right now.
I told you, you just a bitch ass nigga, bro.
I'm not even talking.
You's a fucking slut, my nigga.
Shut up, nigga. Shut up.
No, you a slut because your bitch ass talking about the Naturalization Act, which is dealing with immigrants, you dumb bitch.
Nah, you're not even talking to me right now. You
now this dumb bitch named Eitan Jah, the Hebrew.
That's why I said, nah, man. Look,
you a dumb bitch, my nigga. You too dumb to have these conversations. I'm really calling you what you are.
Yeah, you right.
You cannot remember what you said 3 sentences ago, bro.
Yeah,
you're too dumb for to have conversations like this.
You are goddamn right.
Your stupid ass is talking about a Naturalization Act, which is dealing with foreigners, you dumb bitch.
Yep. You right.
So if we're dealing with the Naturalization Act that's dealing with foreigners, you dumb bastard, England, Scotland, and Dutch are the foreigners, you dumb fuck.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I was like, you really too dumb for this shit because you can't remember what you say.
Yeah. You right.
Niggas will just say some shit and forget it 5 minutes later. Like you think this is YouTube 10 years ago and people really know what they're talking about or at least got evidence to back their shit up, bro. This nigga just tried to turn this shit around and say that English wasn't foreigners. Like, dude, we're talking about the Foreign Act, bro.
Rewind
of 1790 and 1864.
Rewind that shit what this nigga just said.
This dumbass nigga can't even name the white people that was over here, bro.
He's crazy. Did he say what I think he said? No, I think he said what I thought.
No, you just stupid, my nigga.
I think he said what I thought he said. Hey man, look, I don't want no smoke. I don't want
my nigga, you need to chill then, bro. Whenever you get some smoke,
balls.
just back up what you say, bro. No, really, y'all be forgetting what y'all say, bro.
I'm good.
You can't forget what you say in a debate or back and forth where that person is going to embarrass you, bro.
Nah, that ain't happening.
Shit crazy.
That ain't happening, man. We ain't talking about that, man. We ain't talking about that.
Nigga, we was talking about the Foreign Naturalization Act of 1790, and you gonna ask me was the English here or foreign?
Let me ask you a question.
Bro, you're playing games, bro.
Was I accurate? Was I accurate in the conversation we had before you fell off the panel?
Damn, man.
Was we accurate?
This shit is weird, bro.
It's a yes or no question.
I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
I don't know what you're talking about. Motherfucker, we was talking about 1970.
I know. It's cool, bro. It's cool. I know what time you on. Yeah, I already know.
Trevor, are you a tether, bro?
Hey.
Muslims hate their homeland. Muslims got the greatest city in the world, and nobody like it.
Hey,
nobody wants to move to Arabia.
Anybody? All right. If there ain't nobody else, I'm out, yo.
Act like Michael Jackson, my nigga.
Yeah, beat it.
I'm talking shit, Akon. I'm talking shit, bro. Peace and love, bro. It's just information, my nigga. My fault.
What information?
I mean, I'm just trying to say we just went through our YouTube shit, man. To me, my fault. That's all I'm saying. It's just YouTube.
Nah, I get it, bro. I get it, my nigga.
I ain't gonna ever end on some
I already
beef
know
shit, my
what time.
nigga.
Hey, root
I
word.
don't wish
Time-
bad on you, my
Root word.
nigga.
I know what time you on, bro. I already know what time you on.
Well, you just said you was about to leave, and I want to make sure you know that this was just information on
Nah,
YouTube.
I know, and all I want to let you know is I know what time you on. So you have a
I
good
just
night,
know I
bro.
think I'm on some
Hey,
information
get well,
time.
man. Hey, don't forget about that hot toddy, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I just
Get that
think
in
I
your
think a
system.
lot of
So
us be on
you
information
clean
time.
all that phlegm out. Get that shit
I
up out
swear,
your
man.
ass. You know what I'm saying? Clean yourself out. Yeah.
Okay, man. Trevor, you've never been over here. You've never been over here. You talking about black Israelites? Why are you on Aboriginals channel at 4 a.m? I gotta agree with you, Trevor. That's why I plainly told A-Time before he left, hold on, bro. I wouldn't have the same energy in your face, my nigga. I really don't have no hatred for you. It's just information that goes to the left sometime. That's what I do. You right. I wouldn't have this energy in front of a man. I try just to get the information off. He talk a little crazy. I'm gonna get the fuck out of there. Like, man, this nigga crazy, nigga. You don't know I'm strapped the fuck up. I'm gonna have to help myself out. Yeah, you right, my nigga. That's why every time I get done with a debate now or cussing a nigga out, I say, hold on, man, this shit ain't that serious. Because if I was in one of you niggas' face, I wouldn't talk all this shit. I'd step the fuck off you niggas. Like, man, this nigga crazy. Because as long as you got something going on in America, if you're working at McDonald's, if you're on a quarter ounce, if you got a big bitch at the crib, if you got a welfare check or SSI check, man, you really ain't trying to sacrifice that shit over an argument in the streets. I know ain't nobody a punk out here, but sometimes you be like, hold on, man, this motherfucker acting petty. I got to get the fuck out of here. So you right, my nigga. Like, fuck that. I got a little something to live for. I ain't about to be arguing with you and one of us get shot out here because you're going to approach me and try to punch me, my nigga, and I ain't fight. So I'm going to be respectful and humble. And if it go too far at the end of it, I'm going to say, hey, man, this was just information, my fault. God damn, it's like I can't wait for it to get hot outside. Because another way for me to motherfucking get rid of a cold is sweat for a long time. Drink a whole bunch of fluids, take a shit, throw up, take a shower, take a whole bunch of piss, and somehow relieve yourself. Like if you got a girl around, like bust a nut, or if you just got a jack off, it's just getting everything out your system. And then like
Whoa, King Masabi. Is this a testimonial or confession, nigga? Which one is it?
yeah, it's how I get rid of colds and how I get stuff out my body. I sweat it out and I try to take a piss, shit, throw up, and relieve that stuff out of my system. And then like the next day, I put some being gay on and go outside and it'll open up my system. I'm just saying shit I do that, it'll knock that shit right out. That's all. But it's like 7 degrees outside. I ain't about to go out there with no big gay on like that. Fuck that. That nigga said, whoa, explain that. That smoke signal crazy.
can't remove rude from the chat. Yeah, Trevor on some weird shit, but he did say something decent though. Like, that is more better, buddy. Quit acting so tough, and then when you're in a man's face, you don't act that. I'm gonna keep it real with you. You right, my nigga. Somebody gonna get shot.
All right, Root. It's on you, Root. Hold it down. I'm out of here.
I got you, bro. Damn, I wish I had my motherfucking my damn screen up. I don't give a fuck what anybody say. I'm a spiritual person, and I think I take the word spirit different than everybody. The word spirit means breathe. So the only way to practice breathing is when you're talking, singing, or exercising to make your lungs bigger. So when you're using your spirit, you're singing or you're breathing because your breath comes from your lungs, and your lungs is a phenom, and it's phenomenal what comes out them lungs that make your spirit. So when I look at the word spirit, a lot of people think I hate the Aboriginal movement or the indigenous movement or the Indians. I think that's the dopest spiritual essence that we could have. That's the best I could say. It puts you on the right spiritual path or vibrations. Yeah, when people say that meta too, I don't think people understand that root word. Like, meta means to change. And that's why your spirit could change all the time. Like, me and Aton was getting mad at each other, my nigga. It wasn't just Aton. I don't give a fuck what the nigga do. He was making me mad. So I came back him and made him mad. So our meta, what that word you use, that metabolism, his breath, it changed. We start getting mad at each other and throwing shots. And then at the end of it, his spirit or vibrations changed because he said, I'm about to get out of here. I said some smart aleck, mean ass shit. I need to act like Michael Jackson. And he said, what, beat it? I said, hold on, man. I said, let me change my metabolism, whatever the fuck that shit is, that spiritual shit. I said, hold on, it's all love, Aton. It was just information. And then our spirit changed into that meta shit. I wish I knew the science of that shit, man. That hermetic shit is dope, bro. I swear. But a lot of people don't understand root words. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Jazz, I'm not gonna sound better for a couple days because every day, like in about an hour or so, I'm about to drink some tea. And I ain't ate nothing all night. So as soon as you drink tea and you don't eat nothing, you're going to throw it right up. Tea is coming right back up out you. It's like, look, bro, I can't handle this stomach with nothing in me. And then you're going to dry heave. But when you dry heave, you get all that mucus about you. And that's why I got a strep throat, because I've been dry heaving, getting all this shit up on me. I swear, I feel real good. It's just that my breath is, my throat is stripped the fuck up. Yeah, ever since that Sharice shit, I was on Bobby's channel and I started talking about Sharice's grandma. I changed my whole ways up, my nigga. I swear. I said, hold on, man. This ain't me, man. I said, hold on, man. I said, I'm talking about the motherfucker's grandma that got stabbed the fuck up. I said, hold on, man. Yeah, this ain't me, man. Nah, man. Nah, man. It's all love to everybody, man. Nah, man. This ain't me. I'm like, nah, hell no, my nigga. But I'm gonna start going back live. I'll just put myself on punishment for real. Yeah, Michael, I did some sucker shit. I'm glad it got kicked off. I can't say I started, but I went too far, man. Since I'm just babbling on code, why don't you leave? What else is there to do 4 in the morning except for babble? Yeah, Michael, it was a shame. I gotta agree. And I done did a lot of wild shit on YouTube, even though it's just what it is. I had to change my shit up a little bit. Like, man, this shit ain't that serious. I swear, Jazz. These motherfuckers talking about, since I only work half a day, I gotta go back to work at like 7 in the morning and shit. It's that bullshit. I told them I didn't want to work morning shift, nigga. I had it good for my first 3 days. They had me on late night shift where it was me and this big booty ass white girl there, man. And I can't say she was flirting with me. I ain't gonna say all that shit. But she was nice as fuck, my nigga. She was nice as fuck. They got me up out of there. They said, hell no. They said, hell no, we're gonna put you to second shift, my nigga. I said, dang. I like being around a big booty white girl shit. Just me and her there flying around on the goddamn. No, I swear. These motherfuckers got me working 7 in the morning, man. I don't know if I'm gonna put up with that shit. On code, all good, weird ass nigga. Hope your night go all right. Your morning. Damn, I wish my computer was on. These dumbass niggas been, and I'll be scared to come up sometime. Fuck it, I'm gonna talk about it now. Like, bro, I think half these motherfuckers over here is, I don't even know the word to put it, but there's castles in America. There's Casablancas in America. And all y'all could come up with is some $5 Indian slave shit. That's why I was scared to come up here early. I was ready to cuss all these motherfuckers out like, goddamn. If slavery fake, then what the fuck is real? If we know that the Europeans lied to us about history, what the fuck? It should be weird. It should be weird. Like, why do all of our stories end in slavery? Like, if it ain't the Chinese slavery, it's the Indian slavery, the white slavery, the black slavery. Like, I thought we was Indians. And then it really be pissing me off. I got off of it for a while. But I hate when these motherfuckers bring up the Moors, man. These some motherfucking dumb bastards, bro. Because I know, I gotta say, a lot of people in this group, man, they wear them fezzes, my nigga. And they ain't no Moors. They wear them fezzes and ain't no Moors around here. I don't know what they is, but they wear fezzes and ain't no Moors, cause these motherfuckers talk about the Continental Congress, my nigga. The Continental Congress predates Canada, the United States, and Mexico. And as the Moors would say it, in the adjoining islands on the West Coast and the East Coast. That's what the Continental Congress was. But in that Continental Congress, we had the first Peace and Friendship Treaty. That's the first treaty of America dealing with the Moors. But see, these treaties are in cities like New Amsterdam, the old capital of the American Empire. When y'all talk about these $5 Indian treaties, might be ready to cuss you niggas out. I swear to God, I'll be having to bite my tongue and leave. You dumb bastards, there's no such thing as an Indian treaty. There's no such thing unless you go to the fiction section or the non-fiction section. There is no lawful treaty between America and the United States. All these treaties y'all talking about is fake as fuck. Talking about motherfuckers had a treaty on the belt and shit. Motherfucker had a treaty on the wigwam and shit. Motherfucker had a treaty with beads and shit. Man, get the fuck out of here. Every time you see one of these Indian ass treaties, these motherfuckers be in the middle of the woods and shit. White man get a chair right next to the river and shit. Like, sign this treaty next to the river. Got to be the dumbest shit in the world. Like, treaties are held in places of principalities, bro. Places of statute. Places that's guarded by military force. You're not going to be no diplomats and going to another country or offering people to come to your country and sign treaties without a military force and principalities. Should be weird, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. With some weed 4 in the morning? 1 second, Jesus.